Lancashire. Followed by number 64, sponsored by BIE Magnum, Ben Charlesworth. And sponsored by Pace, number 1, our skipper, Cameron Bancroft.
Well, good morning everybody and welcome to the Cheltenham Festival. It is a bright sunny day as Lancashire take to the field and Gloucestershire's opening pair, who negotiated 30 overs last night, Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth, make their way back out to the middle. And we have just a little bit of a breeze, but the sky is pretty cloudless and it's a beautiful setting and a beautiful day for cricket as the sun glints off the chapels and the tower in the distance, and Cleve Hill, a beautiful blue hazy picture in the distance, as Jimmy Anderson is going to bowl the first over of the day from the college lawn end. It's a rather brown lawn, as the outfield is as well. It's been shaved within an inch of its life as usual after the day's play. Possibly an inch might be a bit optimistic, a millimetre of its life. And Gloucestershire, well, they've got a task on their hands in the morning session, just to knock off the 78 runs that they still trail by, having not avoided the follow-on yesterday. 98 run opening stand unbroken overnight, but still more work to do with that 78 run deficit, and then looking to move forward in the game as Anderson bowls the first ball of the morning to Bancroft, who starts him off with a Yorker, which Bancroft is well forward to, digging the ball out into the offside, and there's no run. Bancroft pretty circumspect, 35 from 86 deliveries, and Ben Charlesworth, who started off also in cautious fashion but then really had another flurry of scoring. He moves his score to 61 as Anderson to Bancroft, and that's let go behind the stumps. Just the one wide slip. Keaton Jennings, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. 2 catching mid-wickets, deep forward square and a long leg for Anderson. But you still feel probably, whilst Lancashire would love for their seam attack to do some chipping away, as Anderson bowls to Bancroft, who's well forward, playing in defence, as the ball is fielded by Chris Green. Still feel probably that the primary threat for Lancashire is likely to be Green and Hartley, as those two claimed 8 of the 10 wickets in the first innings, and Luke Wells's spin accounted for one of the others, with just the 1 wicket to seam going to Anderson, and it was Bancroft in the first innings. Anderson in, Bancroft clips it in the air, he's caught at mid-wicket, and it's a dream start to the day for Lancashire as Anderson pitches it up. It was another ball which was almost Yorker length. It may even have just been a low full toss, where certainly was nothing more than a half volley, and Bancroft just in the air straight to Luke Wells, one of those catching mid-wickets, and Bancroft departs without adding to his overnight score, and Lancashire have a prize scalp of Gloucestershire's captain. Bancroft out for 35, and that's one of the wickets that Lancashire need, and they've done it still with Gloucestershire way behind. Out comes Joe Phillips to the middle as he will look to replicate what he did in the first innings. 64 he made then from 150 deliveries, and shared in that second wicket record stand for Gloucestershire against Lancashire of 161 with Ben Charlesworth. Before, in the afternoon session in particular, Gloucestershire's middle order lost regular wickets, particularly against Tom Hartley, 6 for 116 Hartley finishing with, and that's put Gloucestershire under this pressure as they could not avoid that follow on. And Anderson picking up that wicket so early in the final day really does give Lancashire hope of victory. 2 short mid wickets and a short straight mid on as Phillips is struck on the pad first ball, but Anderson in particular I think was a little bit strangled in his appeal. I think he realised possibly that there was some bat involved, but Phillips got rather stuck there first ball. The feet not really working yet, and I'm sure a few nerves out there now for Gloucestershire. In comes Anderson, bowls now to Phillips, and he's this time well forward and playing it into the leg side where Matty Hurst fields, but a wicket maiden to start the day from Anderson, and the score remains on 98 for Gloucestershire, but it is now 98 for 1. And Bancroft, somebody who can bat for such long periods of time, well, he has only survived 4 balls this morning. Ed Seaborn alongside Scott Reed.
Good morning, Ed.
Lovely of you to join us.
Well,
and Nathan Johns is with us as well in about half an hour's time.
He's updating listeners across the northwest.
Number 2.
I don't need to know anything about a Jimmy Anderson wicket, do
We're
they?
delighted to hear the news. Jimmy struck early. No surprise it will be Tom Hartley. Seems to have been bowling for about a month from the chapel end of the ground.
Mentioned it with Green, but once Hartley took to the field, he hasn't left it.
Yes, he's got familiar with the with the ground here, hasn't he, Tom Hartley? It's a Ben Charlesworth. Charlesworth turns it out towards the leg side for a single and gets his first run of the day. Moves on to 62, 99 for 1 then. Gloucestershire still trailing by 77 runs, but losing Bancroft in the first over. Lancashire toiled away for 30 overs last night, trying to find a breakthrough and couldn't. Come back the next day and first over of the day, and prize out the captain. So perfect start for Lancashire. Tom Hartley's got Joe Phillips on strike, slip in place and a forward short leg as well. Hartley in, and Phillips leans into it and defends. And score remains on 99 for 1. It's the hottest of the week by a mile, isn't it? Quite a bit of cloud cover, hazy conditions the first 2 or 3 days, but sun is beating down. Hartley's in and bowling. Dabbed away by Phillips. Bohannon comes forward from cover to field, and there is no run. There's not really a cloud to be seen. Bright blue sky and a hot day. Lancashire are hoping that the pitch starts to turn, and that Hartley and Green can conjure some magic up here. It's off the back foot, hooked away by Phillips through the offside for a single. That brings up the
100 up for the glorious Gloucesters. 32nd over.
The glorious Gloucesters are indeed 100 up on the board, 100 for 1.
Possibly might be a little less glorious if they hadn't started the day on 98 for naught and
And the following on 76 behind.
Anyway, yes. Well done.
Hartley over the wicket, balls, loops away off the pad of Charlesworth. Well, it certainly is a glorious day. That is for certain. Let's see if the crowd develops through the course of the day. We've had terrific crowds on the first 3 days. I think Dan on the PA was saying it was over 7,000 for the first 3 days. It's nudged away by Charlesworth down to short fine leg for no run. End of the over, 100 for 1, and yeah, in excess of 7,000 across the first 3 days. It's down today, but that's because it's the last day, and it's that just tends to be the way of it, doesn't it? But maybe if something starts to bubble up through the day, maybe a few extra will come in. But either way, hopefully it's been a successful first part of the festival. I know there've been T20 games here in terms of 4-day cricket, with one to come next week. Hopefully it's been a successful start to the festival this year for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I think certainly in terms of people turning out, you couldn't really ask for much more than we've had. Anderson resumes his battle with Phillips. Phillips drives and will pick out Green, moving to his left from mid-off. So yeah, I think we actually had a slightly larger day 2 crowd than day 1, but it was pretty similar, and then still had a couple of thousand in yesterday.
Would that be the potentially kind of Jimmy bowling on the second day
I think
thing?
maybe a little bit. It was pretty close, but
right, okay.
just a few more people on day 2. Anderson bowls now. Phillips steers it safely onside. One of the 3 close fielders in there, the straighter of the 3, Matty Hurst.
But it's my first Cheltenham Festival experience. I mentioned I was here in 2019 when Jimmy played, actually. But that wasn't a festival fixture. It didn't look anything like this. It didn't have the feel of it, really, like it does here. And the previous 3 days, chatting to plenty of the local supporters, to the Gloucestershire fans, they're very proud of it, and rightly so.
Anderson bowls, and Phillips dabs that one delicately past slip, and that will go down to the boundary. So Phillips has his first boundary. I'm sure Anderson, again, in the list of things that bother Jimmy Anderson when he's bowling, I think somebody playing with the outer part of the bat and just placing it wide of the slip fielder and getting a boundary for it. It's probably quite high on the list of things to annoy him. It's 104 for 1. But he sort of knew, really, Phillips, that this ball is in its 33rd over, so it's no surprise really that the catch happened in front of the wicket rather than behind for that early wicket. Anderson to Phillips bowls, and this time it's the full face of the bat used, and there's no run in defence. But at least with the Kookaburra and a slowing down final day pitch, I would guess, probably know that you can play those sorts of shots with a little bit more freedom, especially to somebody who's got the ability to move the ball like Anderson does. And have to try quite hard, I think, to be caught in the slips. Anderson into Phillips, a very full ball is played again in defence, up straight on the onside. Hurst just has to step onto the pitch to field it.
Yeah, I wonder how many across county cricket in the 2 previous rounds, this round and then next week, how many across all the games wickets have been caught behind, caught by keeper, caught by the slips.
I think you still get a few keeper catches just with the fine ones, but anything more than that doesn't carry. I think probably anecdotally about 3 or 4 in the two previous games for Gloucestershire. Phillips again happy just to dab that away, thinking about 2, and they're going to come back for it. This is going to be tight, and Salt almost thought he was going to go diving over the stumps there. They've just about made it, maybe, but we haven't seen many try and take on that short boundary, and that's why, because even though it was a fair way away from Balderson, it was a really tight second run, but they get home. A direct hit may have seen the back of Phillips. Salt certainly didn't have time to tip it onto the stumps, but it's 106 for 1, 2 more runs. The deficit for Gloucestershire still 70.
Yes, and while that's in play, that's still a factor here, isn't it? I know there's 9 wickets Gloucestershire have got, but still 70 behind. It may be a slight change to the feel of the final day as soon as Gloucestershire get in front and start pushing away from Lancashire. But while that deficit's still pretty chunky, and, there's some careful work to do here by the Gloucestershire batters. Phillips, I think, was the fact he made his mind up so quickly to come back for 2 helped, didn't he? I mean, he was kind of a good third of the way down almost before Charlesworth had turned at the keeper's end, so he knew he was running to the danger end, but he's pretty committed that he wanted to. Tom Hartley to send down his second over of the day. Off the front foot goes Charlesworth. Well, he wanted a single too, but they decide to turn it down on that occasion. Charlesworth going a good halfway. We're not going for it? Oh no, we're not.
I don't think Charlesworth would be best pleased with either of those runs, really, where he suddenly had to get the sprint on the previous over, and then it was a fairly comfortable single there that it was just behind square Phillips's call, and Phillips said no.
106 for 1, Hartley balls. Looped away in the air just beyond the diving attempt of Josh Bohannon at mid-wicket. It's instantly got Lancashire's players with hands on their heads, thinking, oh my goodness, it wasn't too far away. But single for Charlesworth. Bohannon, I don't think got any weight. I don't think he got something on it, Bohannon, but he's frantically shifting away to his left, trying to make up the ground.
I don't know if it's nerves or if it's just a bit of early morning sort of
settling
lethargy.
Yeah.
But a couple of really quite loose shots into the onside, one of which was caught, one of which almost was.
Hartley balls forward. More reassuringly goes Phillips in defence. Off the front foot and smothering the ball away. Just in a replay on the live stream. They've got a great camera angle here, which is kind of perched down below the pavilion where we're broadcasting from, so you can see the temporary stand in the background. It's played by Phillips off the back foot for no run, and then behind the temporary stand and the tree line, we can't see it, but there's a church tower that's adding towards the centre of Cheltenham. It's hidden by a tree, so we can't see it, but on the live stream you can see the spire just creeping up in the background. But that replay showed just how frantic Bohannon was trying to make up the ground away to his left to try and take what would have been a pretty spectacular catch. Hartley comes around the wicket, shuffling forward is Phillips. Play back towards Tom Hartley off his own bowling. And there's no run. 107 for 1. Phillips on 7. Slip and a short leg. Tom Hartley with his sunglasses on in and bowling. Forward. Again goes Phillips and defends, and there is no run. Well, there's a little bit happening there, wasn't there, from that over? Maybe because the shot into the leg side from Charlesworth got Lancashire a little bit excited, but maybe, as you say, some early morning jitters, but things hopefully will settle down from Gloucestershire's point of view. So 107 for 1. They still trail by 69 runs. Phillips has 7, and Charlesworth on 63.
A pretty rare false shot from Charlesworth as well. His 160 in the first innings was, well, it was chanceless in terms of Lancashire didn't put him down at all. There were very few shots that he played that even really particularly interested Lancashire, and it's been the same in the second innings as well, up to 63. But you know, the sort of steadying presence usually Bancroft. It's been Charlesworth in this game. Anderson into him, I think for the first time this morning. This is played in defence to extra cover.
Yeah, I think it could be.
I think it might be.
Yeah.
Bancroft facing to start with, and Phillips. Yeah, I think so. But you know, in the first innings, when Charlesworth was out, didn't really think too much of it. It just felt, well, there's plenty of batting to come. Anderson over the wicket bowls, left alone by Charlesworth as Jennings has moved into a really close slip. It's a silly slip.
It is, and he's got the silly helmet on, hasn't he? Yes. Which is a sensible decision, because he's some way in there. He's keeping Jennings under the helmet.
Yeah, of course it's vital that you've got that on. We saw, it was with Janssen, wasn't it, in that World Test Championship final? If you're in so close, just got no time to react. As Anderson over the wicket into the left-handed Charlesworth, who is forward beautifully to defend There's no run. But it's just, you know, you suppose you're looking for maybe the one lower down that comes a bit slower. But if Charlesworth flashes at it, you just haven't got a hope that close. Unless Jennings does another one of his, as he did with Phillips in the first innings, another one of his cradling catches. Anderson bowls, opening the face. Charlesworth just sending it through a vacant point. Out to Hartley on the boundary. And another single to him, 64. His score, 108 for 1.
Yeah, it's a brave position to field in, isn't it? So close in. Keaton Jennings has got his helmet on and he's got his shin guards on for when Hartley's bowling as well, but plenty of protection required there. He's pretty close in. At first slip is that, I say Lancashire captain, I keep calling him captain, former Lancashire captain.
Anderson bowls now. Phillips will play that one late, but right onto the bat, he watched it. Plays it to backward point. There's no run. Has been a bit of a theme in the game, actually. Wickets very early on in the day. Phillips was out only a couple of overs in yesterday. The day before, Matty Hurst was out in the first over of the day, cutting straight to backward point, and Bancroft dismissed in the first over today. Chipping a catch to Luke Wells at mid-wicket, in case you're slightly late joining us, off Anderson, who's now bowling. That's flicked away by Phillips to deep backward square. And Phillips will pinch the strike at the end of that over. He's got 8. Gloucestershire 109 for 1, 67 runs is their deficit. And despite the fact that Lancashire have got Gloucestershire following on, if Gloucestershire can secure this draw, which I think, if we're being realistic, that's what they're looking for, although Mark Lane certainly didn't rule out the possibility of something late on today.
What was said?
Last night, well, I think he may have been pulling our legs just a little bit, which I'm all for. I mean, absolute admiration of that. Talking about setting 190 in a session.
Excellent. Hartley in and balls to Phillips, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
So you never know. We could see some excitement.
Did he say it with that slightly cheeky look in his face, or a little glint in his eye?
No, I don't know. I think
was he completely deadpan as he was saying this?
The poker face was
it good
there
was it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Hartley bowling. Again, defended by Phillips to the leg side. There's no run.
Be a good poker player, Mark Lane. He's outwitted many an opponent in his playing career.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely.
Outwitted Middlesex at Lords last season as well, with that declaration behind.
Skipping forward is Phillips. It's a good shot and it's a good piece of fielding too. Phillips using his feet, coming down to Hartley. Punches the ball through mid-off, and then Chris Green is leaping away to his left to stop it. Single for Phillips moves to 9, 110 for 1.
And we could see results in all the Division 2 games. This still could be the only draw. There's plenty of drama in the other games.
It's at Hartley balls. Charlesworth jabbing away into the offside, no run.
Because, you know, I was thinking anybody that would get a result in these Kookaburra rounds would, you know, steal a massive march on the rest, because it would be so hard to achieve one. But
right.
It doesn't seem to be looking at the games elsewhere. Leicestershire need 6 wickets to beat Derbyshire.
Okay.
Glamorgan 37 for 2, needing 152 more to win, so that'll be a win for either Glamorgan or Kent. And Middlesex need 5 wickets to beat Northamptonshire.
Hartley bowling, and Charlesworth going back in defence.
That's going to be well, it depends. Perhaps Northamptonshire can provide some late resistance, but it's looking like a monumental victory for Middlesex at this point. 625 for 8 declared, plays 261 and 75 for 5.
That's right.
Middlesex coming in here next.
In comes Hartley Balls. That's turned into the onside by Charlesworth. Up towards square leg for a single. Moves on to 65, 111 for one. Gloucestershire trailing by 65 at the end of that over.
Yeah, so Middlesex having beaten Leicestershire. Look as though
they've picked up, haven't they?
They're going to beat Northamptonshire easily, yeah, and 2 Kookaburra rounds. And you know, I don't know. You sort of look at the attack and Higgins. Higgins seems to have come into his own with the, well, not that he's not ever taking wickets, but I mean, you don't immediately think, and this is why he's such an amazing cricketer. You don't immediately think, yeah, Ryan Higgins, Kookaburra ball, but he's got lots of wickets in both the matches, and 2 for 19 in the second innings at Merchant Taylor's School, and 4 for 51 in the first innings. Anderson continues round the wicket now to Charlesworth's change of angle. Not a change in defensive shot from Charlesworth, and then strolls off to square leg for a bit of a steer in this direction.
You may not know this, but are they likely to play on the same pitch next week? Do you think here?
Oh no, it'll be different.
Right.
It'll be the one as we look at it.
Right.
The one further over, furthest away from us, so the one closer to the Sanford Road.
Okay.
Anderson bowls a low pull from Charlesworth, helps it round the corner, and that will be his first boundary of the day. Wasn't that short from Anderson, but Charlesworth swiveled on it really well. Just helped it down to fine leg, and there is nobody fine of deep backward square. You don't tend to need a fine leg for Anderson, really. It's 115 for one. He's not spearing it down leg very much. You're not going to have a change of field, though. I'm going to get a fine leg, but Jennings has been told to go from silly slip to sillier slip. No, leg slip. 115 for one. Anderson to Charlesworth, who was forward to that one and timing the defensive shot well out to Hurst at the straighter of the 2 short extra covers.
He's in for a long hot day, isn't he, Keaton Jennings? Because he's going to be under the helmet with the pads on to Tom Hartley and to Chris Green all day, and he's at slip with the helmet on and his shin guards on, catching at some ridiculously short position. He's in for a hot day.
Anderson gathers bowls, length ball. Charlesworth works it to leg. There's no run.
Lancashire have got forgotten now, Glamorgan next week at Old Trafford, and last time that there was a test match at Emirates Old Trafford, they used the same pitch that was used for the test match, so they had played 5 days of test match cricket on it, and then
Anderson in now, and Charlesworth lets that go.
They played, I think it was Northamptonshire 2 days later on the same pitch, and played all 4 days, and it finished in a draw. You could have played for 6 months on that pitch. So I don't know what Lancashire are going to do next week. Whether they're going to use the test match pitch again for the championship match, which I suspect they possibly might, because that's what they have done in previous seasons.
Anderson completes the over, bowls, and once again Charlesworth never interested in playing. End of the over, 115 for one, deficit 61. That really does bear out what I think Paul Allett said on commentary with us in the reverse fixture. Was it 8 days or something you could play on it? And
he said pictures at Old Trafford last 8 days, not 4. Yeah. So that was the case last time against Northampton. So I suspect Glamorgan next week will come and play Lancashire on the test match pitch. I don't know for certain, but that's what they've done in previous years. But the point being, even with that, it's proved quite tricky to find a way to win.
Speaking of wins, just an early result to bring you.
Breaking news.
Didn't last long at Hove this morning. Essex have wrapped up a victory over Sussex by an innings
Right.
and 39 runs. James Coles did just get to 100, but Harmer and Critchley have wrapped that up very quickly.
Hartley bowling, forward goes Phillips. Defends. So that's a win for Essex, who I think were second
Bottom coming in,
Right.
yeah. They were 3 back of Yorkshire,
Right.
who are heading for just a definite draw at Scarborough. They've lost some time in that game, and the pitch is clearly not as lively as some Scarborough pitches.
Hartley in, dabbed away by Phillips. No run. I sent a picture from the press box at Scarborough the other day, and
I'm surprised there was room to move the camera in front of.
well, one of our
front of
colleagues was
whoever it
having a snooze. So riveting that one was. So, got one named. 115 for 1. Hartley bowling. That's clipped away to the offside by Phillips. Remains on 9. 115 for 1.
517 for 6 declared. Plays 351 for 5. Yorkshire against Surrey.
Hartley clutching the ball towards his chest and bowling, and Phillips slog sweeping out towards the leg side. Has he got enough? Oh, no, just one bounce. And then it's over the rope for 4, but nice looking shot from Phillips. High out through or over deep mid wicket to move him on to 13. And Gloucestershire to 119 for 1.
He didn't really take on the spin in the first innings like that, Phillips. He batted well, but it wasn't quite second fiddle to Charlesworth, but he was certainly, taking on that steady role.
And he goes again, slapped away off the back foot for 4 more. Out towards the boundary. The last one was on the slog sweep. That one just off the back foot and almost pulling it in front of square. Ball bouncing along this brown, hard, quick outfield. Back-to-back boundaries for Phillips. Moves on to 17. Hartley, he's in again, gets forward this time and defends. So that's the end of the over. 123 for 1. So 53 runs behind. 8 coming off that over. 2 boundaries for Phillips. Charlesworth on 69.
Bit of a mid-pitch chat as Phillips and Charlesworth, who've been rather used to each other's company out there in this match, just reconvene again. Charlesworth, of course, Oxfordshire product. Joe Phillips, Cornish product, played plenty of minor counties cricket, I think, in his younger days for Cornwall, but very much coming through Gloucestershire's academy. They have got Anderson continuing, and he's got a new theory, I think, for Ben Charlesworth. Deep backward square has moved a bit finer. There's still the leg slip, so Luke Wells at square leg is just staring around at the umpire behind him, Richard Illingworth, to ensure that his feet are in the right position and there's not going to be a no ball. And then there's 2 short mid wickets as well. Anderson to Charlesworth, who turns it away, and it's fielded by Wells on the square on the leg side.
Yes, Wells, Bohannon, Hurst in a little semicircle on the leg side. Then Jennings at leg slip. Blatherwick is at short cover. Deep backward point is George Bolson. Chris Green's at mid-on.
Set a few traps for Charlesworth in his 2 innings. This has been turned again. He's happy to bring those fielders into play, or possibly try and hit the ball through them, rolling the wrists and playing the ball to Wells is right this time at square leg, but he can get across and field. It was particularly the tempter outside the off stump that Green kept on floating up with his off breaks from round the wicket, and unless the ball was short enough for him to play off the back foot, he just had nothing to do with it if it was any fuller than that. Can he not fall into this particular trap as well. Anderson in now, and he plays straight back up the pitch, and actually Anderson, just for a moment, he thought about letting that one go by and then realised that actually, because there's no fielder at mid-off, he probably did have to field it. He wants to keep working over Ben Charlesworth, who's wafting away something. There's certainly plenty of wasps about, mopping things up after the day's play yesterday. Anderson in, clipped in the air, but he's hit it fine of Wells, and actually there was a fielder that I couldn't see underneath the balcony as well, Marcus Harris at mid-wicket, so there's not much reward really for playing the ball through that area. I'm sure Charlesworth will say, yeah, knew that he was there, knew that he couldn't get that because it was behind square, but did look a little dicey off the bat, but it brings him 1, and he is on to 70, 124 for 1. It's a similar strategy, I think, for Phillips. 3 close catches on the leg side, and then Jennings is actually, yeah, there we go. I was going to say they can actually have 1 more behind square if they want it, and that's what they do want, because Jennings is going to field at the city slip position again. So Wells can field at backward square, and then 2 short mid wickets. They're going to be joined by a short straight mid on. This is absurd.
Oh dear.
There's nobody between mid off and backward point. But you know Anderson's not going to bowl it outside the off stump. He bowls now, and it's short, pulled away in the air over the top of all those fielders, and there's no deep mid wicket for Phillips, and that's a boundary. Didn't see that delivery coming from Anderson, even if it wasn't wide. That was probably next on the list of things that I didn't think Anderson would do. 128 for 1. Halfway down, and well, okay, I suppose Phillips might have hit it to one of those fielders, but gosh, he'd have been kicking himself if he did that. He's on to 21. Anderson goes in now, bowls a fuller ball, which is played along the ground past the sprawl of the straighter of the 2 short mid wickets. Hurst, it's fielded by Bohannon at mid on. There is no run.
Ooh,
Scott's
yeah,
yawning away, but you've overstayed your welcome.
Sorry. Top producing from you, Ed, as ever.
Get off. It's time for Nathan Johns, as there's a massive. What have you done with your laptop here? This is a joint effort here to get things. Oh, it is. Your charger from your laptop there is tangling it, and then I've wrapped it round the chair leg again, the cable that is. And good morning.
Good morning.
Nathan, how are you?
Oh, very well. Glorious sunshine. That was a well-timed change given Scott's yawn. I think
He's had enough. I've been a wicket for a while, he's getting bored.
How could you get bored? Some of these fields Lancashire is setting, it's very, very entertaining. Funky fields in the sunshine. What else could you want on day 4 of a game that probably is still leaning slightly towards the draw, but Lancashire still hunting.
First ball was just blocked out, and Hartley bowls back of a length this time, and it's turned to deep backward square, who fumbles the ball, but they're not showing any interest in really pushing things. Charlesworth has been out there for long enough in the first innings, never mind the time he's been out there in the second innings, which is 2.5 hours. Don't think he's too interested in pushing every quick run. 129 for 1.
Dare I say, in the sunshine as well. Yes. Running is not a fun activity.
Going to be a long, hot day in the field for Lancashire, but they certainly won't mind if they can keep taking wickets. They've got 1 in the first over of the morning. Hartley round the wicket, bowling to Phillips, and Phillips is well forward to that one and playing the ball down into the floor.
George Balderson is at short fine. He's just limbering up, doing some hamstring stretches. I wonder if it'll be another short spell from Anderson to start the day. Longer than yesterday. I think he only bowled 2 overs with the new ball yesterday.
looked as if he was just getting some attention to his ankle or something like that after the 2 overs with the new ball, but he seems fine this morning. Hartley in bowls. Phillips goes back and taps it right from in front of his pad to point, and there's no run. Hartley into his 13th over of this innings. He got through 34.4 in the first innings, and then that 130 from number 10 as Phillips placed that one rather off the inside, at least third of the bat down to fine leg. Balderson smartly across to prevent any runs. But yeah, since Tom Hartley took to the field batting at number 10, and he batted himself for basically 3 hours, been on the field for the remainder of the game as forward goes. Phillips defends back to the tall left arm spinner, and the over is completed, 129 for 1.
Yeah, top man Williams has come on with a drink for Anderson, and he's not removing his cap, which would suggest he has finished his first go with the ball, and lo and behold, George Balderson has handed his cap to the umpire, so there will be a change from the College lawn end. Again, I suspect long spells in this heat, not very conducive to being effective as Lancashire try and prize out these 9 wickets and see where that leaves them in terms of runs to get. Gloucestershire trail by 47.
Is this a move for the heat that the cap's gone on the other way today?
Oh, what, me? Well, I thought we were going to have some sunshine right behind us. I was more worried about the back of my neck.
Right.
But thankfully we're actually completely shaded up here, so it's right. When I take off my headset, I'll put it the right way around just for you.
I wondered whether it was a strategic move or...
It was actually.
Right.
Yeah, no, it was. I get worried about the back of my neck, as we all should be. Here's Balderson replacing Jimmy Anderson. He's got 4 catchers in front of square, 2 in the leg side, 2 in the offside. He's got 2 catching mid wickets, 2 catching covers. Keaton Jennings is at a, what did you call it earlier, a silly slip?
I think he's silly gully now, isn't he? He's gone a bit wider.
I just remember Steve Smith in the World Test final wearing a helmet, and it didn't matter because he still mangled his finger because he was so close. Anyway, here's Balderson. Charlesworth onto the front foot, defends. One of those catching covers does the fielding.
Of course, it was Smith, wasn't it? He got the injury, and then Janssen dropped one late on the second day, something like that, and he just had no time to react. It was in too close.
Well, I think Smith also dropped his. He
Yes.
dropped his and also broke his finger.
Yeah, I remember it now.
Which then ruled him out of the remainder of that game, and then he missed their 3-test series in the Caribbean shortly after. Here's Balderson, full and driven. That's a sensational piece of fielding. Jack Blatherwick, I think it is.
Yeah.
One of those short covers. He's dove to his left, stuck out his. I think it was his. He dove to his left, but he stuck out the right arm,
wasn't it? The one that they've started doing, because they seem to think that actually you can get more reach that way. Plucked it clean. That's an amazing start.
Well, he's denied Charles with 4 runs there with what was a beautiful cover drive. This is short. Oh, what a catch that is! I think it's Marcus Harris in it, close mid-wicket. Ben Charlesworth cannot believe it. It was a bang-in delivery from Balderson. Charlesworth has found the middle of the bat, pushing it off his hip. It looked for all money that it was going to fly over the infield for 4 runs, and Harris has just stuck out his 2 hands above his body, and the ball has nestled perfectly in his grasp. What a sensational couple of minutes for Lancashire in the field.
Well, he must have thought he'd hit that hard enough, Ben Charlesworth. I thought I'd just lost the ball, to be honest. It was hit so hard, and I didn't see the ball go past Harris's hands, but I just thought, yes, no, he's caught that. It must just have gone to the boundary so quickly. I've not looked quickly enough. But, well, the funky fields, they've worked a treat for Lancashire this morning, and now I think you'd have to say that at the very least, it's looking like the Lancashire win and the draw are moving towards evens now.
Neck in neck. Yeah, it's funny you said that. Just worth mentioning that what did Charlesworth finish up on? 71, I think it was.
Yes.
We left it too late and his name's gone off the scoreboard. But 71 to go with his first innings, 160. So that finishes his game with the bat at least. Will presumably he'll be back in the field at some point with Gloucestershire trailing by only 47 with 8 wickets in hand. But he's had a few vigils, has Ben Charles, with an impressive game with bat in hand. But you're right, when he flicked that off his hip towards mid-wicket, I just looked towards the mid-wicket boundary. I just went, the noise off the bat, the aerial trajectory, it just looked like it had cleared everyone. And again, it is a little bit difficult with some of the trees and the marquees to pick the ball when it's flat. When it goes above them, it's easier for us to see, but it is hard for us to pick it up when it's flat. So I think we both probably had the same reaction, just look towards the mid-wicket fence. Crazy. And all of a sudden we heard some cheers, and Marcus Harris was on his knees with his 2 hands in the air celebrating.
Yeah, almost just because of how easy he made it look as well, because he put his hands up, you know, 2 hands above his head. He just put them up there, and the ball just went straight in. No song and dance about it at all.
Well, here's Balderson, Price's first ball. He tries to bowl a Yorker. It ends up being a leg stump half volley, which is flicked into mid-wicket. There are now 3 catching. Well, they're not all at mid-wicket. They can't all be at mid-wicket. You can't have 3 mid-wickets. But what is it? A catching forward square and 2 catching mid-wickets, let's call it, to go with Jennings, who is still at silly slip, or silly gully.
Yeah, and actually, even taking out the Kookaburra nature of this, sides have tried to do this with Price anyway.
He likes a flick into the leg side, does he? Well, he's defended that one back to Balderson safely. None off 2 to start his innings is Price. Phillips not out 21 down the other end. That was a big moment removing Charlesworth. Of course, getting rid of the set batter on 71, but just given what we've seen from him in this game, his ability to go on and get big scores. A significant moment for Lancashire. Here's Balderson, off the inside edge. Price was coming forward to defend. Wells at that catching square leg comes around to cut off the run. It's a dot ball to finish. It's a wicket maiden for George Balderson to start off today. His 4th over of the innings, his first of the day. His figures are 1 for 12, so he's going at exactly 3 and over.
So many of the wickets have come in wicket maidens as well, particularly for Lancashire. And it's not as though Gloucestershire have been going slowly, but it feels as though there's been an awful lot of wicket maidens. Anderson starting his spell today and starting the day full stop with a wicket maiden, removing Bancroft for 35, and now Balderson's come into the attack from the same end, and he started with a wicket maiden, and both catches in front of square on the leg side. Bancroft, a very full ball that he just couldn't keep down. Just clipped it in the air, caught by Wells at one of those short mid wickets for 35, and then Charlesworth giving that pull shot a serious rap, but somehow Harris has reacted to it and caught it with the utmost ease. Hartley, left arm over the wicket now to Phillips, so he can kick it away, which is exactly what he does. Kicks it into the onside. There's a leg slip, silly mid-off for the one that Phillips judges might be pitching in line, so he has to play at it. Fielder back at deep cover and at deep forward square as Phillips kicks another one away. I wonder whether we will see any difference with this rough out of the foot marks between now and the end of the day, because it didn't feel as though it changed an enormous amount yesterday. Hartley bowls as a very loopy delivery, it almost flummoxes Phillips, and doubly flummoxed him because it went the opposite side of the pitch that it was supposed to. Was trying to roll the wrists and send it leg side, came off a leading edge but along the ground past silly mid-off, and then suddenly they realised that there was a single available there, so they took it. 130 for 2, so 2 down Gloucestershire with still now 46 to score before they even start to get in front. They're in desperate need of a pretty sizable partnership. And 2 big scalps as well, Bancroft and Charlesworth. Hartley switches back to around the wicket now for Ollie Price, who stretches forward and defends, as he's done quite a bit that first innings. He made 31 before he was dismissed by Tom Hartley. He bowls now, and there's a stretch forward again, this time a leave. He's getting a long way down the pitch, trying to negate what spin there might be. He's played a few of his trademark sweeps of varying varieties. They need something probably a bit more than a 31 in this innings. Goes back this time and carves it away and gets his first run out to the offside. And last ball of the over means that Price will have the strike for the next over. 131 for 2. Price, who had that mammoth 253 unbeaten in the fixture at Old Trafford, he certainly took a liking to George Balderson in that innings, particularly the evening before the majority of his runs were scored. He crashed Balderson for, I think it may even have been 4 drives in an over to the boundary, but it's going to be a very different feeling for him facing Balderson here.
Well, he's not going to get anything outside off, is he, with this field?
No.
3 men catching in close on the leg side, a deep backward square. There's a big gap at cover. Anderson is at like a close mid-off catching as Balderson comes in, as that is defended probably just on the off stump to Anderson at close mid-off. Not for the first time this week. I'm finding it very hard to concentrate given the loud music coming from the gym in the pavilion behind us. We had a bit of Coldplay the other day. Today it's Nirvana, I think.
I need to turn your headset up then. In that case, all you'll hear is your own voice.
Yeah, Smells Like Teen Spirit blaring in the background is a bit of a contrast to the pace of play of the cricket, I have to say. Anyway, here's Balderson. Oh, inside edge. He was trying to drive down the ground, was Price. Trickles to one of those close mid-wickets. No run.
Yeah, it's almost a bit like the fixture at Cardiff where we had Alanis Morissette warming up in the distance.
Oh, was she playing in the castle, was she?
I think it may actually have been in the park rather than the castle,
Okay.
but yeah, close by anyway.
Here comes Balderson over the wicket to the right-hander. Oh, half an appeal as he gets wrapped on the pad. Price limps away, but I think that was high and going down leg. Phil Salty is up to the stumps as well, not for the first time with George Balderson bowling this week.
It's funny, I thought that looked quite good from square leg, but obviously there's something that immediately discounted it from even Lancashire's minds.
Balderson full, defended. It's another good bit of fielding by Jack Blatherwick, diving to his right-hand side to cut that one off at mid-wicket. Phil Salt is stalking Blatherwick. I think he was trying to give him a high five, but Blatherwick had his back to him and walked so far away back to his fielding position that Salt just turned around and gave him a bit of a clap instead. He was too far away for the high five. And of course, Salt has to get back to his position behind the stumps. Price on strike for Gloucestershire, driven hard down the ground. Balderson sticks out at his right hand and cuts it off. Another dot ball.
Trying to work out whether that LBW appeal has actually jagged back a bit or whether it's just on the angle. I think it may just be on the angle. Missing leg by a long way.
Yeah, it was only one of those half appeals, and Balderson didn't even turn around to face the umpire. He just stuck his hand up and then immediately put it down. Forward defensive to that full delivery.
There's a fourth ball of the over was a no ball, which I'm sure...
I don't remember seeing that.
No.
It says on the scoreboard here, it says 2 no ball, but they definitely didn't run.
Well, it's two for the no ball.
Right, okay. I thought that normally that would mean... Okay, that looks like they hit it on no ball and ran 2. Is what's confusing about that.
Yeah, two NBs,
Right.
just how it seems to go up, yeah.
Interesting. Another forward defensive to a length delivery brings us to the end of that over. Gloucestershire are 133 for 2. They still trail by 43. 8 wickets in hand, so Lancashire almost certainly will have to bat again. It's just a question of what they will be left with if they do manage to prize out these 8 wickets at some point today.
Yes, because on the scoring system that's used on the live stream, go with 0 NB.
That's the correct
and
scoring.
And then it's just that
everyone knows it's 2
assumption
runs.
is made that yes, that people know in the county championship it's 2 runs for Noble.
That is the correct scoring. I take issue with what's gone up on Gloucestershire's scoreboard here.
And then when there are runs, it ends up being, say, 2 plus 2 NB is what they'll put up on.
Oh, that's
on
far
there.
too
And
confusing.
and I must say this particular scoreboard system is used by, I think, quite a large number of the counties. Hartley bowls and Phillips clips it into the onside, drops through for 1. I've got to say I've never really thought of it any other way, just because I've seen it everywhere. You just get used to it.
Oh, I clearly haven't been
You've
paying
taken issue
attention
with
to the no ball scoring and in-ground scorecards. I must be looking too much at NV Play or Cricinfo or what have you. I'm obviously not looking at the actual scoreboard in the ground enough. To be fair, this one is actually kind of tricky to see with the sunlight. There's now a big shadow right across the bit where it actually has Gloucestershire's total, so you have to be on the ball when we're calling out the score at the end of every over.
Full start from Hartley, because there was still a certain amount of pointing and discussing going on about the positioning of one of those cover fielders. Anderson in very close at short extra cover. Hartley bowls, and Price stretching forward again into the offside defensively. Wonder whether at some point Price is just going to keep doing that. Jennings is at short leg, but I don't know, strong enough position, you could get another one in there. Hartley bowls, and he's been caught at slip. It bounced, Price stretched for it, tried to drive and gets an edge, which actually, even though it didn't go at a maybe traditional slip catching height, Wells realised that it had bounced and he was going to have to move up with it, took it easily at slip, and now Lancashire are very much looking as though they're favourites to win this game. They've got 3 wickets. We've not even had an hour's play. It's 134 for 3, Price gone for 1, and Gloucestershire are 134 for 3.
Yeah, it is, looking at the replay there, it did get a bit of extra bounce off a length, and that's ultimately what it's done for Price, although it was very wide outside that off stump, and it probably wasn't quite full enough to drive. So again, just a shot selection from a Gloucester batter, having spent a few minutes at the crease, just leaves a little bit to be desired there. Yes, the extra bounce has not helped him, but it's so wide and not quite full enough that you just wonder, do you just leave that alone at this stage of the game? There's plenty of protection on the cover boundary. It's not a high reward choice of shot. It's more instinct, just going after the wide one, and the extra bounce has cost him.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looked as though he decided very early that was the shot that he was going to play, and I mean it has bounced, but then it's not a very full delivery. So even if it doesn't bounce, I think he's already having to reach with the hands and adjust to the length and try and drive it on the up and slap it really rather than drive it. So it was always going to be a dangerous shot, and as soon as there was that bounce, then that was the only thing that could happen, really. And now Miles Hammond comes out, and I think Lancashire probably would have taken 3 in the morning session, but got 3 in the first hour as Hammond is forward to that one and getting the front pad probably just outside the line of off, but it wasn't the most convincing first delivery there.
7 wickets in the match now for Tom Hartley. He got 6 in the first innings and is eyeing up a 10 for.
Sweeping is Hammond, hits it firmly, and that'll spin away from the fielder at deep square and be 4 runs. But both Salt and Anderson applauding the delivery from Hartley. At this stage, Lancashire have got time and runs to play with, and they're happy for Hammond to hit the ball in the air. He fetched it from outside the off stump. It was a good shot from Hammond, because short leg was ducking for cover and deep square was the only fielder that was going to be able to take a catch, and he didn't bring him into play.
Well, it's a safe shot as well, given Hartley's bowling over the wicket and he's bowling it outside off. He's going to get outside the line of off stump, so he's not going to be given out LBW here.
Extra fielder in on the leg side now, though, so Hammond has to smother that one, but it ends the over. There's 3 wickets down, though, 38 runs behind, and Gloucestershire, I'm afraid to say, this morning have been very much the architects of their own demise. Lancashire have set good fields, they've bowled to those fields, but all 3 dismissals were very much avoidable.
Yeah, we're just thinking back, well, Cam Bancroft, he just fell over his a little bit, didn't he? As he fell over to the offside while trying to flick, so he wasn't in control of the shot. Hit it aerially. Ben Charlesworth just played a very strong, instinctive flick off his hip to a length delivery and timed it beautifully, just hit it straight to the fielder. You almost wonder if he did go with a full-blooded pull shot, would he have actually just cleared him or even hit it for 6, given it's a short boundary? And then
he's got to be feeling the most unlucky, really, because you don't hit a shot that hard and expect somebody to catch it, but at the same time,
the field was
if
set.
You hit it in the air, you could be caught.
It was just instinct, wasn't it? I don't think he was really thinking. If he was kind of more adapting to the plan, I think he would have been maybe a bit quicker to try and hit it over him and fully commit to the shot, which he didn't do. But here comes Balderson to continue his spell. Phillips forward and defence, no run. And then, yeah, that last dismissal. Price driving outside his off stump. Yes, the extra bounce did for him, but I just think the length, it wasn't there to drive. Kind of his eyes lit up when he saw a wider delivery. He could have even just left it alone outside off because it was going to spin past his off stump, presumably.
Yes, and actually that, you know, when you think back to what sort of mirror image Green was doing to Charlesworth, that's what Charlesworth was doing.
Oh, it's not a convincing stroke. Caught in his crease was Phillips, not really coming forward as he tried to defend inside edge. Somehow finds a gap in that packed leg side field, and he does get it to deep square for a single. Yeah, and now having seen some of his senior partners come and go, Phillips, still seems odd to me to think of the likes of Charlesworth and Price as senior, but in comparison to Phillips, I suppose. But now it's going to have to be Phillips that plays that long innings. Hammond faces up to Balderson. Dot ball defended back to the bowler. The left-hander back on strike. He's got the same field that he had, which did for Charlesworth. He's got those 2 catching mid-wickets, 2 catching covers. Jennings is very close at slip with the helmet on. He's got 5 catchers, 4 of them in front of square. Deep backward point, deep backward square, and the mid-off and mid-on are saving a single. Of course, Charlesworth fell into that trap when he picked out Harris at that close mid-wicket. Hammond just defends on this occasion. No run.
And the one thing you do know about Hammond is that he's somebody that doesn't really get fazed by situations. He did almost defy Lancashire a few years back at Old Trafford in a championship match.
Hammond, the left-hander, Balderson coming around the wicket to him. Half a shout of catch as that one is flicked in the air just for a second, but it lands well short of Wells at close mid-wicket. No run.
Sometimes you almost get the feeling that actually being in a situation where it's very clear what Hammond's got to do, that's when he's played some of his best knocks. And go back to that career best innings he had against Hampshire here. That was very much a back-to-the-wall type innings.
Balderson, length delivery, driven to short extra cover. So it's a dot ball to finish. Gloucestershire are 139 for 3, 45 overs have gone. They are following on, of course, and they still trail Lancashire by 37 runs. Phillips not out to 24. Hammond has just come in. He's faced the 7 deliveries so far. 1 boundary to his name as he is on 4.
Yeah, they've just really, in this match, you know, first innings they let Lancashire, whilst Green and Hartley played it extremely well, they had Lancashire looking as though they should have been bowled out for about 350, and it has been a bit, I'm afraid, of a running theme this season that Gloucestershire have several times been 1 wicket away. As Hartley bowls over the wicket to Phillips, who kicks it away. They've been 1 wicket away, and then there's just that one partnership as they're just about to get to the tail. It's the last partnership that seems to get them. It happened again in that innings. Hartley at 10, then Anderson at 11, and then again the way that they just let things slip a bit yesterday afternoon as Phillips drives square on the back foot for 1, 2 deep point, 140 for 3. Now Lancashire, whilst, well, on day 1 they lost steady wickets, they still were able to recover, and more than recover, get themselves into an incredibly strong position. They have played the better cricket in the game so far, and to such an extent that now they are really pushing for victory. Hartley to Hammond. Hammond plays defensively, the ball trickles back to the bowler.
Changed the field here of Lancashire, given Hammond had that sweep in the final over. Square leg has moved a lot. Well, let's say square, he's gone behind square, given the way the ball spun behind square viciously when Hammond did play the sweep.
Hartley bowls. I thought he was going to go for the sweep again there. He half crouched and then played a bizarre looking leave.
I think
you can play a leave.
It's a good leave in the end, because he's, like you said, he's shaped up to sweep and he's realised it's too full. And I think he realises that if he went through with it, it could have easily taken a little bottom edge onto the pad, and with 3 men around the bat, anything could have happened.
Down the pitch is Hammond. This has gone to the fielder at short leg. Lancashire are all up for it, but not out, says Richard Illingworth. Hammond skipping down, the ball looping off, well, in Lancashire's opinion, bat and pad. And it was well caught by Jennings, tumbling to his left. But I don't know, I've only had 1 look at that on the replay, but I don't know, it looks pad-like.
Didn't hear anything. There wasn't the 2 noises that sometimes you get with short leg catches.
Hartley bowls turned away into the gap between short leg and leg slip. Hammond has a little bit of a thought of 2, but no, it is just going to be a single. So Hammond keeps the strike on 5. Another good over from Hartley, who's really settled in. And Gloucestershire are 141 for 3, trailing by 35. Bang up against it. More thoughts from Nathan Johns, and then it will be Scott Reed.
Yeah, one of those half chances, I think. It was a good piece of fielding, actually, from Keaton Jennings at short leg. He dove to his left-hand side and stuck out his left hand to clutch the ball out of the air one-handed. Good grab, but I just think you can just sometimes tell from body language, can't you? Hammond didn't look overly perturbed. Sometimes when you know you've got a glove on it, your head snaps to where the ball's going in anticipation to see if it gets caught. There was none of that. We up here certainly couldn't hear 2 noises, and umpire Illingworth never looked particularly interested as Balderson comes in. Hammond drives on the ground straight to one of those 2 catching covers.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Scott.
Afternoon, Nathan. Yeah, this is a great first hour from Lancashire. They've been outstanding. Just to try and even create the chances that they have done and pick up 3 wickets in the first hour. They've bowled beautifully, and they've bowled in tandem, haven't they? This spell here from Balderson into his 4th over, 1 for 3 from his first 3 overs in this spell. Hartley 8 overs, 1 for 23. So pressure being applied in different ways from both ends. An excellent first hour.
Round the wicket to the left-hander is Balderson, defended on the back foot. Another dot ball. He continues with this very interesting field, which he has done throughout his spell to left-handers. Like we said earlier, it was what got rid of Ben Charlesworth. He's got 2 catchers at cover and 2 at mid-wicket. Although we'll see if there's a change, because Phil Salters has summoned Jimmy Anderson from mid-on just for a bit of a chat. I'm not sure if that's going to mean that a plan changes. It's a very short conversation, so if Phil Salt did have a suggestion, I don't think Anderson had too much time for it.
It is a tactic, as I said, and Balderson is the bowler to bowl to this plan. It's what he has done on many occasions for Lancashire.
In comes Balderson, driven off the outer half of the bat, well past that kind of short slip, which is Keaton Jennings, and it goes out to deep point for a single.
And I've got to believe that And it looks like that there is enough spin there, at least, to keep Lancashire interested when the bowling's from the chapel end. Not so much from the college lawn end, but it appears, and speaking to one or two of the Lancashire lads this morning, it appears that there is spin when the bowling's from the chapel end. So, not saying that green won't come in and it won't be twin spin. I'm certain we'll see that. But the view from the two of the Lancashire lads I've been speaking to is that it's more from this end. So that's where Hartley's twirling away from through the first hour. And they've got themselves a real kind of accurate probing spell from Balderson from the other end.
Now he's over the wicket with the right-handed Phillips on strike. Defended straight back to him. Luke Wells just had a very aggressive encounter with a wasp there, didn't he? As Balderson was running in. It's a good thing he didn't catch Phillips's eyes. He's right behind him, to be fair. It's difficult to pick up. He's literally standing next to the umpire at catching square leg. It's a bizarre field. They've got him just to the right of Keaton Jennings, who's at forward short leg, except he's about 10 yards behind him. And then to the left of Jennings are the two catching mid wickets. Oh, half an appeal. Well, a bit more than half, actually. Balderson initially didn't look too concerned, and then eventually he turned around and thought, well, I might actually have to ask the question here of umpire James Treadwell after he hit Phillips in the pad, but that looked to be going down leg, and Treadwell was not interested. Yeah, on replay, that's going well down leg. Now Anderson's tinkering again with his field. He's not one to stand still for very long as a captain, is he? He's now gone from a catching cover to a leg gully. And it means Luke Wells actually takes a few steps to his left, which has resulted in him literally standing directly behind Keaton Jennings at short leg. So if the ball comes to him, he might be blindsided, as he was there for a second. Inside edge rolls along the turf, but he does well to pick it up late and gather, and he cuts off the single. So it's the end of the 47th over. Gloucestershire 142 for 3. They still trail by 34 runs. They have 7 wickets left in the shed.
Yes, one each for Anderson, one for Balderson, one for Hartley through the first hour and 10 minutes this morning. Been a really intriguing hour of cricket, and also intriguing to see how Gloucestershire try and go forward from here. Just trying to stick in and defend. Do they get to a point where they want to try and push forward? As soon as they get in front of Lancashire, it becomes a different game. The minute, I suppose, the way that the game is at for Miles and for Phillips, sorry, for Hammond and for Phillips, it's just about trying to get through this little period, isn't it? A hot day, it should get tougher as the day goes on. Bowlers get tired.
Well, in terms of the weather, this has probably been the best day for batting.
Beautiful.
In terms of hot and having a team in the field. It is probably from a Gloucestershire perspective, it's a shame that it's come on day 4. Hartley has having a lengthy conversation with his skipper here around fields. Of course, they are a little bit concerned about that sweep shot from Hammond. He plays it very well behind square, and as a result, he has got a deep backward square. And he also has a man. Is he quite halfway? Maybe he's a little bit short of halfway, but he's behind square on the leg side, and I suspect that's if that hard sweep he plays just flies a little bit off the top edge. But it'll have to be a very flat catch. So it's if Hammond hits it flat and aerial. There is a man just behind square waiting for it. Of course, Keaton Jennings is at short leg, as he has been throughout this match.
Yes, familiar position for Keaton Jennings, adjust the shin guards.
An extra helmet has come on as well as a short leg in play.
Hartley in to Hammond, who's skipping forward and driving the ball away through extra cover and towards the boundary below the pavilion for 4 runs. For Miles Hammond, he moves on to 10.
Yeah, a full toss outside off when you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders on the leg side is certainly not the plan. Good use of the feet from Hammond. The line was wrong from Hartley. He needs to be a little bit straighter, but he turned it into a full toss, which is what created the boundary ball.
Going back and playing it a little later, off the back foot from deep in his crease. Turns it out towards the leg side for no addition to the score. Taps the bat again. 3 catches close in all waiting to bounce. In comes Hartley, balls turned into the onside, one bounce. And it hits Keaton Jennings at forward short leg somewhere on the body. Moving just a half a pace to his left there, Jennings, to make sure he stopped the ball. Hartley twirls in, balls again, forward goes Hammond. Just pops out into the offside as he gets right forward, stretching forward and right across, steering the ball away.
Yeah, I think he needs to get a bit straighter with his line here, does Hartley, especially with that leg slip in place now. It needs to be quite straight and trying to get him tucking the ball around the corner, not padding up and defending into the offside.
Into Hammond, just getting playing to the onside. Turns the ball out to mid-wicket where Anderson fields. And there is there's no run. Another change. Marcus Harris, who was at mid-off, is jogging out towards the leg side. So he's at short, straight mid-on. Anderson's at short mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg. There's a long on. There's a backward square leg, a leg slip, a slip, and a forward short leg. Hartley to Hammond. Just tapped away, calmly away into the offside. Again, a decent lunge forward. End of the over. 4 coming off the first delivery, which was punched away through the covers by Hammond, but he used his feet to get down the pitch and met it on the full. And then defending the following 5 deliveries. So 146 for 3, trailed by 30 Gloucestershire in their second innings. They're following on. 4th and final day at Cheltenham College.
Yeah, they ended up with 7 fielders on the leg side there at the end of the over, and one of the 2 on the offside was at slip. So I think the other one was backward point, so there's nobody in front of square on the offside, which tells you how, probably does suggest that the ball's spinning, actually, spinning into the left-hander and making it hard to play through the offside. What have they got here for us now? Another funky looking field for Balderson. The right-handed Phillips is on strike, leg gully, short leg, 3 catching mid-wickets, deep backward square. Balderson comes in and over the wicket, defended into the leg side. I'm amazed that Luke Wells can actually see the batter. Judging, maybe it's just the angle we have here, but it does look like that Keaton Jennings is standing, if not in his line of sight, when he's looking at Phillips taking guard, then very close to it.
Yeah, he has moved a little, hasn't he? So from what it was in the previous over, and he's just shifting again to his left there. Well, so I think he's got a slightly clearer line of sight. The umpire's gone from square leg to point. There's too many Lancashire players blocking his view.
Short from Balderson. Oh, half a shout of catch. I'm not sure if Phillips got a little tickle on that, but with Salt standing up and the ball gone down leg, it's flown away to the boundary. I think he has actually got some bat on that. So it's a little flick off the hip. Gone very fine for 4 runs. It brings up Gloucestershire's 150. They've done so in the 49th over. Had there been a leg slip, which they have had at various stages, that would have gone straight to him, but Green is not particularly fine. He's more of a leg gully than a leg slip. The ball went nowhere near him as it flew off down to the boundary.
Yeah, that's when you need one of those extra fielders, isn't it?
Because they're not, yeah, well, they're definitely short of fielders on the leg side at the minute, aren't they? Phillips, 2 taps to the bat, up to take and face off to Balderson. He defends on the back foot to Wells at that one of those short mid wickets. It was 3 short mid wickets. It's now 2 short mid wickets and a catching mid on. Anderson has moved himself. Jennings is just taking a bit of a breather, sitting on his knees at short leg. It must be hard work. He's constantly squatting down every single delivery while wearing a helmet. He's also got to come out and open the batting presumably at some point as well. He's not going to have much of a rest. Balderson, full, driven. Wells at short mid-wicket does the fielding. Yes, he's going to bowl this straight. I wonder, you could almost get rid of that point, couldn't he? And move him into somewhere on the leg side, maybe another leg slip or something similar. Maybe going 8-1 is a bit ridiculous. Full from Balderson. He's bowling to his field here. He's keeping that straight line. That was defended again out to one of those short mid wickets. They've been in the game, but a lot of work to do. Phillips has done well to keep the ball on the ground for now.
Yeah, Williams is at backward point, just for a delivery that he doesn't quite get right, Balderson. Runs will come into it. They're only 26 behind now, 7 wickets in hand. It's that balancing act, isn't it, for Lancashire?
Full of a length from Balderson and defended straight back to him. So that's 49 overs bowled now. Gloucestershire did bring up their 150 in that set of 6. Phillips flicking the ball off his hip down to the fine leg boundary. He's on 29. Hammond is 10, having faced 20 deliveries at the other end. And as Scott just said, Gloucestershire are still 26 behind. But they do have 7 wickets left in hand, so they almost certainly will make Lancashire bat again. It's just, what will they set them?
Yep. Well, if we get to a point where Gloucestershire are bowled out, then we could be in for a very good final day. Just depends if Lancashire can prize out 7 more wickets and how quickly they can do it. But the fact they've taken 3 in the first hour just gives the game something to really believe in. Supporters are inside the ground, and there's a sense potentially of some jeopardy being developed on this 4th and final day. It's Hartley in to Hammond. It's defended on the front foot. His bat alongside his pad blocks it. Salt comes behind the stumps to field, loops it back to Hartley. What's he into now? It's 18th over of this innings. He bowled 30 odd in the first innings. He's bowled all morning so far. He might even bowl through the entire session yet. Turned to the onside by Hammond. Anderson's at mid-wicket and there's no run.
Well, there is that rough outside the left-handers off stump, isn't there? So I think, given that he's going to be spinning the ball back in with all those catchers on the leg side, he is the option to try and target that rough.
Comes Hartley, bowls. It's defended again off the inner half of the bat from Hammond, deflected down to short leg, no run.
They could, of course, if they wanted, bring on Chris Green and just challenge the other half of the bat, target the same rough and see if he can spin the ball away. But I think Lancashire probably think they're more likely to get Hammond here out via the inside edge with multiple catchers on the leg side rather than the outside edge.
Hartley to Hammond, forward, defends and uses his bat to send Phillips back. He thought maybe it's just for half a second about trying to go through for 1. Hammond orders him back at the non-striker's end. 150 for 3. Remains on 10. Chris Green stretching as well. As this ball's worked to Green at short fine leg. There's no run. So Green operate quite a lot from the college lawn end. Bowling first time round. Only with the shades on. He's in and bowls again. Forward goes Hammond. And that's jab back to Tom Hartley off his own bowling. That will be a maiden over for Tom Hartley. Yep, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 55. So Gloucestershire 150 for 3, trailing by 26. Phillips on 29 and Miles Hammond on 10.
Well, if Green was warming up, he has not yet come into the attack. George Balderson is going to continue from the college lawn end. He's still got the right-handed Phillips in his sights. Keaton Jennings is currently standing directly behind the wicketkeeper Phil Salt. I suspect that's not where he's going to end up. He's just barking out some orders, or some suggestions rather, to his captain Anderson about where to position the multitude of catchers he has on the leg side. At the minute he's got 3 men standing all in the same position at mid-wicket. They'll presumably at some point split up as they decide what they're doing, but there's a lengthy chat as Jennings is pointing next to the wicket. He's currently on the next cut strip away from the one we're on. He's got his helmet on. Now they're looking behind square. Should they get another catcher in at leg slip? Wales is moving in that direction. Another helmet is coming on, so somebody is going to be going in close.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings chatting to James Anderson and kind of shadowing the shot that potentially Phillips might play. And speaking to Anderson about where potentially catchers should be located. he might play it like this, he might defend it like that. You're wanting someone there, you're wanting someone there. It's a pretty carefully thought out plan by Lancashire here.
Well, based on where he's pointing, Jennings, I think he just wants a friend next to him at short leg. I think he wants two short legs, and lo and behold, who's that? Who's gone in there?
It's Matty Hurst. That
Matty Hurst has gone in. So there's two short legs, and in the gap between them and behind them, there's two catching mid wickets. So this is going to be very straight from George Balderson, and it is straight, and it's defended to mid on, where Anderson is also fielding in close. No run. Yeah, so two short legs, two catching mid wickets, one leg gully, one catching mid on, and there was more of a regulation mid on saving one. He's now come up into a catching position. So there's now going to be two short legs, three catching mid wickets, and a catching mid on, with one man back at deep square, just for good measure. One man, rather. Balderson bowling to this field. Oh, just a moment of confusion there as Phillips defends into the offside, but Hammond did come through. Hammond actually, given the multitude of fielders on the leg side and where Anderson is fielding, he actually has to stand about 4 or 5 pitches over and run in the gap between the short legs and the mid wickets, because he can't run directly next to the wicket because Anderson is blocking him. So just for a second there, he's almost as if he was running as a runner.
Yes, he was so far away, wasn't he?
Who was running for Marchant and Langer last night? Was it? It was Phillips. It was Phillips. Phillips himself. So he's already had practice of running that far away from the strip. Bizarre. Anyway, change of field. The left-handed Hammond on strike. He's got a catching cover slip. 3 catches on the leg side. He steers it off his hip to one of those close men. Marcus Harris does the fielding. Keaton Jennings is shouting something at somebody, and it caused a giggle out there. He loves it. He just loves being out in the field, doesn't he?
I think he clearly enjoys short leg. He spends a lot of time there.
Well, he's gone from slip with the helmet on to leg slip with the helmet on. So there's now a big gap behind square on the offside if Balderson strays with his line, but he's coming round the wicket. Ooh, that ends up at Jennings at leg slip, but via the pad, half an appeal, but it was going down leg. Well, somehow a bail has ended up on the ground. I think did Salt whip the bail off, even though the ball didn't actually go to him?
He did.
I think is that the first one today? I think that's the first time today he's whipped a bail off. Yesterday it was every time he caught a ball he was taking it off. He does replace them himself, to be fair. Balderson round the wicket, fired in down leg, 2 straight. This time Salt mops up behind the stumps. Could take that standing up, never easy.
Yeah, it's been the first time he's kept wicket for this length of time. He's not played a red ball game prior to this since 2023. So I'm not sure if he even kept wicket in that game or not. I presume he did.
Final ball of the 51st over. Balderson bowls full, defended back to him. Dot ball, 151 for 3 is what Gloucestershire have reached. Hammond is still on 10. He's faced 29 deliveries. Phillips been there a bit longer, 51 deliveries. He's got 30. They still trail by 25.
I think our viewers on the live stream just disappeared for a few moments with the pictures, but all is well. Everyone back. Whether you're following the coverage via the BBC Sport website and app,
Number 93,
or
Chris Green.
if you're watching via the live stream as well, you'll be seeing a bowling change. Tom Hartley's spell of 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27 through the first hour and 26 minutes is coming to an end, and Chris Green is his replacement. Give Hartley a breather at least for an over or so.
Phil Salt did keep wicket the last time he played a red ball game.
Okay.
In September 2023, he batted 4. When Lancashire played Middlesex, the top 3 was very familiar: Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings, and Josh Bohannon. Yeah, batting 4 and keeping wicket. He actually got a first bowler, Josh De Cares, the Middlesex off spinner, bowled him. The first ball he faced in the first innings. I say first innings. Lancashire only batted once in that game. They got 413. Made Middlesex bat twice. That match was drawn. It's quite high up, batting 4 in wicket keeping, isn't it? You'd like to be down at least number 6 if you're wicket keeping.
Right, Chris Green for the first time today. Phillips on 30. Green in bowls to Phillips. That's turned into the onside. It just gets past Keaton Jennings at short leg. Through for 1. Moves to 31. 152 for 3. Brings Miles Hammond on strike.
Yeah, it's not a bad single that for Green. Given where the rough is, it is outside the left-hander's off stump. It's going to be more challenging as a left-hander here facing than the right-hander, given you don't want to be just firing the ball in on leg stump as an off-spinner.
Yep, a couple of slips in place in the short leg. And dabs it away into the offside. No addition to the score, 152 for 3.
Jennings is on the move again. Short leg into silly point. Makes sense with the ball spinning away from the left-handed Hammond.
Green in to Hammond, just clips that away through the leg side. And it's in Jennings' switch sides, takes a single through mid-wicket. 11 to Hammond. 5-3 for 3. It's a 23 the deficit now. Just a fraction over half an hour left of the morning session. Will Williams on the field, so he's on for as a 12th man. He's at mid-off, hands the ball to Green, who's into Phillips. This defender comes off the inner half of the bat. Fielded by Jennings, low down to his left at short leg, no run. Green clutching the ball towards his chest, up onto his toes, and then starts to creep his way back in again. And just padded away by Phillips, deflects it down towards Josh Bohannon, who is at leg slip under the helmet. 1 to go of Green's first over. Phillips on 31. As Green comes around the wicket. That's defended into the onside by Phillips. And there's no run, so there's Tom Hartley, who was off the field briefly. He jogs back on. Yeah, about half an hour left until the lunch break. 153 for 3. Phillips on 31. Hammond on 11. Already today, a victory for Essex at the bottom end of Division 1. It was second from bottom going into this round of fixtures. They've beaten Sussex by an innings and 39 runs. Elsewhere, Derbyshire still 6 down, 142 for 6. Leicestershire looking for 4 wickets. Derbyshire still need 300 plus to win. Glamorgan are within 72 of victory over Kent with 6 wickets remaining. And Northants are 5 down, trailed by 250 against Middlesex.
George Balderson continues. That one's fired down leg. Phil Salt takes it, but it was just the most nonchalant. He kind of waited half a second and just gently tossed the bail off. Again, you just can't not do it. Balderson changes his line. He's actually coming over the wicket now to the left-hander. This one is straighter this time, defended to one of the 3 catching mid-wickets. Chris Green is just in front of us at deep backward square, so there is protection on the leg side if Balderson does try a surprise short ball. Keaton Jennings is at leg slip with the helmet on. 3 catchers in close in front of square on the leg side. Balderson comes in, Hammond drives on the front foot, fielded at mid-off. Balderson gets to the top of his mark. He's changed his angle again, back around the wicket to the left-hander. Gets to his delivery strike. That's tickled fine. That will be 4. Hammond adds another boundary. It's a little bit straight from Balderson. Just tucked away nicely off the hip. A little bit of risk in the shot, given Jennings is in a leg gully, but that's gone very fine. It flies up the hill down towards the chapel.
Yeah, margin for error, especially when you're around the wicket. It's so slim, isn't it? Just got it a little bit too straight. Glanced away for 4 runs.
How does Balderson respond? Better line this time. Defended on the front foot. Balderson does the fielding off his own bowling.
Solid plan. They've had this in place now for an hour or so, haven't they, Lancashire? They've changed the spinning option. They've gone from the left arm spin to the off spinner. Will they stick with Balderson, or do they just try and change things up from the other end?
He's back over the wicket. He's moving over and around the wicket almost every ball in this over. This one's outside off and driven. Nice looking drive, but it goes straight to the deep point fielder, so just a single for Hammond.
Suppose on this pitch, if your other seaming option obviously is Jack Blatherwick, you're probably looking to bowl kind of bouncer theory, aren't you, with Blatherwick? Sure, he would be able to consistently do what Balderson's doing with that line and length. So Blatherwick gives you the other option of going short and getting your leg side fielders in place and looking to try and bounce the batter. At the minute, with the game set as it is, as long as Balderson's feeling okay, I don't think Lancashire would be reluctant to change it at the minute.
That single did end the over. Miles Hammond keeps the strike. He's on 16. Gloucestershire 158 for 3. Deficit just continues to tick down. A trail by 18 now. There's again another lengthy conversation as Chris Green tries to get his field right in conjunction with Jimmy Anderson. He's got 2 slips and a short leg. Left-hander on strike.
There's Green in off the back foot. Just dropped into the offside for a single. And moves on to 17, 159 for 3.
I think we have seen George Balderson complete his spell. He's just motioned to the dugout that I think he wants to come off at the end of this over.
Yeah, Jimmy's stretching too, isn't he? Maybe another burst from Anderson just going up to the lunch break. Pushed away by Phillips. Back to Green. And there's no run. If that is the end of the spell from Balderson, he's sent down 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. It's a fine effort. Oh, it's just run down towards third man. Finish edge. Blatherwick scampering after it down towards the boundary. Oh goodness, he's flicked the ball back and he's barged into the advertising board. What have they run there in the end? Have they run 3? I think they may have done.
Yes, Hammond is on strike, so they've run 3. I was too busy worried for the well-being of that advertising hoarding that has just taken an almighty thump, courtesy of Jack Blatherwick. I tell you what, it's a good thing that marquee is empty, because yesterday when that was very full, there's a few patrons who would have been ducking for cover there.
Yeah, Hammond back on strike, so they have run 3, 162 for 3. Yeah, he went full-blooded into the advertising board there, didn't he, Jack Blatherwick? Green in balls, swept, and then Blatherwick low to his right. Can't keep him out of the game at the minute. Doing a fine job. Stops that from the Hammond sweep, which has been a popular shot for Miles Hammond. He remains on 17, 162 for 3.
Left the sweep open. No one back at deep square. Of course, it does mean he's playing against the spin of Green.
Oh, he's playing and missing. Reaching for it. Into the gloves of Salt. Too many that have beaten the bat. It did. Just a fraction quicker from Green. Turn Green will have will be spinning away from Miles Hammond. Final ball of the over, Green in. Hammond drives away. There's a fielder around on the boundary below us. It's George Balderson who sweeps away to his left of field. And they went through for 1. It's the end of the over. 163 3 for 3. Yeah, George Balderson's heading off for a well-deserved break. And maybe a cool drink for a few moments and catch some shade. That's a fine effort. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. And it's going to be another go from Jimmy Anderson from the college lawn end of the ground. I suspect the plan will be similar to what we had from Balderson. I don't think they'll stray away from this plan. Lancashire, the other option to try something different would be Blatherwick, and setting different fields and bowling in a different way, but I suspect the same plans will be in place for Anderson, who replaces George Balderson. Nathan Johns has taken a little break, and Ed Seaborn is back alongside us.
Hello. Yes. Got the 3 wickets. Yeah, bowling to their fields, and why change that up? Anderson into Hammond, and this is played into the ground to one of those 3 fielders there. Glamorgan, meanwhile, 135 for 4 against Kent. So Kieran Carlson, who's 62 not out, seems to be sending Glamorgan to victory. I think it would have been quite convenient for both these sides if Kent could have rallied and beaten Glamorgan, but that doesn't look as if it's going to happen. Anderson into Hammond. He flicks this along the floor to Hurst, who's in the middle of the 3 on the leg side, and there's no run. Yes, because though Glamorgan are going to make second place their own, because Derbyshire are 150 for 6. So that may not see them halfway through the day. Rehan Ahmed has 5 for 58. Anderson bowls to Hammond, and that's dropped down into the offside, this time for no run. 5 for 58 from 25 overs this innings for Rehan Ahmed. He took 6 for 51 in 20 overs in the first innings.
Got a century too, didn't he?
Yes, he did get a century in the first innings. 115, 26 from 18 balls in the second innings. He's just a great cricketer to watch. Always, even when it's just in the field, just always gives you something to smile about. Anderson in bowls. Hammond into the ground again, working to leg, fielded by the middle mid-wicket. But Leicestershire back to winning ways, it would seem. 6 wins out of 10. And it's going to be getting pretty close, with Derbyshire being the side that they're beating as well. Pretty close to mathematically impossible for anybody, or any 2 sides, to stop them from getting promoted, as Hammond is forward defending the ball to mid-off. Well, finishing on the top 2, let's put it that way at least. We can be certain there's plenty of air traffic of late.
Plenty of kind of private
Turn into
jets.
Heathrow. Yes,
There's
that
lots of
is
private
usually
jets around here.
yes, that is usually the way.
Right, is it?
People jetting into their Cotswold pads for the weekend, I suppose.
Oh, lovely.
Anderson in, and Hammond still restricting himself from playing any really attacking shots. Ball's fielded at mid-on, and it's a maiden over from Anderson. 1 for 22 from 8 overs. Wicket in the first over of the day for him, out of Bancroft. And a wicket for Balderson, wicket for Hartley. Did wonder, you know, how were even Anderson with the older ball, even Anderson, how were Lancashire seamers going to be able to support the spinners? Well, so far, it's been 2 out of the 3 wickets that have fallen to seam.
Yeah, I was saying to Nathan before, hang up. I mean, that first hour, it's a pretty impressive effort to have even kind of created the opportunities to take 3 wickets. I mean, there's been some. The catch by Harris was outrageous, wasn't it? Really, it's gone so quickly. Well, it's a fabulous effort. I mean, they'll 7 more wickets before they can even think about trying to chase whatever Gloucestershire finish on or set them. Green's in, dabbed away by Phillips' no run. But on a pitch like this, or surfaces and with the ball like this, when the team just wants to block it and defend it, which is absolutely right for Gloucestershire, it becomes quite difficult.
Yeah, it's still
to get them out.
You're right. It's still the case that all 3 wickets have come from people looking to score.
Yeah. Green to Phillips. That's just nudged away off the back foot out to mid-wicket where Anderson fields, no run.
And of course you do have to score still, you know, the runs are still important and may become incredibly important in terms of later on if wickets continue to fall, and then Gloucestershire have got to get some sort of a score on the board. It may be more of a case of scoring the runs than time.
And defending Phillips, going back into his crease. Anderson's at mid-wicket, no run. So yes. Oh, they've had a bit of seam from the College lawn end, and be hoping that that just helps to try and create something further for the spinners from this end forward. Again, Phillips in defence to Green, no run.
Mitch Stanley is in action today.
Excellent.
I thought you'd think so.
What's he up to?
The Professional County Club Select 11,
Right.
concisely named, against the Pakistan Shaheens.
Superb.
A one-day match.
Green to Phillips, and there's no run.
That's taking place, as is the case with I think every game that's not involving the men's first-class counties or the women's Tier 1 counties, not Surrey. Every other game takes place at Beckenham.
Defended by Phillips to the leg side. End of the over, maiden for Chris Green. With under 20 minutes remaining of the lunch till the lunch break. 1-6-3 for 3, trail by 13.
Anderson delighting the crowd with his keepy-uppy skills there.
Skills, yeah.
5 or 6 of them.
Oh, was it?
There, yeah. Mitch Stanley has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 25 in that game. Got the wicket of Saud Shakil, who's captain of that Pakistan, well, basically Pakistan A side.
Right.
And a bit of news from Gloucestershire this morning, which I haven't mentioned yet, that Dariush Ahmed has signed a deal to play for Gloucestershire during the One-Day Cup. As Anderson bowls down the leg side, Hammond just ends up pulling out of the shot, watching that go by to Salt behind the stumps. So that, I'm sure, you know, it's fairly public knowledge that there are players leaving ahead of next season. I'm sure that's a really good opportunity for him to impress, and with Gloucestershire also having lost Ajit Singh Dale and Marshant de Lange, although with his injury in this game, see whether he'll be able to actually play a part in the 100, but those two were picked up in the wildcard draft as Hammond turns this one into the onside along the ground, and there is no run.
Always seems a bit strange to me that in cricket the players announcing that they're joining other countries, other counties during the course of the season, when you've got such a long off season, such a long winter. Why can't these things happen where nothing can be done until the season's finished?
Well, Anderson over the wicket, bowls full, and Hammond push driving, no run to mid-off. I think that the general feeling about that is that basically they get 1 month off in October, don't they, professional cricketers, before they're then into winter training, and so the players don't really want to be trying to sort everything out in that 1 month. You know,
most of them spend the winter abroad, don't
they? They do, yeah, and that's exactly what I mean, I guess, in that you know, that's the only month that they've then got to sort things out, possibly before they then head off, or you know, stay in this country for winter training, whichever it is. Turned into the onside by Hammond, and again there's no run. So yeah, but I know, I agree. There are many things to do with county contracts and player movements that I think need to be looked at, but it won't be, because nobody ever can get to sit around a table and sort anything out, seemingly.
And agree on something.
Yes, and agree on something. Yes, and have the requisite number of
yes.
Votes to agree on it as well. By the way, what is happening in the county championship next season?
Waiting for an agreement.
Well, 3 fielders close on the onside simply aren't enough. We need
some more.
We need 4, potentially 5 Yeah, I think Williams has come onto the field. He's going to stand at leg slip. Oh, good grief. No, I'm just going to wait. They keep changing it, so I'm just going to wait. I think we are going to have 5 close catches, are we? No, we're going to have 6. Going to have 6 catches on the leg side. Just this absolute ring round Hammond on the onside. Round the wicket, bowling Anderson straight into the ground from Hammond, fielded by Green at somewhere on the leg side, and there's no run. Basically just name a leg side position,
just leg side,
and there's somebody there in close enough.
Yeah, possibly, and you've possibly got someone under a helmet somewhere.
Yes.
There's always, well, that'll be Keaton Jennings. I think he goes to bed with his helmet on, wakes up with his helmet on, has a shower with his helmet. He's just spent most of the week wearing his helmet and his shin guards.
That'd be a little bit tricky for his significant other. He has one. Last ball of the over, Anderson in, and Hammond plays that one from the crease back to Anderson. Think about some more keepy uppies, but it was a half kick of the ball away in slight grump, and it's a maiden for Anderson. So still Gloucestershire have not erased this deficit. 13 behind. These two have put on, what did they put on? 29, I think. 29 in 13 and a half overs. It has been painstaking progress, but vital, because Gloucestershire losing those 3 wickets in the first hour. There's just over 10 minutes to go to lunch. This would be a great time. Well, it was a great time, but a particularly great time for Lancashire to take a 4th wicket. If Gloucestershire could see out these 10 minutes, start to feel a little bit happier about the progress in the afternoon. There will be a second new ball available in that afternoon, but a bit later on.
Chris Green to continue to Phillips, nudged away to the leg side. You're having 7 wickets heading into the final 2 sessions. Feels like you're on reasonably firm ground, especially with pretty much the scores level. 13 behind. Pushed away again by Phillips. Hurst at silly point has gone scrambling away to his right, trying to get something on it. Lots of clapping. Everyone's clapping. Yeah.
Actually, do you know what? Phillips shouldn't have gone down to face there.
Green sent the ball in. Phillips pulled away. It rattles onto the stumps. And
this is, well, I hesitate to use this word, but it's pretty pathetic.
Everyone's clapping. 163 for 3. Again, they prize one out before lunch, doing their best just to try and get underneath the skin of Phillips, try and break the concentration if they can. Green in bowls, Phillips right forward. It's low down to his left, and there's no run.
Of course, now that he pulled out of that delivery, they're going to do it every delivery. I think there's some of the spectators have just decided to join in anyway.
I think they have, yeah. I think they have. Green in bowls. Fiddles that one away behind square on the leg side. And there's no run. Gathered by Balderson, who's at back with square leg.
Umpires fairly
well,
unmoved.
I don't think there's a rule against clapping. 163 for 3. Green in and balls to Phillips. Forward again, pushes it out towards the onside. And there's no run.
No, but I think there is a rule against doing it as somebody's trying to face up.
1 ball left of the over. Phillips on 34. Green comes over the wicket, bowls again. And he's dealt with that pretty well. As Joe Phillips just pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. A maiden over. It's the end of the over. And Gloucestershire 163 for 3, trail by 13. Lunch is not far away, and maybe just a nice little bit of shade for half an hour and a cool drink is in order. At least for me, if for nobody else.
Goodness me. Well, yeah, never mind. I suppose it gives us something to talk about.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it keeps it interesting.
But if that's the way it's going, dear me. Right, Josh Bohannon's going to bowl.
Excellent.
Because Gloucestershire just simply aren't giving these wickets away quickly enough for Lancashire. They're daring to hold them up, so that we've had to resort to unison applause, and clearly there's no point in bringing on a new ball bowler in Jack Blatherwick. They're going to go to.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's to
Josh Bohannon.
I think it's a good option for Lancashire.
Yeah, I see why they're doing it, because the theory seems to be take the pace off in a way and then bring those leg side catches in. So many being silly.
And try and kind of ball them out a little bit if they can.
Yeah, and also just maybe do them for the lack of pace. Yeah. And that almost with this old ball, that that might be where the ball is then played in the air rather than because it's gone through too quickly. But you've taken 3 big wickets in the morning. I don't know. It feels like a Lancashire sort of. I'll come back to that. Bohannon bowls and Hammond plays defensively to cover it. It feels as though they're sort of betraying the fact that they don't. They think that they're not going to not quite that they're not going to take a wicket, but that wicket taking is so hard out there that they're sort of having to do other things.
Well, they are, aren't they?
But I don't think. I think if they just keep plugging away the way that they've been, got a good chance. Bohannon in, Hammond defends on the front foot, well down. There we go. I thought that might happen. Yeah, I was about to say well down the pitch, and Salt not up to the stumps.
Well, I was watching this.
He will come up now.
I was watching this morning. Josh Bohannon was bowling in the warm-ups, and it is a very good option because they can't obviously keep flogging Balderson and Anderson, and he's a very decent option with some medium pace.
Bohannon bowls low full toss. It's clipped away down the ground, and I don't think Anderson's going to get there. It's a full toss. Never know. It might get a wicket. It might just be the one that produces the wicket. And would you believe it? There's a rapturous round of applause for that boundary. We're still going. Lancashire are joining in as well. There we go. That's good. I like that.
Yeah, it's all good fun.
167 for 3.
Problem is, of course, with Bohannon is that you're going to get the odd one wrong because he's not a frontline bowler.
Hammond has 22. The deficit 9. Bohannon bowls. This is clipped into the onside. Again, not for the first time. It's almost as though Luke Wells is fighting somebody to stop the ball. He didn't actually push Matty Hurst that time, but there is no run. Well, things have got rather livelier toward the end of the session than I thought.
Should we start clapping too?
I think we could, but it might come through quite loudly on the mics. Bohannon bowls. And Hammond has nothing to do with that other than to play defensively.
Yeah, so I was watching Bohannon bowl this morning. Thinking actually, because you've only really got 2 seam options. Blatherwick's a different type of bowler. I'm not sure he's going to get much success out of this pitch. So Bohannon's a decent option for you, but he's not bowled medium pace for quite a few seasons.
Bohannon bowls over pitches, but Hammond's drive, which I thought was aimed for the covers, and yes, judging by the way where he's rehearsing that shot, it was aimed for the covers. It ends up at mid-on, but there's no run. It never really left the ground, and the over is completed. 167 for 3.
He bowled a bit of off-spin in the last. Actually, he's bowled more this season, more off-spin this season than he has done, I think, in the previous 6 combined. But it's been a while since we've seen Josh Bohannon jogging in with some nice medium pace. That kind of happened when he first got into Lancashire's team, and they quickly put that to bed, concentrating on batting at number 3 instead. Yeah,
he's listed as right-arm medium on this.
Yeah, it's been
system.
A few seasons since he's bowled that.
Yeah.
he's giving it a go before lunch today. Right, we've got 4 minutes to go before the lunch break. Here's Chris Green. That's a nice shot, punched up towards mid-on. Phillips gets through for a single.
I don't think Harris expected them to take that single. They've not been really pushing the quick ones, but Harris just about deep enough to allow it. But you could see him not really move towards the ball because I wasn't particularly expecting that. Fortunately, from a Gloucestershire point of view, Hammond ran through as well.
So that gets Hammond back on strike. These two have pretty much battered through the hour, haven't they? It's that the 3 wickets fell in that first hour, so Phillips and Hammond have put together a partnership here to get Gloucestershire on the brink of lunch with wickets in hand going into the afternoon. Left by Hammond and taken by Salt.
Yeah, 61 minutes it was at the start of this over, I think.
1-6-8 for 3. Green in bowls. Left by Hammond. Bursts into and out of the gloves of Phil Salt. 2 slip catches in place. There's a forward short leg. Catching gully. A couple of cover fielders. Dabbed away by Hammond. Gathered by Anderson, who's at extra cover, and there's no run. There's 2 balls left. It might just be chance for another over if Green gets it through quickly, but he's got 2 balls to send down. Miles has gone back and has gone right on the stroke of the lunch break. Miles Hammond has been trapped LBW for 22 by Chris Green, and Gloucestershire lose their 4th wicket. So 168 for 4. Lancashire are able just to prise that partnership open before the lunch interval. Fine effort from Hammond and by Phillips, almost getting Gloucestershire to lunch at 3 down, but Hammond falls victim to Green just on the brink of lunch.
Yeah, it looked dangerous, really, didn't it, when he went back like that. And you know that Green's not deviating too much from the stumps. And it looked as if it was likely to be pretty dead, and I think it was. And would you believe it? You stay patient, you pick up wickets.
4 down.
Thanks, thank you. I've been silenced. I've been silenced. Gloucestershire losing a 4th wicket, though, still behind. So that's the other part of this. 8 runs behind, and they're going to have to bat for the entire afternoon and probably for a good part of this evening session now to save this game, because Lancashire will fancy a short chase. There are 66 overs to go in the day's play after this one. Of course, you lose 2 for the change of innings, but that's an awful lot of time, and Hammond's somebody who has certainly had history of combating teams in this sort of situation. He batted for 64 balls, but he's gone right on the stroke of lunch, and that is lunch. 8 behind, 4 down. It is a precarious position for Gloucestershire. We'll be back after lunch. Well done, everybody. Welcome back for the afternoon session here at Cheltenham, where Gloucestershire have a fight for survival on their hands and Lancashire continue to push towards a potential victory, as Gloucestershire are 168 for 4 at lunch, having lost Miles Hammond right on the stroke of lunch. And James Bracey, who is the new batter for Gloucestershire, has 1 ball to face of the Chris Green over. And here it comes, 4 men round the bat. Off spin in to the left-handed Bracey, who is defending away. So 66 overs remain as a minimum in a way, although of course with last hour stuff things change, but if we're in the last hour, then there's probably a good chance Gloucestershire have done enough to save the game. But run scoring won't be easy. They only scored 70 runs in the morning session, so if they go at that sort of pace, then actually they probably will need to be batting even towards the final hour if they're going to save this one. So there's a lot of time remaining for Lancashire to take these 6 wickets. Joe Phillips on 35, he will face up, and Nathan Johns is alongside me. Josh Bohannon straight away.
Interesting one. He got an over just before lunch, didn't he? I think we, at the time, thought this was just just try something a bit different to create a bit of chaos before the lunch break. But they must have liked what they saw, or at least James Anderson did, or maybe he just wants a bit of a break. And George Balderson had a lengthy spell in that morning session. Bohannon is going to continue, right arm medium, left alone outside off. Phil Salt is up. He juggles the ball, and despite juggling the ball and giving Phillips plenty of time to make his ground, not that he left it, he still whips the bails off. His 2 catching mid-wickets in place. What would you call that? Would you call that a leg gully or a close backward square?
Yeah, probably that.
Backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep square. Behind short of a length. Straight line steered off the back foot to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I almost wonder whether Bohannon had it in his mind that he was going to have a second over, because the wicket fell at something like 12:58.
They definitely would have got another over in.
Yeah, they would have got another over in, so perhaps he said, well, come on, I want my over.
Stat padding. Got to bring that economy down, having gone for 4 runs already. Full pushed through the offside. It's a nice looking cover drive. He's a shorter boundary here, so the ball may well win. Harris, well, he doesn't put in a dive. Just a gentle cover drive brings Phillips a boundary.
Well, this is a tough test for Joe Phillips. A lot of his other senior colleagues in the top order have left it to him, but this is an opportunity to, I suppose, be the making of Joe Phillips.
Hannon over the wicket to the right-hander. That's another strong shot through the offside, but this time he can't pick the gap. Harris at extra cover does the honours.
Now a score of 80 on this ground against Worcestershire. A couple of years back, that was also a desperate fight for survival, that game, although I think Phillips's 80 came in the first innings of that one.
In comes Bohannon. Not the most convincing of forward defensive shots from Phillips. It elicits a few oohs and ahs from the Lancashire fielders, who are understandably well up for this, well on top, knowing that if they can build some pressure, they really can cause a match-winning collapse, perhaps.
The clapping continues.
Yeah, this must be some sort of pre-arranged joke. They have not stopped clapping since Bohannon released his last delivery. But they've stopped now, and he releases it, steered off the hip. Luke Wells puts in a big dive at shortward wicket. End of the over. So the 61 over is gone. Gloucestershire 172 for 4. They still trailed by 4 runs. Bohannon as well, 2 overs, none for 8. I'm sure at some point someone might explain what the clapping joke was. But
well, I did rather enjoy the suggestion as the PA came over about welcoming the Lancashire fielders to the middle, and somebody suggested perhaps they could clap themselves on.
But they kind of did just there, didn't they?
Yes, well, I don't think they need any more encouragement.
I suspected that punter was a member of Gloucester persuasion rather than a Lancashire fan.
Here's Green. stalking approach, bowling round the wicket to Bracey, who's nudging into the leg side. There's nobody out there. Chance of a second, but they don't turn it back. So Bracey's off the mark with 173 for 4.
Bracey set off very slowly there. There was always 2 if he wanted it, but I think as the left-hander with the ball spinning outside his off stump into that rough, I think he was more than happy just to go down and give the honour to the right-handed Phillips.
Well, Bracey is, I think, so often absolutely key to Gloucestershire's hopes here. Round the wicket, Green to Phillips, who is forward and playing this one as straight as possible, right down the middle of the pitch. Van Buren due in next, then Actor, probably Murphy, Singh Dale, and then DeLange batted at 11 in the first innings with the injured hamstring as Phillips stretches forward, defends back to the bowler. I think I'd still, we mentioned it in the first innings as well, I think, I'd still be tempted not to send DeLange in at 11. Green bowls, Phillips defends into the ground. Some yelps, but the ball wasn't in the air for more than a smallest fraction of a second. Stopped at short leg.
So would you put DeLange up the order, just create a bit of chaos, bit of a counter punch?
Assuming, I mean, it depends what the situation is. Green bowling on the back foot. Phillips defends to silly mid-off. Deep square comes in for the last delivery of the over. So seemingly they want to have whoever's going to bowl the next over, whether that be Bohannon or not, bowl at Bracey. Green to Phillips. Again, big stride in and plays to the bowler's right. So just the single from the over, 173 for 4, still behind by 3 runs. Gloucestershire. I just think if it gets to a situation where, you know, you're down to maybe 10, I think you probably send Actor and then Murphy. Murphy's shown that he played some good-looking shots actually in the first innings and then ran out of partners. But I just feel that you've got actually a bit of a weapon in DeLange in terms of somebody that could get that total up a bit, and it may be that it's a situation where, you know, you start to think, well, actually we need enough runs to bowl at, or potentially, you know, start to make the equation very difficult in terms of runs per over, and DeLange's the one who's going to do that.
Bohannon's going to continue here around the wicket to the left-handed Bracey, defended on the back foot, back to the bowler.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I also think that he almost needs the freedom to be able to swing at a ball that's in his arc, at everything that he feels is there for him. He probably doesn't have that if he's at 11. He will block a few deliveries that maybe he actually could have middled for 4s and 6s.
Defended on the front foot by Bracey. Bohannon again cleans up off his own bowling. Lancashire has been their want with seam bowlers bowling from the College lawn end with a left-hander on strike. They've got 2 catches in front on either side of the wicket, so 2 covers, 2 mid wickets. The clapping continues. There's definitely something going on here. When Bohannon's bowling, they need to be clapping for as long as possible, some sort of in-joke. Clapping stops as he gets to the top of his delivery stride, defended on the front foot. Keaton Jennings does the fielding. Sorry, Jack Blatherwick does the fielding. Keaton Jennings is that. I'm so used to Keaton Jennings fielding close in front of the bat all day. He's disappeared. He's gone to a backward point.
Yes, the furthest he's been away today.
I don't recognise him without his helmet on. Bohannon fired down leg. Bracey leaves it alone. Salt does well to get something on that and stop for the 4 byes.
Yeah, just a matter of knocking those ones down, really.
I'm a little bit surprised they've given Bohannon more than 1 over after lunch. I mean, the novelty factor to see if something happens, fine, but I mean, I don't think Blatherwick hasn't bowled today, has he? No. I know Bowler's had a lengthy spell, so he could do with a bit of a breather. Anderson is available as well. Changed to over the wicket this time. Oh, that one might have just stopped in the pitch a little bit. Bracey was looking to cut, but he was on it too early and gets a bit of an under edge into the offside. they're not short on bowling options, are Lancashire, and given they still need 6 wickets in 2 sessions, which is it's not a lot, but it's not insignificant either. I'm not quite sure, can they afford to be, maybe not wasting overs, that's a bit harsh on Bohannon, but maybe not the optimal use of overs. In comes Bohannon, full straight forward defensive stroke to end the 63rd over. It's Gloucestershire, they still trail by 3 runs, 6 wickets in hand. Bracey has faced 8 deliveries since coming in. Well, he came, his wicket that brought him in was the last ball before lunch, wasn't it? So he's faced 8 deliveries since the lunch break. Phillips has faced 81 balls and he is still there on 39.
Yeah, I suppose, well, you could be certain Hartley will have a sizable bowl in the afternoon session, but yeah, I don't know. You wonder whether there's the feeling that they don't want to actually give any pace on the ball for Bracey early in his innings, and I know that Hartley can't bowl all afternoon. Yeah, I don't know. Haven't seen anything of Wells today either. Be another option. Green floats this one up there, and it's driven pleasantly by Phillips. But again, he's controlled it well, as he did the drive for 4 in the Bohannon over. Just for a single, that one to deep mid-off. He's on to 40. 174 for 4. Green battling with Bracey, 2 slips and a short leg, and there's the outside off stump line from Green, trying to tempt Bracey out of the rough, and that time leaves it alone. He did, Green, tempt, oh sorry, it was Hartley, wasn't it? Hartley tempting Ollie Price, driven off the back foot square on the offside. Balderson has to get his body behind that one, saves it. Yeah, it was sort of the reverse, wasn't it, with Hartley bowling into the footmarks outside the right-hander's off stump, turning it further away, and Price getting the edge to slip. Bracey forward running this off the outer part of his bat, in front of Bohannon, under the helmet at second slip. 1 off 11. And whilst Gloucestershire is still right around this Lancashire total, as Green bowls Bracey back and defending back to Green, that was what got Hammond out at the end of the session, going back and pinned in front. But whilst Lancashire are preventing these runs, Gloucestershire are just extending the amount of time that they've got to bat here, as Bracey drives square to backward point. There's no run, 174 for 4 at the end of that over. I mean, the feeling was even yesterday evening that run scoring at any sort of a rate was going to be quite tricky, which I think led to the probably tongue-in-cheek suggestion about a declaration and setting something in the final session, which I don't really anticipate. I certainly don't anticipate it now. And it's being borne out here, and also with a day of sun on this pitch, there is that danger that it could get even slower and tougher to score on.
Well, Bohannon's going to continue here. He's getting, what's this? This will be his 3rd over since the lunch break. He had 1 just before. 2 catching mid-wickets in, short of a length punch to one of those short men on the leg side. Sorry, that sounds like I'm calling Marcus Harris short there, as in he's fielding in short. He's not the tallest man on this Lancashire team. Is Harris? Oh no, that wasn't Harris. Harris on this side. I think that might be Matty Hurst, actually, who is also not one of the taller men on this Lancashire team. The end result is the dot ball, and Bohannon turns at the top of his mark and comes back in over the wicket. That one again just stuck on the pitch a little bit. Catches Phillips by surprise just slightly as he's defending that on the front foot. Popped up a little bit.
Oh, no ball.
It was a no ball. Not for the first time. The Lancashire seamers have been partial to the odd overstep. Bohannon tries to just get to the top of his mark and turn in one motion, but Phillips wasn't ready. He is ready now, though. Down leg, half a shouted catch. Oh, Phil Salt with an opportunistic appeal. He took the ball down the leg side and just whipped the bails off as Phillips was moving around in his crease. He was just wondering if that back leg was in the air or not. And Richard Illingworth at square leg, I don't even think he responded to the appeal, let alone dignify it with a call of not out.
So scores level with that no ball.
Driven on the front foot. Anderson comes around from mid-off to keep the scores level for now.
So you could pretty much work with this being the case anyway, but now officially it's 2 overs plus the one in progress off the time that Lancashire would have to bat.
Very full from Bohannon. Outside off. Phillips could easily have had a go at that with the drive. There is protection at deep point, but he decides just to defend. Another change in the field. Anderson was at a short he was at a regulation mid-off. He now comes into a short catching position. Marcus Harris at extra cover, moves back behind him. Another full delivery outside off, which is defended. No run.
Spectators basking in the sunshine over on the far side. It's beginning to look a bit like the mound stand at Bristol when it's sunny over there. People sprawling themselves across about 8 seats. Feet up in front of them, arms spread across.
Wow, that's a clever shot from Phillips. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. George Balderson is very good at covering ground out there at the deep. Just to open the face to run it down to third man for 2 runs, and it takes Gloucestershire into the lead. They now lead by 2. They're on 178 for 4, so a slim lead with 6 wickets still in hand. Phillips adds another 2 to his total. He's now on 42. Bracey is a bit more sedate down the other end. 1 off the 13 deliveries he's faced after 65 overs in this second Gloucestershire innings.
Yep, still a perilous position for Gloucestershire. Maybe feel slightly better for being in the lead, but it doesn't really change a huge amount. Green to Bracey, who goes for the drive, hits it firmly in a good hand from Balderson at extra cover, saves what would have been a boundary. There's no protection at deep cover for Bracey. Thought he might have just picked that gap, but not quite. Still is able to get off strike. 179 for 4. Glamorgan have beaten Kent by 5 wickets at Cardiff. Green in, back foot defence from Phillips, square on the offside. So I think that means 16 for the win. They got 3 bowling points, so 19, and then another couple of batting points, so 21 on the board for Glammy. Green bowls, he's gone for the slog sweep there as Phillips, but the appeal for LBW turned down as he misses the ball. Played one of those to some good effect earlier on in his innings, Phillips, but that was too full to really get hold of. I don't know.
They liked that. All the fielders around the Lancashire bat, as did Chris Green, down on one knee, pleading with Richard Illingworth. I just think, given the angle and the way he's bowling around the wicket, might that have just bounced off over the top of off stump or even outside off.
Green bowls, a square drive, flashes away, and that will run down the hill. Blatherwick has no chance of catching that one, and it crosses the boundary rope. 183 for 4. Just having another look at that. He's drifted it in, has Green, but whether it's just pitched outside, possibly.
Yeah, that's always a consideration for the off spinner when bowling around the wicket. Does he pitch it in line? But equally, it's hard to tell how much he's spinning it. I just think with the way Green comes with his action, he's angling the ball always across the right-hander. He does have to spin quite a lot to come back and actually stop it from missing off stump.
Green bowls, Phillips clips it away. I don't think that was in the air. It was certainly away to Jennings' left regardless. A single taken out to deep mid-wicket. And it's 100 84 for 4. Phillips 47. It looks as if in this over he's decided that he wants to get a bit of a move on.
The psychological boost of being in the lead. All of a sudden they have to score runs and try and set something.
Maybe that did change it. Green bowls to Bracey, who's forward and nudging that one, having got right to the pitch of it to point. And 6 runs from the over. The lead is 8. 60 overs remain. Gloucestershire 184 for 4. I mean, Gloucestershire may have to face actually a decent chunk of the 60 if, as may happen, Lancashire are taking wickets and they could stick Green and Hartley on from either end, and that could mean they've got to face a large number of overs. There are 14 overs also left until a new ball is available, so that's another thing that Lancashire have got up their sleeve, although that will be the last new ball that they'll get.
Change of bowling just been announced on the PA system here at Cheltenham. Josh Bohannon's 4-over spell either side of lunch has come to an end. Probably maybe a few overs later than it should have done. But anyway, Jack Blatherwick is going to come into the attack. I think that this is the first time we're going to see him today with the ball. He's been grazing out in the deep in the field for a good chunk of it. He's been fielding in the deep, but he's also been one of those myriad of close covers they've had at various stages. But he's now
fielded well.
He's fielded very well. Well, if you remember the ball before Charlesworth's dismissal, which was that stunning catch with Marcus Harris close in, Blatherwick had pulled off a diving one-handed stop, which, well, I'm not going to say it kept Charlesworth on strike because it could have gone for 4 in any case.
Yeah,
but it
would have done. But
the psychological kind of building of pressure
and it may have added to the fact that Charlesworth thought he really wanted to thump that next one incredibly hard and hit it in the air. And yeah, exactly.
He's got the ball now. He's having a long conversation with his skipper, Jimmy Anderson. They're discussing the positioning of Keaton Jennings at leg slip. He was very fine. He's now moved a bit square, so he's gone from a leg slip to a leg gully. There are still those 3 catching fielders close in on the leg side, forward short leg and 2 mid-wickets as Blatherwick comes in for his first delivery. That's run down the 3rd man. Balderston is going to have some work to do here to prevent it going up the hill. I don't think he's going to get there. In fact, he's given up the chase already, and that's another boundary for Phillips, and it brings him to his half-century. 51 for Joe Phillips. He's faced 94 deliveries. I'm in tandem with the PA here. 8 boundaries.
You can't win.
I can't compete with that heft of the in-ground sound system. But it was a particularly fervent celebration from the Gloucestershire members. A bit of defiance, rearguard defiance from Phillips. Blatherwick responds with a full delivery that's straighter. Doesn't give him the width that he offered in the previous delivery, which allowed Phillips to carve it to the boundary. But this time it's defended straight back, no run.
Yeah, I mean, just forgetting a little bit of the shenanigans that we've had out in the middle. You know, he's a promising young player, is Phillips, only 21 years old, twin half centuries now in this match. He's having a good game.
Blatherwick top of his delivery stride, little bit shorter this time, but it's defended once again. He's recovered well. His first ball, oh, I think that might have been,
it was
a no ball. It was.
I must admit, I didn't see the umpire signal it. I just happened to look at the.
Well, I just saw
the delayed stream that we've got up in front of us.
Exactly the same thing. Just out of the corner of my eye on my screen here, I just saw James Treadwell's left arm jettisoned from its usual spot. So it's no ball from Blatherwick. In he comes again. Ooh, half an appeal for a catch down the leg side. I think the appeal came from the fielders close to the bat who heard a noise. Blatherwick wasn't interested at all.
Neither was Salt.
Probably flicked a bit of thigh pad on the way through down the leg side. Good footwork from Salt to take it. Never easy when they go down leg like that.
I feel a bit for Blatherwick in this situation. You know, you come into the game and you get given the new ball even in the first innings, and then it takes until the second session of the final day for you even to get a spell.
Short, pulled away. Oh, Jennings with a diving effort, but it's past him at leg slip. Bit of a misfield there. I think that might be Tom Hartley out there who does the fielding at deep backward square, but he keeps it to a single.
And it is the one thing that Lancashire do miss in this attack. They don't have somebody with out-and-out pace. Blatherwick is the quickest that they would have. Not that they, I guess in this situation where they're trying to keep the runs down, would be looking just to bang everything in short and try and get Gloucestershire pulling away, but they don't really have the opportunity to go to that at any point because of the composition of their attack.
Blatherwick around the wicket now with Bracey on strike. Pulled short ball. Perfectly positioned is Tom Balderson, a deep backward square. Barely has to move. Bracey adds a single to his name.
I mean, you know, you could get a wicket. It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen a wicket off. You know, back to that Harris dismissal, maybe on day one even a little bit, just through the shot and up in the air it goes. But yeah, Blatherwick is really going to have to bend his back if he wants to get something out of this surface on the short ball, and Bracey pulled that away very easily.
Phillips squaring up to Blatherwick. Drives on the front foot to short mid-wicket. Dot ball brings to an end that 67th over, a long over with the no ball in it. Gloucestershire now lead by 16. They're 192 for 4. Phillips has gone past another half century. He's 52 off 99 deliveries faced. James Bracey at the other end is on 3, following the 16 deliveries that have been offered to him.
So Lancashire would take 22 points if they can force a victory here. That would move them to 124 points in the table. So they would still be 21 points behind Glamorgan. But of course they've got Glamorgan to play next. They've got Glamorgan to play twice. Whoa. Green bowls, Bracey drives, slams it to mid-off, but won't get a run. Still got Sophia Gardens, of course, who are selecting a place of rest for Scott Reed. A hotel.
Did he?
So that game. Green bowls a little bit short and cut away, and I don't think that's going to be caught. Not to that short side. Out to the boundary at deep backward point. Rare miss of length from Green. He's bowled so few that could really be punished like that. And it's a boundary to James Bracey. He's on to 7, and it almost is as though they've got into the lead and Gloucestershire have gone, right, let's put our foot down a little bit and just have this feel as if it's getting away a little bit. Lead is only 20 though. Green bowls and Bracey goes right back and then judges that it's maybe too close to cut or to drive. And there's no shot.
Yeah, offside dominant field here for Green. 2 slips, backward point, catching cover. Smooth.
Sorry, I've just completely forgotten that was my over, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah,
Yes.
it's okay.
Sorry, I missed. The ball was defended by Bracey.
To be fair, you did do the first 3 balls.
Yes. It probably is a good idea to continue having done that. Bracey chops down on that late into the ground to backward point, but that was a last minute heart in mouth almost jam down on the ball from Bracey. I don't think it really kept low, but I think he just misjudged the length of it, but survives. Green round the wicket, bowls right up to the bat that time, and Bracey is forward and smothering for no run. So 196 for 4. Should also say Derbyshire 195 for 7 at Derby, where Zach Chappell's made a half century in some defiance, but Arian Ahmed, 11 wickets in the match already, looking for more. He and Leicestershire still look as though they are going to be heading for a victory, and Derbyshire, let's see how many. They're barely going to get anything from that game. They didn't get a batting point, and yeah, they only just got their second bowling point. Leicestershire's collapse happened either side of the 110 overs, so Derbyshire will only be taking 2 points from that game. So Lancashire will be right on Derbyshire's heels if they could get a victory here, but Glamorgan are the side who've made the big move so far.
Well, Lancashire have made it move in their field. They've gone deep backward square to fine leg, and Jennings has gone from leg slip to a catching backwards square. That one's banged in on a length. This field does suggest there might be a few shorter deliveries. 2 men out on the hook, 2 men catching in close in mid-wicket, 1 catching behind square on the leg side, but that one, which was shorter, is just defended back to the bowler.
Likewise, Gloucestershire, if they can draw, they'll get 13. So actually, they'll also be on 124. So 21 points behind Glamorgan. So a fair chunk of points.
Blatherwick short, pulled straight to that man at fine leg, who has just been put back there for the hook. Hartley with a bit of a misfield, but Phillips was only ever interested in 1 run there.
It is just amazing, though, the turnaround for Glamorgan from the start that they had. It was a very flat pitch at Bristol in the early season, but Gloucestershire had Glamorgan following on in that game, but Ingram, both innings, Ingram did what he seems to have been doing all season. It's just extraordinary, the number of runs that he's scoring again. But if you'd have said then that that was a side that was in promotion contention, I don't think too many people would have believed you.
Bracey's batting out of his crease here, triggers back and across, and then defends on the back foot.
It took a couple of early hammerings as well. After about 3 or 4 rounds, nowhere at all, and then just gone on a bit of a surge. 4 wins out of 10 with 4 draws. Even though the last couple of years had always been a side that had been quite difficult to beat. You know, they drew a lot of games.
Blatherwick around the wicket, defended on the front foot this time. Anderson, oh well, he said he did the honours. He made a bit of a meal of it at mid-on.
He's going to be pumping his fist the next time he fields it cleanly again. That was quite funny when he did that.
And he still hasn't actually picked up the ball. He's ended up accidentally misfielding it back towards the top of the bowler's mark. Maybe he's just being efficient with his use of energy. But they didn't take a single on the misfield though, so James Bracey's still on strike. Blatherwick with 4 men close to the bat, 2 on the offside, 2 on the leg. Oh, and he's nicked him off. That's a superb catch from Phil Salt, low diving to his left-hand side. It was a bit of a nothing waft outside the off stump from James Bracey, and he is furious with himself. He just punches his bat as he then sticks it under his arm. This is going to be a very, very slow trudge off the pitch. He's gone for 7, having faced 25 deliveries. Nicked behind off the bowling of Jack Blatherwick. It was a short delivery that was angled into him. Not quite nipping back, maybe just Blatherwick coming wide of the crease and targeting the body. Bracey couldn't get his bat out of the way, and in the end, I'm not quite sure where he was trying to hit that. Maybe he was trying to run it down to third man, but he's only guided it into the gloves of Phil Salt, who takes a good diving catch.
Yeah, it's a really sharp one, because Salt's got to be in quite close, because a full ball is probably not going to carry especially well through to him, and so not a great deal of time for that quick edge. He's moved well there to snaffle that one, and as you say, it was just a shot from Bracey. It was from the crease. It was too tight really to play square on the offside as strong as he is through that area. Just ended up flicking, chopping at it, and that is another absolute body blow for Gloucestershire. 21 for 5 effectively, and their leading run scorer for the season in James Bracey, back in the hutch, threatening 1,000 runs again this year, 1,000 runs last year. Really would have been somebody that Gloucestershire would have been looking towards, and yet again it's the youngster Phillips who's left at the non-strikers end, and here's Graham van Buren, who is on a king pair.
Well, Keaton Jennings was just standing very close to the stumps there as Van Buren came in, and he spent about 30-45 seconds potentially having a bit of a conversation. I suspect just reminding Van Buren of his status on a king pair. He's got 5 catchers in front of the bat greeting him as Blatherwick comes in. Straight delivery, defended back to the bowler. Lots of oohs and ahs, but it was a comfortable enough defensive shot from Van Buren. So he at least is off the king pair, but is still on a pair, having failed to get off the mark there, and he will remain off the mark for a few deliveries at least, as that's the end of the over. So 69 overs bowled. Gloucester are 197. They are now 5 down. But as you say, Ed, for all intents and purposes, given they lead by 21, they are 21 for 5. As they continue to try and save this game, and the longer the afternoon goes on, the more it looks like their attempts are in vain.
Yes, well, Lancashire still very much on schedule. I think the schedule means that it's over to Scott Reed.
You off, are you? Well, we'll chat to Ed later on, I'm sure. Looks like there might be another change of bowling from the Chapel end. That looks like Tom Hartley has the ball in his hand. Jimmy Anderson is having a long chat with him as he gets his field ready. It looks like he's going to have 4 men around the bat, which has been how the spinners have operated for much of the day. Silly point, short leg slip has got a helmet on as well, and there's a regulation slip as well, and looks like there's going to be a deep backward point as well for Phillips. He has played a few square cuts nicely off the spinners today. Good afternoon, Scott.
Good afternoon, Nathan. Good afternoon, everybody. A little breather for Tom Hartley, just building up to lunch. He's had his lunch break as well, and now back into the attack for the first time this afternoon, replacing Chris Green from the college, the Chapel end. And he bowls to Phillips, who just thrusts the bat forward and deflects it back down the pitch. So 5 down, sneaking out the wicket of James Bracey. Jack Blatherwick. They've chipped away really well today. Lancashire's Hartley's in and bowling. Goes back, Phillips defends. Just runs off the face of the bat down towards backward point for a single, but they have pushed themselves into the lead. It felt like they kind of tried to get on with it a bit more as soon as they got themselves in front, but that might alter now that Bracey's gone. 22 in front, 198 for 5. So Van Buren is on strike, and Lancashire have got 4 catchers around him. They've got 1 right in front of him, and then Jennings is at forward short leg. There's a leg slip. There's a backward square leg. There's catching gully as well, pushing into the offside, Van Buren. And there's no run. 198 for 5. Naught in the first innings. Trying to get off the mark in the second. Hartley left arm spin. And just jabbed it away into the offside. It's Matthew Hurst underneath the helmet at silly point.
Well, in tandem with Phil Salt there, he just absolutely demolished the stumps. The ball was defended into him, straight into his hands. He's instinctively thrown it back, and a combination of the ball and Salt's glove has meant a bit of work needs to be done to the woodwork.
He gets forward into this as Van Buren punches the ball to mid-on where Marcus Harris fields, and there's no run. Not been keen to have spin yet, have they, Lancashire, from the college lawn end. It's been pretty much all from this Chapel end. Pushed away again by Van Buren. There's no run, end of the over. Single coming off it, 198 for 5, lead by 22 now.
Well, it's worked having seen him up from the college lawn end. I mean, they've been able to just prize out a couple of important wickets when they've needed to. It started off with it started off with Cam Bancroft, actually, when he fell over a straight one in the first over of the day and flicked it to mid-wicket, to the multitude of catchers that were there. And Charlesworth also picked out those catchers in front of the wicket when he drilled a kind of a half flick, half pull off the hip. And obviously Blatherwick has just removed James Bracey with a one that followed him, cramped him for room as he tried to cut the ball down to third man. He ended up edging it through to Salt. So it's worked nicely for Lancashire today on a, again, not the most helpful surface in the world. They've managed to prize out some wickets with seam from one end and spin from the other. It looked like they've got their plans right today. Blatherwick continues. Phillips on strike on 54. Runs that down to third man. Tom Balderson is there to do the fielding and throw it back.
Yeah, important little spell this for Jack Blatherwick. Used Anderson and Balderson predominantly from the college lawn end. Might be thinking, well, hang on, Blatherwick took the new ball in the first inning, so why is it taking so long to get him into the attack? But Blatherwick bowling here perhaps not to his strengths, and I think he's been asked to do a job here. And so far in this spell, when there's little margin for error, he started very nicely.
Well, here he is, the new man Van Buren, who pulls well down to the leg side. There is a deep backward square, so he'll keep it to a single, but it does get Van Buren off the mark. It's a bit of a
200 up for Gloucestershire, 71st over.
well, the applause was definitely for Gloucester's 200, but I think there might have been a few sarcastic rounds of applause there for Van Buren to get off a pair. Given he did get a first ball duck in the first innings, but yes, it also, that single also brings up Gloucestershire's 200 in the 71st over. Blatherwick now has Phillips in his sights. Bang-in delivery in behind nicely is Phillips, no run.
By just having a look at where Jack Blatherwick's following through. I mean, goodness, does it really matter?
Yeah, for this ball, this pitch.
Yes.
Lancashire aren't that desperate that they're trying to create some more footholds for Messrs Hartley and Green, are they? 3 catches in front of the wicket for Blatherwick. James Anderson's at a short extra cover. There's 2 men opposite him at mid-wicket. Keaton Jennings is kind of catching behind square on the leg side as well. There's no one at point, so that little defensive shot into the offside will bring Phillips a single.
I thought Ed mentioned this earlier in the game, but David Lloyd, when he's with us for commentary up in at Old Trafford, big fan of getting rid of that rule, especially because pitches are so good now, you know, and batters can run wherever they like. What is the point in having that rule? Create something for your spinners later in the game.
Well, especially in maybe the Kookaburra ball rounds when a bit more assistance off the pitch might be required. In comes Blatherwick, Van Buren on strike. That's a nice looking cut shot off the back foot. Might well bring him forward through point. Balderson is chasing and he's given it up. It's a lovely little push off the back foot. Didn't try to hit that too hard. Short and wide outside off. Just creates a little bit of room and punches it through point for his first boundary.
See, that's for Blatherwick. That's kind of like a natural length to bowl, but it's not on this surface, on this pitch with this ball. It's not where to bowl, is it really? He's put it away very nicely, but your margin for error is so slim.
Final ball of the 71st over then. Blatherwick into Van Buren, defending off the back foot.
Yep.
Few oohs and ahs, as for a second somebody might have thought it flew in the air to a short fielder, but it's comfortably along the ground. 205 for 5. For all intents and purposes, that's 29 for 5, given Gloucestershire's lead. That Blatherwick over a little bit expensive, 7 off.
Yeah, that's better from Blatherwick, wasn't it? That previous delivery just a little bit too short. That's a better length from Blatherwick, and he can get you to hurry a little bit because he's just that fraction quicker than what Lancashire have got in this seam attack. And could come back to end the over. I think it's still set for a really interesting couple of hours, this, isn't it? I still think Gloucestershire will back themselves to be able to make this game safe, but 5 more wickets is a lot still to take, isn't it? But I think great credit so far on the 4th and final day to the Lancashire bowlers and to the Gloucestershire batters, who are absolutely scrapping for every little bit to go in their favour. It's been a good 4th day, which could yet have some more tales to tell as Phillips defends. And there's no run. And not that far in front, 29 in front, which is very much keeping Lancashire in with a real sniff here. Found 4 wickets in the morning, 1 so far since we got back underway after the lunch break. Hartley bowls again. Phillips gets into it and defends, and there's no run. And gathered by Hurst under the helmet at Silly Point. Of course, there will be a second new ball due as well, so that's coming in 8 overs time at the end of this one from Hartley. Oh, he's playing forward, and the ball just slides on past. Taken by Salt, who flicks off the bails. He always does that.
Well, everyone was appealing everywhere. Matty Hurst at Silly Point was appealing for the caught behind. Phil Salt then looked at James Treadwell at square leg for the stumping. What going on there? But no finger raised by either of the 2 umpires.
No, I just kind of slid on across Phillips into the gloves of Salt. Is there bat? There is. He's been caught at short leg, Phillips. He's gone for 56 and Hartley strikes, and Jennings under the helmet at forward short leg takes the catch. And Lancashire find a 6th wicket, the second of the afternoon, and they've got rid of the set batter as well. It's Joe Phillips out for 56, and Gloucestershire 205 for 6 now.
Well, that's the second time in the match that Phillips has gotten out in that manner. Ball deflecting off bat via pad to Keaton Jennings at short leg. It was Chris Green who was bowling in the first innings when that happened to Phillips. This time around it's Keaton Jennings. The Gloucester members below us rise to acknowledge the effort from Phillips. Back-to-back half centuries in this game. 56 he ends up on this time around. 110 balls faced, but that's a big wicket in this game. Given the way the Gloucestershire lower middle order and tail struggled in the first innings, all of a sudden 205 for 6, that lead is just 29. The door just opens even further for Lancashire as they try and push their way to victory here.
It's 8th wicket in the match, isn't it, for Tom Hartley? He got 6 in the first innings and 2 so far on this final day in the second innings. Zaman Akhtar, the new batter. Tail for Gloucestershire in the first innings did flake away, in truth. Van Buren got 0, Akhtar got 9, Murphy and DeLanga tried to have a bit of fun and trying to get Gloucestershire over the follow-on target. Singdale got 0 as well. There's Hartley, there's Akhtar on strike. Still with us, 4 catches around the bat. 6 down, Gloucestershire. Hartley in and bowling. Onto the front foot, Akhtar. And the ball off the outer half of the bat, disappearing out towards backward point. There's no run. There's quite a strong breeze around the ground, which is actually, I suspect, quite welcome for supporters and indeed the players. Try and take the edge off the hot sunshine. Hartley bowls again. I think Akhtar was a little bit caught between going forward and going back, and in the end he's managed to steer it away through gully for no run, which means that Tom Hartley's picked up a wicket maiden there on his return to his latest spell, and he's bowled quite a few in the game. Gloucestershire 205 for 6, leading Lancashire by 29 runs.
Yeah, wickets in quick succession. Not that long since James Bracey departed when Blathwick nicked him off. Van Buren, who came in for him, has only faced 8 deliveries, and the set batter Phillips is also back in the changing room. Akhtar just faced the 2 deliveries so far, yet to get off the mark. Gloucestershire's tail is going to have to do what they couldn't do in the first innings.
Yes.
They're going to have to contribute and then some to try and save this game. Bear in mind as well, Marshall DeLanga is injured. We don't know if he's going to be back down at 11 again, or if he'll come in a little bit earlier and try and launch a bit of a counter-attack. But for now, it's Van Buren on strike, with Blatherwick continuing his spell. He's got 3 catches on the leg side in front of the wicket. That's turned off the hit out to deep backwards square. Oh, a little bit of a fumble from Tom Hartley, but it is just 1 run.
Yeah, well, he's getting through some overs here, Jack Blatherwick, and trying to create something. He's got a wicket. He's got the wicket of Bracey, which is a significant dismissal for Lancashire, and trying to get Lancashire to that second new ball as well, which is only 8 overs away.
Akhtar on strike, yet to get off the mark. Blatherwick banged in delivery. Ooh, inside edge, not the most convincing, but it does beat Wells at short square leg. And Akhtar is now off the mark.
Conversation here between Blatherwick and his captain James Anderson. What's the outcome here? They've had these heavy leg side feel for most of the match. They're going to have 3 catches again on the leg side. They're going to forge square leg, 2 mid wickets, legs gully, and a deep square, a long leg as well.
Blatherwick in short wide. Balderson does get around from deep point to cut that off. It was hit hard, timed nicely by Van Buren as he cuts a short and wide delivery through the vacant offside. Balderson, well, he's very good in the deep, isn't he? He has been throughout this game. Makes up the ground well to keep it to a single.
He did, yeah. Quite a bit of grass to get across. And it's quite a shorter boundary, isn't it? Hitting to this side. Well, we are in the pavilion.
Well, he now comes up to save Wanda's Bolton, so he's at deep backward point. So there's a big gap between backward point and extra cover. So Blatherwick won't get away with another short and wide delivery as he did with the previous ball. Oh, straighter line, oohs and ahs. The inside edge flies down to fine leg. Actor gratefully takes his single to get down the other end. Yeah, it's a very clear change of field between the two batters. Balderson does go back onto the deep point boundary for Van Buren. They obviously think he's more likely or maybe more proficient with that cut shot through point. He did time it nicely on his previous delivery faced. Still got those 4 catchers on the leg side though, 1 behind square, 3 just in front. Oh, Salt throws the ball in the air as he takes that in half an appeal. Might have just flicked the thigh pad on the way through. Everyone is just a little bit interested to ask the question as the ball goes off his hip and towards Salt, but James Treadwell doesn't show much interest. Lancashire just gone up a notch in their energy levels, haven't they? I can sense something happening here as Blatherwick bangs it in short. Van Buren's in behind it and tucks it nicely down to long leg, so that'll end the over with a single. He'll keep the strike. The lead ticks up to 34. 6 down are Gloucester. 73 overs bowled in this innings.
Yes, indeed. Plenty to go today. 53 remaining in the day. Lots of cricket left.
Umpire Treadwell just having another conversation with Jack Blatherwick there about his follow-through.
Which I guess he's fourth there the match, and Lancashire was spinning from one end, and that the rules as they state, so you can't tread on there, which is fair enough. That's what the rules say. So just making Blatherwick aware that maybe he's encroaching a little bit. Tom Hartley into Van Buren. Is that off the edge? It is. Caught by Salt. And a 9th wicket in the match for Tom Hartley. Van Buren departs. And now Gloucestershire is 7 down. Edge behind to Phil Salt. They lead Gloucestershire by 34 runs, but now only have 3 wickets remaining. 2-10 for 7.
We were just talking about that rough where Blatherwick might have been running in his follow-through from the other end. That one spun big out of the rough. Bit of extra bounce as well from Tom Hartley. He is a tall man. Well, I think in the morning session it was seam and clever planning and patience that were prying out wickets, but all of a sudden here it looks like Tom Hartley's on a bit of a roll. It looks like he's got some rough to work with. The ball is spinning and bouncing out of that. And that just makes Gloucestershire's life even more difficult, because for the first time in this match there looks to be some proper assistance for the Lancashire spin attack.
Yeah, so I mentioned this morning speaking to a couple of the Lancashire players in the build-up to this final day, that they felt that the best end, the spinning end, was from the college chapel end. That was where they thought that it would be, you would see some turn, and Hartley certainly got that one to spin across Van Buren and nick the edge of the bat and through to Salt. And the plans which they've put into place have worked really well. There's been some very stubborn resistance in that hour of the final hour of the morning session, and there might be plenty more still to come here for Gloucestershire as well, but so far Lancashire's plans with fields set for the seamers from one end, and because they were so far in front on first innings, they can set really attacking fields and get catches round the bat. That big 180 run lead before Gloucestershire putting Gloucestershire back into bat means that Hartley in particular and Green have twirled away from the other, chipping away, finding chances. Todd Murphy's the new batter. That's hammered away through the offside, and Hurst, who's at silly point, leaping up in the air to get out the way of that. He knew that was coming quickly right towards his shins, and he got himself well clear of it. 4 for Murphy. He gets off the mark. It's 2:14 for 7.
Silly Point's worst nightmare, that. A wide half volley outside off. Get out of the way.
Hartley into Murphy on the front foot and jabbed away into the onside. Anderson Fields.
You talk about rear guards. Todd Murphy did provide a bit of resistance in the first innings. He was unbeaten on 22 off 36 deliveries. He had 4 boundaries. He just ran out of partners, didn't he?
Yes, yeah, he did. He hardly into Murphy. Again, Hurst having to leap out the way of it. Hartley turns back to his mark, looking towards the skies as that sits up nicely outside off stump, and he wallops it away for another boundary 4. Murphy moves on to 8. The lead to 42, and it's 218 for 7.
He's not shutting up shop, is he? He's not afraid to punish these overly full deliveries from Hartley. It's just a reminder that he's still got to get it right if he wants to spin it back in and challenge the inside edge.
Goes back this time to a ball that's of full length and worked away into the onside for no run. Yes, he's 22 not out. Came with DeLanga, who got 14, and they were trying to get Gloucestershire over that follow-on target. Short, and just to whip it away. Hartley and the close catchers spin round towards umpire Illingworth, asking for the LBW. Not out, says the umpire. End of the over, 74th of Gloucestershire's second innings, 218 for 7. So the lead is 42 runs now.
Yeah, I can see why they got so excited by that LBW shout, because it did keep low, didn't it? And normally when you rock onto the back foot and play a cross-bat shot and it flies underneath the bat, there's a good chance that if it's straight enough, it's gonna do damage. But I think just on replay there, it was missing leg stumps. A good decision from umpire Illingworth. Looks like Jack Blatherwick is going to continue from the college lawn end. He's got Zaman Akhtar facing up to him. He's faced 4 deliveries so far for his 2 runs. They're going back to this leg side field, aren't they? Keaton Jennings is a catching backward square with 3 men next to him in front, close in catching. And in fact, I think Tom Hartley actually forgot where he was supposed to be there. Yeah. Because I think because previously he was the other side of Jennings, so he was kind of like a deep backward square. But then, of course, when Jennings moved into a short backward square, that necessitated Hartley going down to long leg. But he completely forgot about that, and he had to run 20 yards to his right-hand side as the bowler was running in. I'm surprised, actually, that nobody noticed and just asked Jack Blatherwick to wait a second.
And I think Blatherwick's had an official warning there as well from umpire Treadwell for running onto the pitch. He's just notified Anderson, the captain, that's an official warning.
Yeah, well, it is the 3rd time he's had a conversation with him about that issue, isn't it? We'll see if he rectifies where he follows through on that occasion as he bangs it in back of a length. Akhtar kind of just plays it from the crease, really, but no run. But you can understand why James Treadwell is particularly eagle-eyed, because that's the end that's spinning.
Absolutely.
That's where the rough marks are coming for Tom Hartley, which are proving beneficial. He did spin one big in the previous over to take the edge of Van Buren.
Definitely.
Blatherwick in to Akhtar. Length ball defended to mid-on. No run.
No, absolutely. And that's in the rules and regs. You can't do that. So that's no problem at all. I just thought Bumble's point was quite interesting. And he's mentioned it for a couple of seasons, just because pitches are becoming so good.
Yeah, there's been that move across the country, hasn't it, to kind of try and get flatter pitches and make them more like test match surfaces, isn't it? So it's an interesting one to see if the rules do change as time goes on. But for now, Blatherwick has to watch where he's running as he fires that one into the hip of Akhtar and he turns it down to Hartley at long leg for a single.
We're expecting DeLanga, of course, I presume, to come out with a runner. Well, but he was taking part in the warm-ups before the game. He was playing football before the match started. So
while they weren't playing football as much. It was more of that like a
head tennis type thing,
like volleyball, but with your feet and your head and everything. And
so whether he's a little bit better than what he was earlier on, or whether he still needs the runner.
Well, I don't think he was moving very much. I think he was standing there and heading it back. He might have tested out the hamstring once or twice. Let's see, get a few painkillers into him and see if he can run. Well, he might not have to do much running based on the way he batted in the first innings.
That's very true, yeah. He just kind of stood there and walloped it around, didn't he?
He did. Anyway, left-handed Murphy on strike now. Regulation slip in. Hasn't been that for a while for Blatherwick. That's cut nicely on the front foot by Murphy, but there is a deep point, so he'll only get 1 run as his reward. Always
adds to the chaos, doesn't it, having a runner out?
Would have been interesting if they had managed to get Dalanga out here before Gloucestershire got into the lead, and then there was a run out involving the runner to win the game. Would have been an interesting way to end the last week, the last 4 days or so.
Yeah, if you worth a reminder for maybe listeners and viewers who are joining us that Gloucestershire are effectively a bowler light. I mean, Dalanga only fit enough to bowl 5 overs, so Lancashire's big first innings score, but that also contribute the fact that a strike bowler, Marchant Dalanga, not fit to bowl more than 5 overs. He bowled 2 at the start, went off, came back after lunch, had another go, but not unable to bowl for Gloucestershire.
Blatherwick in, he's got 2 men back on the hook now. Oh, that was nearly a catch at mid-wicket for Josh Bohannon. He was flicked on the front foot by Akhtar. It was a double bluff. He actually set the field to bowl a short ball, and he bowled a leg stump Yorker, and Akhtar flicked it, and it landed, what, a foot in front of Bohannon at short mid-wicket. Nearly carried, but it is a dot ball that ends the 75th over. Gloucestershire 220 for 7. Their lead is only 44.
Yeah, with 51 overs to go. Just looking back on the replay, I love this view that they've got on the live stream. They've got the camera, it's almost kind of like ground level camera, just over the boundaries. Kind of, well, for the batting here for Murphy's at deep extra cover, and you've got a great view peering back across the ground, over the temporary stand, beyond the trees, and in towards the town centre. You can see a church spire in the distance. It's a terrific look shot, that, on the live stream, and you've got the perfect scene of the blue sky above it as well. And just see that plan that Lancashire had, trying to bring those mid wickets into the game. Going to be Hartley to Murphy, pushed away underneath the feet of Matty Hurst.
I think he thought that was going to be a more of a full-blooded drive, like the last over, the way he jumped out of the way, because it ended up being a soft defensive stroke. So if he just stayed where he was, it just would have rebounded harmlessly off his shin and would have saved a run.
221 for 7, lead of 45 brings Zaman Akhtar back on strike. Tom Hartley's left arm spin from over the wicket. Just threads that one away off the front foot, but behind square. It's fielded by Chris Green. He has his own little fan club, it would seem, on the far side, Chris Green. A round of applause from a collection of supporters. Hartley in again, going back this time. Just jabs it into the offside. Sends Murphy back. And there's no run. 221 for 7. Halfway through the 76 over. Hartley starts and quite have the ball correctly in the hands. He goes a few paces back and then he's in one small. Forward goes Akhtar. Pushes defensively away into the offside. 4 catches around him. There's a silly point in the short leg. A leg slip and a slip. 2 balls to go. Hartley with 9 wickets in the match. Just drags it short and pulled away. And that'll be 4. Walloped out towards mid-wicket. Welcome boundaries for Gloucestershire. Pushing towards a lead of 50. They're 49 in front at 225 for 7. Facing the prospect of being bowled out here, but trying to see maybe if they can set Lancashire a rather tricky run chase. We'll see. Akhtar on 7. Final ball of the over. Hartley in. Short again. Pulled again. 4 again. To end the over, the lead goes beyond 50. It's 229 for 7. 53 in front. Akhtar has 11. Murphy has 10. 76 overs gone. 4 overs away from a second new ball becoming available for Lancashire. Trying to wrap up this innings as quickly as they can. Gloucestershire, how far in front can they get? Nathan Johns takes a break and Ed Seaborn is back on the commentary pavilion balcony as Luke Wells comes into the attack from the college lawn end of the ground. Edward.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it's a lovely afternoon just for a bit of a snooze, but I'm resisting the temptation as Gloucestershire's demise continues. We just fall asleep and pretend it's not happening, can we?
I think so. I often do that about most things in life.
I think it's a good strategy for everything, isn't it?
Completely is. Couldn't agree anymore.
Well, I mean, there's. I don't think that the whilst I think we all probably feel that the game was there to be saved today, I don't think. The more I think about it, was Lancashire's 5.57 just so far over par? Because, they were looking like they were going to be bowled out for about 350. Gloucestershire score 380 odd back. I think, I don't think anybody would argue they've underachieved in this innings, but actually, is this a pitch where it's about 350 par? That's what you tend to get at Cheltenham. And did Lancashire just get way too many in that first innings?
Not helped by Delanga's injury.
Not helped. Wells into the attack. He drops a bit short as well, and Murphy plays a pokey cut shot into the covers. I thought he was going to try and knock the cover off that, and then he seemed to restrain himself. He's come out and played a couple of nice shots again. That front foot drive off the spinner looks to be a favourite of his. He gets beaten by that one from Wells. That just slid across, or if it's Wells is googly. First one looked like it was probably the leg break that got just dragged down a bit, but yeah, certainly slid across him. Can play this one off the back foot, just driving through the offside. They'll jog through for a single, 230 for 7. It just, even if the tail were to wag, it just doesn't feel that it can wag enough anymore. It would take a sort of a one of Delanga's best innings, and he's got an innings in him where he just keeps on going and going and going. He's got Glamorgan's fastest 100 of all time.
Well, that would do.
It would do, and I think it came in a situation not too dissimilar to this, actually. In fact, I think they were in a worse position. They, if I remember the game, it might have been in either the Bob Willis or the early part of the conference season. I seem to remember we were in the marquee at Bristol when that was happening. Wells into Actor, and this is turned away into the onside for no run. They were playing Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. And I seem to remember Glamorgan were, when he came out, probably about number 10. And they were 50 or 60 behind, and then he hit that 100. And actually Northamptonshire did win, but only just. Glamorgan took quite a few wickets. That slapped out through the offside. There's a thunderous drive from Zaman Akhtar and out to the extra cover boundary. So 234 for 7. The lead is on to 58. A blow of defiance, but Akhtar has got plenty of runs in him. Average is 25 in first-class cricket, but it just takes, from this point, something incredibly special from everybody that remains. It's not just got to be one or two of Gloucestershire's tail, as Akhtar goes back and will turn this one with enough force to get it between leg slip and short leg, and Akhtar will keep the strike at the end of that Wells over. So 6 runs from Wells's comeback over as Lancashire bring him on in the second innings, as they did in the first, to try and mop up the tail. 235 for 7. New ball is due in 3 overs as well, so it could be a short spell for Wells if he doesn't take the wicket, but it's a shot to nothing, really.
Yeah, and Jimmy's just gone off, hasn't he? Maybe change your boots ahead of that new ball. This is the man of the moment, though, isn't it? It's his game, really. Tom, I can't speak to him for a third time, can I? Tom Hartley with 9 wickets in the match, plus that century. He's in to continue and bowling. Looking for wicket number 10 of the game. Pushed away, though, by Akhtar, and there's no run.
Has it been part of your research yet, the 110 wicket in the match combo?
Mean, you know me well enough to know that research is where the first issue comes with that. There's Hartley's in bowling. Off the back foot by Akhtar. It's dropped into the offside. There's no run. But I'll be very grateful as ever to one or two in and around the Lancashire Cricket Club that will send me this information at some point.
I suppose the first step would be to check the Chapel match.
In comes Hartley, balls pushed away offside. I do have the list of players who have taken 100 and taken 5 and scored 100, so we should be able to quickly scan through it. Then comes Hartley again, balls to Akhtar. The back foot. He somehow managed to work that away to square leg for a single.
I thought he was going to play another one of those thrashing pull shots,
Yes,
but he ended up playing an almost vertical back clip off it. Well, there was protection out in the deep there, whereas there wasn't for the 2 pull shots, I suppose. So maybe he just thought, well, I'm only going to get 1 anyway.
2, 3, 6 for 7. Hartley gets Murphy on the front foot and defends. There's no run. Final delivery of the over. Hartley balls again forward, smothering the ball out into the offside. No run. 78 overs gone. He might get the new ball, Tom Hartley, from the Chapel end in a couple of overs' time. End of the 78th. 2, 3, 6, 4, 7, and lead by 60.
Well, as good a game as it's been for Tom Hartley, I'm afraid he's not even going to be the highest performing spinning all-rounder of the round. Rehan Ahmed's got 7 in the second innings now, and there's still 1 more wicket to take. Derbyshire 222 for 9, needing 224 more to win. Jack Morley is the last man at the crease for Derbyshire, with Alex Thompson, his fellow spinner. 7 for 76. Rehan Ahmed to go with his 6 for 51 in the first innings, and a century as well. Wells bowls and beats Akhtar's outside edge with a leg spinner. Turns past the edge of Akhtar's bat, or at least I assume it does, as much as we can ever do from square on.
I've got it as Mike Watkinson, the last Lancashire player to score 100 and take 10 wickets in the match, which was in 1994.
Oof. Wells bowls, Akhtar rocks onto the back foot and pulls, doesn't get hold of it. Have to be a little bit careful there with the bounce. Akhtar, if it didn't just sit up for him, either could have missed it and been trapped in front, or brought that mid-wicket fielder in to play. There is a deep backward square, and Akhtar will nudge that one into the onside again for no run. In the game at Merchant Taylor's School, Middlesex now only need 3 wickets to wrap that one up against Northamptonshire, as Akhtar thought about having a bit of a cut at that one, ended up rather unconvincingly leaving it as it bounced a bit. Safe Zabe out for 44, Dom Leach for 14. We're going to need Ben Sanderson to perform some heroics again with the bat. He's out at number 9 as Northants 170 for 7, still way behind, and there's the danger of the pull shot. Wells just skidding one through. Akhtar's eyes lighting up, thinking that he could cart that one away into the marquees in the leg side, and it just wasn't really that short. Just enough drop on it from Wells, and well, enough loop and then drop as the eyes lit up, and then it skidded through. Wells bowls, and Akhtar plays this on the bounce to short leg. So it's the end of another over, but still 47 remain. So we, of course, would lose 2 for the change of innings, unless it happens at tea. It could happen at the perfect time for Lancashire. Not that it would matter, because if it's only what, 15 more overs that Gloucestershire bat, and they've certainly not got enough runs that it would trouble Lancashire at all. But essentially, at this point, 44 overs remaining, and even if De Lange were to go berserk, they'd need to bat for, suggest, what do you reckon, half of those at least?
Lead of 60, here's Hartley. And off the back foot goes Murphy to defend to mid-on. And there's no run. He's on 11, Todd Murphy. As Hartley comes in and bowls, drives away, bouncing back down the pitch. Hartley's a tall man. He got low to his left, one-handed to snaffle that on the bounce. He's back at his mark. And in again to Murphy, who drives away. Will be 4. Through extra cover. Third time he's hit a 4 in that region. Third time he's had Matthew Hurst hopping out the way over the top of it. Silly point. Murphy moves on to 15. Hartley in and bowls, pulled leg side, 4 more. Out towards the wide long on boundary, bouncing over the rope. And back-to-back 4s for Murphy, who played quite positively in the first innings, and he's playing pretty positively here in the second. Lead moves to 66. The score at 244 for 7. Hartley to Murphy, and rocks onto the front foot. 68 is the lead, rather. Defended by Murphy. No run. Final ball of the 80th over of Gloucestershire's second innings. Hartley to Murphy, slaps it away, leg side, it's in the air this time, out towards the boundary, 1 bounce and over the rope and towards the white picket fence for another 4, the third of the over. And the lead moves on to 72 now. Score moves on to 248 for 7. That is the end of the 80th over. And Anderson has his bowling boots on, he's removed his cap, and will have the chance to have a ball with the new ball.
I wondered whether that over in particular from Hartley was a little bit of a sort of, well, it's nearly done, isn't it? And then over-pitched once and dragged a couple down, which he's certainly not done in the rest of his spell, and that was just him. Whether it was a case of, even with a spinner, just maybe trying a bit hard to empty the tank, or if it was just nearly through another stint. It's been a marathon stint for him in this match, because as we've been saying multiple times, since he took to the field at number 10, he then hasn't left the field. I don't even think he's had a substitute at any point. I can't remember seeing him off the field. No. He's been standing in front of that temporary stand over there for, what is it now, the best part of 200 overs between the 2 Gloucestershire innings. And, of course, overnights apart, it's 200 overs straight. So the new ball in hand. Anderson 1 for 22 from 9 overs. He bowls now to Actor. Actor is forward and playing to extra cover.
It's likely to be obviously Anderson and probably Balderson maybe for a little spell, but wouldn't be too surprised if you see Chris Green. I
think it's going to be Green.
If he's not straight away, then he won't be far off.
Yeah, I think they've liked still, even with the new ball, to have that spin pace combination. Yeah, he's loosening up now. Green at mid-on. Anderson bowls a full ball. It's skewed away, but he's got a good chunk of bat on that as Actor. The ball's racing towards the boundary, so's Blatherwick, and Blatherwick does incredibly well to tip that back in and gets a sincere round of applause for his efforts this time, as he's just scooped that back. He's, you know, you just get the sense, as they've come through for 3, by the way, that brings up the 250 for the innings. just get the sense of somebody as a natural fielder. You just look at the way that Blatherwick moves. He looks like such a natural fielder. Not too many who'd have chased that down. Admittedly, it's to one of the only corners of the ground where you've got even a hope of chasing it. Anderson over the wicket to Murphy, who drives, beats Anderson, but won't beat mid-on. Lead on to 75.
No, I completely agree. He's an absolutely exceptional fielder, as he is in white ball cricket. You know, he's a major part of Lancashire's T20 side for his fielding as well as his batting and bowling. But he's one of the most wholehearted cricketers that I've seen in a Lancashire shirt. Jack Blatherwick. He tends to pretty much put everything into whatever he's doing.
Anderson in. Oh, has Murphy got something on that? There's an appeal. There was a twitch from James Treadwell as well. As Murphy's looking behind as if to say, what did you think that hit? And wandering off as first slip is Hurst, who's steering in the opposite direction from the umpire. It was an attempted leave, really, from Murphy, and clearly the Lancashire close fielders felt there was a bit of glove, or maybe the face of the bat on that. Murphy pulls at that, and that's a loose shot, and he's got away with it. There's no edge on that one either. And this time, no appeal. Through to Salt. That one wasn't really short enough from Anderson for that shot, and Murphy chastises himself. Rehearses a back foot defence. We're not going to get so many opportunities to be free-flowing against Anderson. Over the wicket he bowls. Murphy drives into the ground. Little bobble away to Luke Wells at cover, and that's the end of the first over with the second new ball. Gloucestershire 251 for 7. And, well, I mean, this partnership has added now 41 for the 8th wicket, but it's nowhere near even half done as far as what Gloucestershire need it to do. Probably going to need career best from Murphy, really close to career best from Actor, who's now got to assume almost the more senior batter's role. Needs Singh Dale to have his best innings of the season, and De Lange probably to come out and club some more runs. It's just everything has to work out. The middle order, both innings for Gloucestershire, has not backed up what those at the top, particularly Charlesworth and Phillips, really, and we're talking about those two, not backed up what those two have done. Twin half centuries for Phillips, Charlesworth 160 and 71, and nobody else has passed 40. Hammond's 36 is the highest score for Gloucestershire, not by Charlesworth and Phillips in the game. It is indeed going to be Green to take the new ball from the Chapel end. Round the wicket he bowls, and that's driven and well caught. There's wicket number 8, and Green strikes with his first ball with a second new ball, as Actor played what looked like a flowing drive, but Chris Green is such a good mover. It just chipped back, really. It was nowhere near the middle of the bat. The bat just turning in his hand as he hit that back. And Green a diving catch away to his left that he made look pretty easy. I suppose he had a bit of time to get there, but he's clung on, and Lancashire move another step closer as the end of Actor's innings means that burgeoning partnership has come to an end on 41. Actor caught and bowled Green for 20, and Singh Dale has come out at 10. Sort of imagined that would happen, although yeah, we'll see. So they need the best innings of Singdale's season, and they could do with something similar to his career best, which is a 52 that he made against Leicestershire a couple of seasons back. But yeah, really feels as though this is absolutely going one way now, and may not even be needing, well, maybe, I mean, the final hour, but possibly even a little bit before then. It looks as if this could be wrapped up in pretty short order. Green looking for a third wicket. Been a stunning game from him as well, with that 160 in the first innings. A couple of wickets in the first innings bowling as well, as Singdale first ball is forward and clipping this one to Anderson. Short mid-wicket. 2 for 73 from 34 overs. It's been really hard to get away, as Green just given little away, kept the pressure on at all times, as Singdale leaves that one as it goes across the right-hander from Green, taken behind the stumps by Salt. And it's been pretty much more of the same in this innings. 2 for 50 now for Green in his 20th over. Here he comes, bowls, and almost short enough for Singdale to use the length to send it through the onside, but Anderson is in the way at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 44 overs for what that's worth remaining after this one. Green to Singdale, and he's beaten, and Salt gets those bails off. Maybe one of these days somebody's going to raise their back foot.
if they do, he's there primed and ready.
He'll definitely have them.
He will, yeah.
Nicely bowled from Green. Again, he'll be able to use this new ball and almost swing it, which is going to be a tricky proposition for Singdale. Might face too much off spin round the wicket. Maybe swinging it away from him almost. Just positioning a few more fielders deep now are Lancashire, as they wouldn't mind having Singdale facing Anderson. So there are plenty of singles on offer, but there's also a short leg slip and slip. Green bowls, Singdale just defends back to Green. So another wicket maiden, as Gloucestershire are 251 for 8 now. The lead is 75, and it has developed into a rather disappointing day for Gloucestershire, as what feels like they're already, with the hopes of finishing in that top 2, where they were already chasing things a little bit with Glamorgan winning. As they look to fall to defeat here, it really looks as though this may be the day when their hopes of promotion are dashed.
Which I think would have been applicable to Lancashire too. Lancashire haven't won the game, but it felt like someone had to win this match. It was, wasn't it? It's kind of must-win territory for both these two sides.
Especially given what's happened elsewhere. I think if it had all been draws, then perhaps it could have been taken a little bit deeper into the September games.
Anderson over the wicket balls, comes off the inner half of the bat from Murphy, and he's gently jogging through, then quickly thinks, well, I better just get my skates on here a bit. Just get through for a single. Moves on to 24, 252 for 8. Yes, Glamorgan beating Kent by 5 wickets. In Cardiff, Middlesex are kind of lasering in on the victory against Northamptonshire too as well. Merchant Taylor scores. Still only 3 wickets to take. Northampton still 190 behind. Leicestershire within 1 wicket of victory as well. Pushing forward is Singdale. It goes past Singdale's bat. Tails back in. It wasn't too far away from Singdale's off stump. Taken by Salt, who's gone away to his left. Bit of movement back in from Anderson to Singdale. 252 for 8, lead of 76 for Gloucestershire. James Anderson to Singdale. Playing and missing again. Through to Salt again. Slides on past the outside edge this time. Previous one coming back in and going, just shaving passes off stump. Remains on naught. Lancashire have got 2 slip catches with the second new ball and with Anderson tearing in. Thickish outer half of the bat down to third man. That'll be 4 for Singdale. The lead moves to 80. 256 for 8 in the 83rd over.
I'll take them. But yeah, it's a really tricky proposition, even with a Kookaburra ball and a final day pitch which has lost some pace, as inevitably happens. Still got Anderson coming in with a new ball as a tail ender.
Yes, a thankless task really for Singdale, but trying to add to the lead here. He turns it away into the onside. He punched it back down the ground and it hit the boots of Anderson and flicked out towards mid-wicket where Bohannon scooped it up. I'd like to think that Anderson's so good he just deliberately just flipped that out towards Bohannon at mid-wicket and said, you deal with it.
Made a loud thump off his boot either way.
Yeah. 256 for 8, just dropping Jack Blatherwick down towards the backward point boundary. There is a single to be had for Singdale if he wants it. And balls, he's left it. That nips through nicely into the gloves of Phil Salt. End of the over. He's beaten the bat both outside and inside edge in that over. There's been a thickish steer down to third man for 4 as well. Dot ball to end it. 256 for 8. Gloucestershire lead of 80 runs on this 4th and final day. Wherever you're joining us, whether it's via the pictures on the live stream, listening to us on the BBC Sport website and app. Lancashire at the minute chasing 81 to win. What can they muster from these final 2 wickets? Delanga still to come, and if he gets going, then there's still potentially a bit of hope for Gloucestershire when it comes to trying to defend whatever it is that they set Lancashire.
Right.
I'm trying to be optimistic.
There's Green. And it's Murphy facing. Murphy paddle sweeps, and there'll be at least a couple here. They're going to run them up. There might even be 4, as there's a sliding effort down there. They'll take 2, and Singdale says no to a 3rd. He's batting well, is Murphy, is on 26. Gloucestershire 258 for 8. Yeah, well, so you feel like it's going to take one of Marchant de Lange's most extraordinary innings, really. Even 150 would be chased, you would think. There's an appeal for caught behind here. There was something a little bit unconvincing about it, mostly the fact that Chris Green, the bowler, was marching right back to Richard Illingworth.
No, he didn't fancy that, did he? No.
He drove at it, did Murphy. Everybody went up behind the stumps, and Chris Green just turned his back on everybody else. Walked back to his mark. Green bowls, Murphy back and defending into the surface. Stopped at short leg, but what it will be is nothing short of entertaining when de Lange comes out, and I don't know who he's going to come out with, but he'll be coming out with somebody, I'm sure, to run. Murphy onto the front foot. He reaches for it and gets close enough to it that he can push drive through the offside. Take another single, so he's got to 27 in a run a ball. Highest score, I believe, is 41. Yeah, 41, which actually came in Test cricket. Made that on a rather flat surface against India in the last but one Border Gavaskar series. Flight to delivery, and that's whipped away by Singdale, hard down the ground for 4. He sometimes does fancy a bit of a go at the spin, does Singdale. He took after Luke Benkenstein in a 50-over match last year and ended up with a maiden List A 50, which at 63 was the joint highest score for any county by a number 11 in List A cricket. Just tonking Benkenstein over the boundary rope but long on several times. He's on to 8 here. It'll be a rather tricky thing to do it off green, who loops it up, bowls it down the leg side, and there's no run as it's taken by Salt. So 263 for 8. There's around about half an hour to go until the tea break. As Murphy's on 27, Singdale's on 8, scored 263 for 8, lead 87. That's an awful lot of numbers. Here's Nathan Johns.
Death by 1,000 numbers as soon as I put the headset on.
Well, just added another one as well.
Oh, that was a funny appeal the last over, wasn't it? Phil Salt seemed convinced, but Chris Green just didn't even entertain it. He just walked back to his mark as soon as the ball hit the gloves.
Anderson's pointing away again.
Oh, he's
directing traffic.
It is interesting. I've never actually watched him as a captain in the flesh before. He's very proactive. He doesn't like to hang around. He doesn't like to leave his field the same for more than a couple of overs. As he comes in now to Murphy, he bangs that one in. It's played nicely off the back foot. Short ball just dug out to deep square for 1. I mean, I wonder, is that a remnant of his time being in the England setup for the last couple of years? I mean, Ben Stokes is renowned as somebody who is not afraid to think outside the box, to try different things, to put in fields that are a bit unorthodox, and as a result he's not one to rest on his laurels. And I wonder if that has actually shaped Anderson as a captain, because for as long as he has been a player both for England and Lancashire, I mean, he's still reasonably fresh as a captain, and the most recent leader was a pretty well regarded one.
Yeah, and you know, who knows, I'm sure wouldn't even have been in captaincy frames really before, because it's something that's happening more now, bowler captains again, but just from a workload point of view, he wouldn't have been particularly considered before. But he's clearly got a captain's mind.
Well, he's going to have to think about just bowling for now, as he fires that one in just outside off stump. Judging by the reaction of everybody, that wasn't too far away from Singdale's outside edge. It wasn't the most convincing leave in the world, one of those where you just dangle the bat just close enough to the ball before dropping the hands at the last minute. It's interesting, for the first time in, I'm going to say since day one, it actually looks like a proper red ball field. He's got 2 slips in the gully, backward point, extra cover. We haven't had fields like this for some time. That's driven into the offside where Balderson is at extra cover. He does the fielding. I wonder if that's just because it's slight newish ball, but maybe it's just because of who's batting. It's Ajit Singh Dale. They just think the tail enders are more likely to nick it, whereas the top order batters who are thriving, let's say on a flat pitch, were much more likely to play strong shots in front of square and get caught in close, as happened to Gloucester earlier today. Here's Anderson. Ooh, it's a proper short ball. Singdale does well. I think he played that with both feet off the ground. He jumps up to try and get underneath it, and he does well to keep it down.
I think he's really bending his back this spell, Anderson, as well. He's thinking, right, new ball in hand, whatever happens, this is probably going to be one of my last spells of the match anyway. So you could see the ball really flying through to Salt, and just that extra zip in his action.
Yeah, and proper short balls as well. Ooh, that was a fuller delivery. Singdale did come forward with a big stride, but not the most comfortable shot. I think the one hand was actually off the bat as he played it, but it squirts out harmlessly to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, still think Singdale's probably, his natural game is to try and play a few shots. I don't think there's any point in him trying to poke about, and he's beaten a couple of times in the previous over from Anderson looking to do that.
Well, he's not looking to play a lot of shots here. That's another defensive shot, another time where the The bat comes ripping off the bat handle on contact and suggests Anderson is bending his back. He's hitting the splice of the bat and making life uncomfortable, but Singdale survives. That's 85 overs gone. Gloucestershire's lead is 88 with 2 wickets left.
I've just heard the voice of Cameron Bancroft in the background there.
He just said hello as he walked past. Did you see his shoes? They were a funky pair of Crocs.
No, I didn't see the Crocs, actually.
They were very, very... They weren't just like normal regulation Crocs. They were kind of like chunky,
I've
thick
seen
Crocs.
Them. Yes, now I remember. He did an interview earlier on in the season in one of them. I think it might have been... It was after one of the games at Bristol.
He was wearing,
may have been the Glamorgan draw.
He was wearing socks with them, though. That's supposed to be a big no-no, isn't it? No, socks and Crocs. That's a kind of an unwritten rule, isn't it?
He does it, though. Well, you know, I think there aren't many of those sorts of fashion rules that Cameron Bancroft breaks, so there's got to be one. He's an Aussie. There's Green bowling to Murphy, who drives at that one. He tried to cleave that one out through the offside, misses it completely.
Do you not agree with the Australian fashion sense?
I think it's great. Rules are there to be broken, and they break them. Green in, flighted delivery, and it's tickled by Murphy to short third. There's no run. Still got that second slip under the helmet. Phil Salt just having a chat with Buchanan, who's under that helmet there. Green bowls, back into his crease, Murphy, to keep that one out into the offside. Scott's recycling audio again. That's what's going on to our right. Recycling audio from interviews he's already done and can make out that he's just done them today. This is left alone by Murphy wide of the off stump.
Are you getting him in trouble?
I'm revealing trade secrets here.
His boss might be listening.
I won't be able to tell which bits of audio. Green bowls. A hand off the bat there from Murphy, just softening the impact of the ball on the bat. It trickles out to backward point. There is no run. Mid-on comes up. Backward square likewise, as they want to try and trap Singdale on strike. And yeah, Green also says to deep backward point, come up into a cover on that Murphy drive in case Murphy does think, okay, I'll take a chance with the field up and just try and hit a boundary. Green bowls, and Murphy does neither of those things as he just gently square drives to backward point, and it's a maiden for Green, so 264 for 8 as the lead remains 88. And whilst again these two, Singdale and Murphy, are certainly not giving things away, the task that is in front of Gloucestershire looks really too steep for the batting that remains, but they've got to try.
Yeah, it looks like Keaton Jennings might just be reminding Ajit Singdale of some of those facts that you've just listed off. He's having a bit of a friendly word, or maybe he's just asking what he's having for dinner later. But Jennings is under the lid, underneath Singdale's nose at short leg, as Jimmy Anderson comes bounding in. Another one of those half play, half leaves outside off Singdale. Just about making the decision on time to let that ball go through to Phil Salt. 2 slips in a gully, backward point, extra cover, short leg, mid-on and mid-wicket, awaiting Anderson. I think there is a deep backward square out there as well, but he's just hunched down in front of an advertising hoarding, which means he's slightly difficult to see. There is one fielder in the deep for Anderson. Gets into his unique gather, bang in delivery again. He continues to bend his back on this spell. Singdale is in behind it and defends straight back.
I wonder if this is going to be the spell where Anderson thinks, right, it's just me now. And saving up, bowling short spells, and I'm just going to have 6 overs here, 7 overs, something like that. I'm just going to get this done.
I don't think he'd be too pleased if he has to bowl 7 overs here. Gloucester survived that long. Singdale on strike, defends nicely. Balderson at cover, picks up the ball.
A little bit of a awkward hop from Anderson after he got rid of that delivery. I mean, he's had a little bit of attention for, I think either, you know, it was a toe or an ankle or something down there. Doesn't help that he keeps kicking the ball away every opportunity.
Oh, another short delivery. Yeah, there's definitely a bit of venom in this spell from Anderson. I think he wants to more or less end the game. Well, not the game, but end his contribution to the game in this spell, if possible. It's another short ball that veers up on Singdale, and he does quite well to get in behind it. It looked like it just caught him off guard ever so slightly.
Well, it wouldn't be Cheltenham if it didn't come down to the final session. Looks as though it will do. It's just a question of how much jeopardy there is on it. Probably not a great deal at this point.
Ooh, not the most convincing cut shot in the world from Singdale. It was short and wide, and he kind of half pulled out of the stroke as he tried to play it. It was aerial, about 5 yards to the right of Jack Blatherwick at point. A shout of catch from his Lancashire teammates, but it was too far away for him to pull out a dive. But just another nervy moment for a Gloucestershire tail-ender there.
Yeah, he's not done too badly in terms of at least just shoveling it really in front of point enough. One more ball to survive from Anderson for now.
Oh, there's an appeal. I think Luke Wells at Gully thought there was an edge on it. Phil Salt wasn't too convinced. Anderson just turned around in hope more than anything else. But he beats the outside edge of Singdale, but does not take the edge. It's a dot ball to finish. 87 gone. Gloucestershire 266 for 8. The lead is up to 90 now.
Murphy and Singdale with another bit of a chat, taking the gloves off and just reassessing, talking each other through it. He's looked organised as Todd Murphy, continuing to battle with his fellow Australian off-spinner Chris Green. He's had basically all the strike of late against him. Green to Murphy, and a front foot defence as Anderson has to just trot a few paces away to his right, and there is no run. Breeze getting up a bit as Green bowls, and Murphy's lunged after that one, but the toe just still grounded despite Phil Salt doing the usual. Almost overstretched there, Murphy, but just held his ground enough. Nicely bowled from Chris Green. A couple of the Lancashire support staff trying to walk a wicket as Murphy is on the back foot this time, playing it softly into the ground.
What is it? Right for runs, left for wickets? Isn't
Yes,
that the tradition? Yeah, they have gone left, the Lancashire coaching staff there.
Yeah, they know the deal.
And on the far side, kind of a deep mid wicket right now for the left-handed Murphy. It's quite a fast lap they're going on, I have to say.
Green bowls, and Murphy again hand off the bat, but gets right to the pitch of the ball, jams it out to backward point. Could go and sit in the marquee possibly.
It's filled up actually. That marquee was closed earlier today.
Big marquees still, understandably, as hospitality marquees, not amazingly populated, as that skids along the ground from the bottom part of Murphy's bat and has to be stopped quickly by Bohannon at second slip.
What are you talking about, the Bake-Off marquee?
The Bake-Off marquee, yes, yeah. Don't get too much hospitality sold for day fours, even though, as I say, the vast majority of games here, especially of late, do end up there. Field comes in again for the last ball of the over as Murphy drives and misses. He was tempted by the field coming up, but another over has ticked by, and another maiden over from Green, whose economy rate continues to drop. Around about 2.5 and over now. And as the sun beats down at Cheltenham, Lancashire continue to strive for 2 more wickets and then chase down whatever Gloucestershire's lead can get to. They'd need 91 to win at this point if Gloucestershire lose these 2 wickets for no runs.
I think psychologically there probably is something in Gloucestershire trying to get to a lead of 3 figures. You know, it looks like they should get there now. Just lead by 90. It obviously depends on what these two do and obviously what condition De Lange is in when he comes out to bat next. But just think Lancashire would. It doesn't make a huge material difference. I mean, what's actually more important is how many overs they have left to bat later, rather than as much as the runs, because they're not going to be chasing a huge amount either way, one would suspect. But if they did manage to prize out these 2 last wickets and keep the lead to under 100, just psychologically that would give them a bit of a boost heading into the tea break and then the evening session. Anderson now, he's a silly point in place, so 2 men under the helmet, way underneath Singh Dale, and that's a play and a miss outside off. Footwork kind of going nowhere there. It's Josh Bohannon who's gone under the lid at silly point. He's opposite Keaton Jennings, who has been fielding in close to the bat all day, really. There's a slip and a gully as well, so 4 men catching. Jack Blatherwick's at point. George Balderson is at kind of a cross between extra cover and mid-off, as mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square to round off Anderson's field. Into his gather, full, pushed down the ground, aerial for a second, but Anderson takes a tumble to his left, half stops the ball, slowly gets back to his feet and marches to the top of his mark.
Absolutely furious at having to be forced to get down in his fly through there, Anderson. Oh, what have you made me do? I won't say what.
Very slow march back to the top of his mark. He does the little pirouette at the top, gets into his gather, sends the ball down. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. In the end, Singdale has done well to keep that short ball down, but with 2 men hovering underneath the bat for a one that pops up off the glove, he's done well to keep that down. Not overly in control of it, but Anderson continues to test him out with a couple of short balls every over.
So despite the fact that T's fixed at 340, if another wicket falls before then we do take the extra half hour, even though it's the final day.
Anderson short again. This time Singdale is much more comfortably in behind it. Keeps the ball down and into the leg side for a dot ball.
And you know, that's potentially important, because then you don't lose the 2 overs that you'd lose for the change of innings, because unless Gloucestershire survive the extra half hour, then the 2 overs would be absorbed into the tea interval.
Cricketers are a strange bunch, aren't they? They've all just randomly in the field, the Lancashire field is, they've just decided to start clapping for the entire length of Anderson's amble back to his mark, which was a good 45 seconds. It's a long clap.
I haven't taken a wicket for a while, so let's start clapping.
Well, Anderson has changed tack. He's going to come around the wicket to Singdale. He's got a leg gully in place. Chris Green has come from mid-on to leg gully, and he's also got a man back on the hook, so no prize for guessing what's coming here. Oh, that's properly short. It was a vicious bouncer from Anderson. Singdale has to ride out of the way of it. In the end, I think he plays it quite well. Salt has to take it at the top of his jump. Such was the bounce. Anderson rolling back the years here. His pace looks up. He's bowling some proper snarling short stuff. He's going to change his field again. The man who was back on the hook at deep backward square has come up into a catching backward squares. 2 men behind square on the leg side catching. Short leg silly points, 2 slips. Anderson doesn't bowl a proper short delivery this time. Singdale squirts it into the offside. There is no run. It's a maiden over for James Anderson. 1 for 33 are his figures thus far. Is 89 gone. Gloucestershire's lead still sits at 90 after a couple of back-to-back maidens.
This is where, if you're getting creative out there, you start up the chant in the crowd of clap your hands if you're not going up, or some such thing.
I mean,
starting to get mischievous with it.
I mean, by all means, head downstairs to the members and make some suggestions. There've been some interesting chants today.
Well, there have been a few things suggested from beyond the boundary in this game. There's driven at by Murphy, and I think, has that been put down at slip? I think it has been. It's a fine edge, and Wells having to go sprawling away to his left. But let's see. Yeah, well, it's hard to call that really a full chance. He got one hand on it, did Wells. Would have been a blinder if he'd caught it, but he did get a hand on it. Murphy back and steering to backward point. Murphy's played that drive well off the spinners, but it's more been off Hartley when it's been spinning into him. Turning away, catching the outside edge, and fortunately for Murphy, just a thin enough edge that he gets away with it. Green bowls, that's flicked and has just gone past Jennings at short leg. Such as Jennings' reach and his reactions that I thought he might take that catch.
Well,
I do think
I thought it looked like he might have got a fingertip on that.
Yeah.
I think, as you say, he's a tall man, long arms. I don't think anyone else on this Lancashire team has the combination of, you know, long arms and athleticism to get anywhere near it, but not a real chance. With the benefit of hindsight, was Wells just a little bit wide? Does need to be a half a step finer at slip if the edge is capable of going in that gap between keeper and slip. There shouldn't really be that space.
Green round the wicket now to Singdale, and a forward push will not get past the bowler. Lead is on to 91. Mid-off and mid-on, well back. They want Singdale in the firing line for the next over, and it might be the last over before tea. Green in, Singdale forward, and Green will stop that away to his left. It's almost a couple of looks towards Green as to say, well, do you not just have let that by? They're going to have one last go at trying to get Singdale off strike. Three men round the bat and mid-wicket are the only single savers as Singdale props forward, is beaten in the flight, but I think pitching outside leg, whether there was an inside edge or not, anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not out, and that is the end of the over. 267 for 8, 36 overs now remaining, and it is not going to be Anderson, so seems as though Wells, having had that catching opportunity go off his fingertip, is going to bowl from the College lawn end, and this may mean that they get through 2 more overs before tea. Well,
Green was just speeding up there, wasn't he, for the last few deliveries? I think that was the message that came through, was see if they can steal an extra over before tea with bowling spin. Just those couple of chances just distracted us from our very interesting conversation on chance, or not chance, maybe things being shouted out by members of the crowd. My personal favourite was yesterday. I think it was when George Balderson was bowling. Some very exuberant member was watching his front foot every single delivery, and George Balderson did get called for a few no balls yesterday, but this particular spectator, presumably based on the content of his shout, a Gloucestershire member, was moaning that the umpire was missing some no ball decisions.
He's bowling a no ball every ball.
I've watched for a lot of things in cricket matches. I don't think I've ever, from a distance, looked at the bowler's front foot. Fair play. This member was on the ball. Anyway, Luke Wells comes in. Slip, short leg. Todd Murphy defends on the back foot to short cover. Lancashire definitely want to try get as many overs as possible in here. The ball's been sped back to Wells, and he gets to the top of his mark. They might be able to sneak in another over after this one. Depends on how quickly Wells gets through it. Tosses that one up. Murphy pokes it back to him. No run. That'll help. The ball going straight back to the bowler in terms of trying to get another set of 6 in after this. It's very much an in-out field. He's got the 3 men catching, and then every other fielder is out on the boundary. I think they're keen to get Todd Murphy off strike here. Steered to short leg on the ground. Not a chance, but it's a decent stop.
It's a dangerous delivery, isn't it? Even though it's outside leg stump, if you're trying to just flick it and you've got both the short leg and the leg slip in, there are a few ways that you can get yourself in trouble.
Change of angle from Wells. He's going to come around the wicket now. He's halfway through this 91st over. A couple of minutes left until the scheduled tea break. Wells bowls. Murphy drives on the front foot out to Anderson, who's at long on. So that does get Singdale on strike, which is what Lancashire wanted. I think now that they have this matchup, they might just take their time here over setting the field and setting a plan.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get another one in.
Well, yeah, I think they're going to take their time and make sure they get their plans right here for these 2 balls to Singdale. I think that's probably more important, to try and maximise these 2 deliveries rather than speed through and get another over, especially if Murphy's on strike for that other.
Obviously Singdale will need to take his guard because he's not faced Wells yet.
3 catchers, leg slip with a helmet on. Keaton Jennings at short leg. Regulation slip. Big stride down the wicket. Solid defensive shot. Luke Wells, just a little look back at Singdale. Maybe a choice word or two. Not quite sure what was so offensive about that defensive stroke, but maybe Wells taking out some of his frustration at the drop chance in the previous over. Depending on how long it takes him to bowl this final delivery, this could be the last ball of the session. Short into the pitch, and I think he released that just as the clock ticked past 20-4. So umpire James Treadwell says that's that for the afternoon session. Gloucestershire finish up the afternoon on 268 for 8. They have a lead of 92 runs, but I think at this stage of the game Lancashire are only worried about how many overs they'll have left when they eventually dismiss the tail. Advantage Lancashire heading into the tea break.
Yes, definitely. I mean, again, they're going to need Gloucestershire to bat for a good half of this final session still if they're going to save this game, because Lancashire have got a lot of explosive batting. I think you'd even fancy Lancashire's chances if they needed about 9 or 10 and over. Yes, you can put everybody on the boundary, but that doesn't mean you're limiting either boundaries, because you can hit it over the fielders. But also, if you put everybody back on the boundary, the modern day player is quite good at taking 1s and 2s, and then you only need the odd boundary and it's a big over. So it's going to be very hard to defend, even if Gloucestershire do carry on. But it's been a fine effort from Murphy and from Singdale especially, after what was, for the second innings in a row, a rather disappointing middle order batting performance from Gloucestershire, after a lot of hard work was done by particularly Charlesworth and Phillips. There just hasn't been enough from the middle order in either innings, and it only, especially in that first innings, it would only have taken one more contribution. The follow-on would have been avoided, and then life would have been made an awful lot easier. But credit to Lancashire, they've continued to find a way to get wickets. It's been Hartley in the first innings, but they've shared the wickets around a bit more in this second innings. It still has been, in the end, spin that has produced the majority of the wickets. 3 for Hartley again and 2 for Green in the second innings, but Anderson, Balderson and Blatherwick with a wicket each, and all vital wickets. Anderson, that wicket in the first over of the day of Bancroft. Still think that was a huge moment, getting rid of the captain in that first over, chipping the catch to mid-wicket. Charlesworth, after a fantastic game for him, 160 and 71, slamming the ball to Harris at mid-wicket, sharply caught for that 71, and then Bracey being the other wicket to fall to seam, Blatherwick getting the edge of Bracey's bat, and another smart catch, this time by Salt, behind the stumps. Actor making 20, Hammond 22, in addition to those innings of Charlesworth and Phillips. Bancroft 35, those are the only scores in double figures. Price 1, Bracey 7, Van Buren 8. And Murphy and Singdale on 30 not out and 10 not out respectively will resume things after tea. Gloucestershire still with an enormous amount of work to do if they're going to save this game. Lancashire need 2 wickets, and then they'll need whatever Gloucestershire set them. The lead is 92. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes' time for the final session.
Welcome back to Cheltenham. The evening session between Gloucestershire and Lancashire is about to get underway. Just a couple of minutes time as the players make their way back onto the field after the tea break. The equation is that Gloucestershire have 2 wickets remaining and a lead of 92, and there are 35 overs remaining in the day, so Lancashire need to get these final 2 wickets as quickly as possible in a manner that leaves them with enough overs to get whatever they are set with. At this stage, given the lead is under 100, I think overs remaining are the most important quantity to keep an eye on. That is what Lancashire are trying to ensure ends up in their favour. But the longer that this Gloucester pair put together their rear guard, the more nervous Lancs will become. But it is Tom Hartley, who has been the pick of their bowlers across these 4 days, who will start off from the chapel end. And good afternoon, Scott Reed.
Good afternoon. Yes, well, what a fascinating final session we could have, or maybe not.
Ever the optimist is Scott Reed. Here comes Hartley. 3 catches around the bat. Oh, that's turned and bounced, and Murphy has gone to play and thrown his hands out of the way. He's, I don't know. I don't even think he knows what he's tried to do there, but it's bounced straight in front of him and it gets rolled back to Hartley for no run.
It has been a terrific effort to take an 8 wickets so far today.
Hartley left arm over to the left-handed Murphy. Oohs and ahs. That one skids on with the arm, beats the outside edge. Phil Salt whips the bails off and then thuds the ground in disgust that missed the off stump.
Yes, he did. And it's been at times a pretty good rearguard action from Gloucestershire, hasn't it?
Well, Murphy's been a big part of that in both innings for Gloucester as he comes and defends there. He was the not-out batter at the first innings. He was 22 not out when he ran out of partners. He's 30 off 50 here. He's been one of the few Gloucester tail-enders who's really been able to dig in and frustrate Lancashire.
And there's still Delanger to come.
Hartley, Murphy in his sights. Back goes Murphy. That nearly snuck under the bat, squirted away into the offside. Well, Delanger, well, he might be here for a good time, not a long time.
Well, if he's here for a good time, then that might be enough for Gloucestershire to push the runs required and the overs remaining beyond Lancashire's reach.
Hartley tosses up. Murphy goes to the big full-blooded drive. Jack Blatherwick is back on the offside boundary, so he's able to hold that to a single. It brings Ajit Singh Dale on strike. Hartley will have 1 delivery remaining in this over to Gloucester's number 10.
A little sweep around the balcony at lunch, and what's chaseable and how many overs left does vary quite significantly depending on who you ask. Indeed, how optimistic the person is you're asking.
Well, I think you look at this Lancashire batting lineup, they can all score quickly. Like, they could just open with Phil Salt if they wanted to and tell him to treat it like a white ball game.
I don't know if
anyway, a lot of time between the penultimate ball and this one as they change the field for Singh Dale, who comes forward, lunges down the pitch. Dot ball as he defends. So that is the first over after tea done. 92 overs into the Gloucestershire second innings. They are, of course, following on. They now lead by 93. 2 wickets remaining. 34 overs remaining in the day. Of course, we do lose a couple of overs at the change of innings, don't we? So I think we will, let's say there's a wicket this over, we will lose the remainder of that over and then 2 more. So I think if my maths are correct, if there was, in a hypothetical situation where Lancashire took 2 wickets in this over, there would be 31 remaining in the day. So that's also something to factor into the equation. It'll be Chris Green from the College lawn end. He's going to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Murphy. So Australian off-spinner bowling to Australian off-spinner. We take a look and see what field James Anderson has set for him. He's got Luke Wells as a regulation slip. He's got another man with a helmet on at a very close second slip. Keaton Jennings is in at short leg. Jack Blatherwick is at a deep backward square should Murphy try and take on a sweep shot that goes aerial. Long on, long off. Deep point. So it's a very in-out field. See if they get Murphy caught around the bat, and if not, can they get him off strike and get bowling to Ajit Singh Dale. Green pauses at the top of his mark. And Murphy does take the single. Pushed on the front foot out to deep point. He's happy to give Ajit Singh Dale 5 deliveries with Chris Green bowling. Keaton Jennings walks slowly from one side of the wicket to the other. He stays at short leg, having been there for the left-hander. He's going to go in there for the right-handed Singdale. Still a slip and a leg slip as well. They're going to keep a few fielders back. They obviously think Singdale might try and take it on. Long on is back towards the fence. Long off isn't as deep, but he's nice and straight. No one in the cover region. Singdale just wants to try and push against the spin through there. He does push, but it's on the front foot and into the leg side. Anderson uses the boot. Kicks it back to Chris Green, who jogs back to the top of his mark. No run. 270 for 8 Gloucestershire. Lead sits at 94. Green tossed up. Down the track comes Singdale. Bit of a crowd catch that. Bump ball goes straight back to Green. I think Luke Wells was convinced for a second that might have been a caught and bowled, but he sees sense.
We saw a pretty spectacular caught and ball, didn't we, by Green in the afternoon session.
Tossed up, Singdale pushes that into the offside. Phil Salt scampers to try and prevent the single, and look, he's nearly thrown it over Chris Green's head there. Showing up the off spinner, showing off his athleticism, not for the first time today, but Singdale does get down the other end. Field changes once again now with the left-handed Murphy on strike. Man goes back on the sweep. 2 slips, short leg, full, forward defence, no run.
Already today, win for Glamorgan, beating Kent. Leicestershire are being frustrated, as indeed are Middlesex, in pursuit of victories.
Final ball of the 93rd over. Chris Green round the wicket, tossed up. Murphy places that one nicely in the gap on the offside. So he's takes the single and he's going to keep the strike. So he's farming things nicely, trying to protect Ajit Singdale a little bit. 272 for 8. Gloucestershire's lead ticks ever closer towards 3 figures. 96 is now the margin. Chris Green has bowled 25 overs in this innings. 2 for 61 are his figures. 33 overs remaining in the day, but of course we will lose some at the change of innings if and when that happens.
And Leicestershire have now wrapped up victory against Derbyshire. They've bowled Derbyshire out for 256, with Riyad Ahmed picking up 7 for 93 to go with his 6 wickets and his century in the first innings. As Hartley's in and bowling. And gone. I think bowled. Yeah, just the top of off stump, I reckon, has gone there. Murphy's gone. Hartley gets his 10th of the match. Yeah, bowled by Tom Hartley from around the wicket. Murphy lunging forward, and the ball sneaks through onto the top of the off stump. It's 10 wickets in the match for Tom Hartley, and he becomes the first Lancashire player to take 10 wickets in a game and score a century, the first time in over 30 years. Mike Watkinson, the last Lancashire player to take 10 in the match and score a century. So a special moment for Tom Hartley. Last wicket coming out here with Delanga with a runner. Lancashire have got 1 more wicket to take.
Yeah, that one looked like it just spun through the rough, didn't it? Some movement off the pitch through the gate of Todd Murphy. Might have flicked a bit of pad on the way through. That's a big, big wicket in the context of this match, because not only does it bring Lancashire to within 1 wicket of coming out to bat and starting their chase, but in fact it's Todd Murphy as well. If Delanga did get away with a few blows here, and Murphy could have farmed the strike a little bit and taken some more time out of the game, but with number 10 and number 11 now in here, one suspects this might not be the longest partnership in the world. There won't be too much farming a strike going on here, and we remember how Delanga batted in that first innings.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure how he would approach it. I mean, I appreciate that his kind of natural game is to come out and attack, isn't it? And he can't just keep blocking to the balance here of overs remaining and then trying to just push the lead further on. I mean, if Delanga can get in and get swinging and score quickly, then that could be very, very handy runs for Gloucestershire. We'll see what his approach will be. There's Hartley into Delanga, just dabs the ball back towards Tom Hartley, and there is no run. 272 for 9 DeLanger on naught. Hartley's left arm spin. In and bowls. Pushed away through the offside. His instinct is to go for the run, but then quickly realises his mate's going to do it for him. And they're not sure whether to come back for a second or not. They decide against that. So single for DeLanger, 273 for 9.
Well, I suppose quick runs are obviously helpful for Gloucester, but they don't want them to be too quick because they don't want to leave too many overs in the game. So they don't want DeLanger to get like a, 20 off 10 and only take 2 overs out of the game, because that still leaves quite a lot of time for Lancashire to chase. What would it be, about 110, 120? So they do still need him to hang around for a bit of time here, unless he just goes all guns blazing and does it for 5 overs and puts the game safe.
Just thrust the pad forward as Singdale. 97 in front. We should lose the 2 overs plus the 1 you're in for the change of innings. 273 for 9. Hartley bowls forward. Goes Singdale. Defends. Back to Tom Hartley. And there is no run. Singdale around him has a forward short leg, a leg slip and a slip. Backward point. Short fine leg. Mid off and mid on. And now Jack Bladwig, who was on the leg side, just shimmers across towards short extra cover for the final ball of the over. Hartley around the wicket, just drops it into the offside, and there is no run. So that's the end of the over. Lead is 97, scores 273 for 9, and Hartley's 4th wicket of this innings to go with 6 in the first innings, and his century, and joins a pretty limited list of Lancashire players to have achieved that. I mentioned the last being Mike Watkinson against Hampshire at Old Trafford. That was in 1994, and the time before that you have to go back to 1947 for a player to take 10 wickets and score 100 runs in the match. So he's joined a pretty small band of Lancashire players who have achieved that in first-class cricket.
Chris Green to continue from the College Lawn end. Marchant DeLanger is on strike. I think, remember in the first innings, that monstrous 6 that went down the road, that was off Chris Green, wasn't it? I think it was DeLanger who took a big slog sweep over the pavilion. I think that actually ended up hitting Chris Green out of the attack, because they changed. They had Chris Green bowling from the Chapel end, and then that brought Tom Hartley back in. And they obviously didn't like the matchup, Lancashire, of Green bowling to DeLanger. They don't mind it now, because Green still has the ball, but very in-out field. So he's got leg slip, slip, short leg, catching mid-wicket and a backward point, and everyone else is on the fence. 3 men back on the leg side. DeLanger drives hard down the ground. Green sticks out a left hand to stop it from going to long off for a single. I don't think he minds bowling to DeLanger, because as much as he might get hold of 1 or 2, he's definitely going to provide a chance, or at least that has to be the attitude from Green as he comes in short of a length, turned off the hip. Anderson just about gets around to his right hand side to cut off the single. DeLanger still on strike. Will he try and free those arms? Big long levers. Green bowls quick and flat, doesn't give him any air, and he can't stop the single on this follow through. So DeLanger just about squeezes that down to long off, and his runner Price gets down the other end for him. God, it's a bit chaotic for poor old deep square out there. Not only has he got to make sure he's not being blocked by Keaton Jennings at short leg and then the umpire at square leg, but he's also got Marchant DeLanger blocking his sight who's standing at square leg. But he's actually moved now. He's gone to a 45 around the corner on the leg side. Singdale is still being greeted by 3 catchers around the bat. Luke Wells just takes a step to his left at slip, narrowing that gap between him and Salt. As Green comes in, down the track. Oh, that's a miss stumping from Phil Salt. It was quick and flat outside off. I think Green saw Dale coming. Gloucestershire's number 10 missed that quicker wall outside off, but the speed also did for Phil Salt, who couldn't take the ball cleanly. It would have been A very impressive piece of glove work had he had held on and managed to whip the bails off, but Singdale survives for now. He's on the back foot that time, punching to mid-on for no run. Two balls remaining in this 95th over. As is their wont, Lancashire don't leave the field the same for any 2 balls. Mid-off now comes more towards extra cover in line with the stump screen. Tosses up. Oh, that didn't look too far away from the off stump. Singdale couldn't decide whether he was letting it go, padding up. In the end, I think it might have just flicked the pad on the way through, but Salt takes, and it wasn't too far from the off stump. But it's a dot ball to end the 95th over. There was one single on it from 4 March onto Lange, but crucially, a missed stumping as Singdale survives, dancing down and missing a quicker ball.
Please keep hydrated.
Have you kept your possessions with you at all times, Nathan?
I think I have, yeah. I've
Good,
been
good.
okay. What about, have you kept hydrated?
I've kept hydrated.
Have you been watching the ball?
Not really, no. 274 for 9, Hartley in balls. And pushed away by Delanga back to Hartley, and there's no run. 98 in front, Hartley in balls. Down the leg side, taken by Salt. Wide, called by the umpire.
Ed's furious behind us. That's one of his pet hates. His theory is that that was a right arm spinner down leg. It wouldn't have been called a wide. So we won't get him started when he comes back on air.
Forward goes Delanga and defends. And there's no run. Changing the field again, Lancashire. Luke Wells has gone to retrieve a helmet, and Matty Hurst has the job of popping it on. Maybe someone stood right in front of Delanga's eye line. Yep. Tucks his cap into the back of his trousers, and he'll position himself at silly point. There's a short leg. Oh, no, they're going to switch. So it's going to be Jennings in front of Delanga. And Hurst at forward short leg. Slip and a leg slip. Oh, it's Hartley. Left arm over balls. Oh, and he's hit that off the back foot and crunched it straight somewhere into Keaton's body. And Delanga says to Keaton, Jennings, you all right, mate? And goes up to shake him by the hand.
Oh, that's looked like stomach, midriff, and somewhere. I hope it was somewhere fleshy rather than bone.
Hartley to Delanga. Oh, this time he takes out Matty Hurst. And he gives Matty Hurst a tap on the back and says, are you all right, mate?
Oh, I think Matty Hurst is significantly worse for wear than Keaton Jennings was. If Jennings got hit in the stomach, dare I say, Hurst got hit somewhere a bit more painful. He looks to be in a bad way.
Delanga's going to try and take him out one by one.
Leg slip is next, I think, on the list.
Yeah, Josh Barnum, next on the hit list. 275 for 9. You could hear Hurst go, oh, from here, couldn't you?
He's still hobbling about.
Oh, goodness. The balls, Delanga pushes away to the right of Jennings. Hurst is bouncing up and down, jogging round on the spot. Trying to shake it off. I mean, it's a utterly brutal job, isn't it? I mean, that's right underneath the batter as Hartley's in to Delanga. That's dabbed away. Back to Tom Hartley. End of the over, 275 for 9. There are 30 remaining, but you'd lose the one you're in, plus 2 more. Lead is 99 for Gloucestershire. How many overs can they eke out? How many runs can they push clear? Into the final session of this 4th day. Ed did promise me that it would go into a final session, because he says it always goes into a final session at Cheltenham.
Well, Jennings and Hurst are just comparing war wounds there, I think. They're both recreating the moment they were hit. I think Jennings is saying, well, look at this. Look at my arm here. And Hurst is saying, well, I think I might have been in a worse situation than you were. There's actually another set of pads just come onto the field. And I can't see who it is, but whoever's at backward point is putting on some shin pads underneath the white. So I suspect the next over, or maybe it's for when DeLange is on strike, there'll be yet another fielder under the bat. It is actually causing a bit of delay here. Chris Green has to wait for the man to get both shin pads on. Can you see who that is? I can't see a number.
I think it's Hurst. I think...
is that not Hurst under the lid already?
That's Bohannon.
That was Bohannon, right. So it was Bohannon who was hit in the last over, was it?
No, it was Hurst.
Oh, so he didn't have shin pads when he got hit, and now he's got hit, so he's put shin pads on. Right, that makes sense. Well, he's got his pads on, and he's still moving a bit gingerly. Anyway, he's at backward point now. Ajit Singh Dale's on strike. Chris Green tosses it up, very full outside off. Phil Salt misses the initial take, but still whips the bails off, of course, because why not?
Yeah, the stumping chance wasn't in the last over. Green to Singh Dale. Kind of flat, quick one from Chris Green.
Salt has his glove back on. Green is ready, top of his mark. Tossed up. Oh, that wasn't far away from the outside edge. Looked like it just went straight on with the arm. Salt stops rather than takes the ball, and he slowly retrieves it and throws it back to Green. Singh Dale crouches in his stance. Big lunge forward, defends behind square. Hurst fully shin padded now, does the fielding.
Yeah, DeLange was trying to pick him off one by one, wasn't he?
New guard taken by Singh Dale, just taking a bit of sting out of the game. Taking his time, has a look behind him, checks that DeLange is still there at square leg. Quicker, Green turned off the pads to mid-wicket. Anderson picks up. Has a look at the ball, thinks about shining it. There hasn't been too much shining of the Kookaburra. It's not really something we see as much in these rounds. Anderson just gives it a cursory rub with his shirt and tosses it back to Green. Singh Dale faces up. Lets that one go. Salt has just been peppered here. Green is almost bowling wide Yorkers at this stage, which are... Oh,
very good.
I didn't mean that.
Done.
I actually didn't mean that. Oh, I just got a shout behind me. Oh,
waiting for 4 days for that. Well done. Got it in there eventually. Just in the nick of time.
And here's Green. Slow. Defended back to the bowler. It could be worse. At least Lancashire aren't playing Essex.
Yes, it has happened. That I've commentated on Salt and Pepper. It was in a 100 game, which is marvellous fun, isn't it?
There was a prospect of them both playing for England at one point. I think they were named in the same white ball squad, weren't they? I think there's a West Indies tour.
Right. Okay.
In the winter, I think Pepper was called up. I don't think he actually played though. Anyway, that's enough of that. 97 overs gone. Gloucestershire 275 for 9. 1 wicket remaining. But how long will it take Lancashire to prize that last scalp and get out there and try and knock off these runs? Lead of 99.
Yes, and good luck to close catches here. And the DeLange, who've been on the bruising end of some DeLange shots.
Well, Hurst has his shin pads on now. Let's see if that has any effect.
It was the yelp that Hurst made. He reverberated around the college grounds. Here comes Hartley to DeLange. It's defended. And Anderson scoops it up, hands it back to Tom Hartley. 4 for 89 for Tom Hartley. 10 wickets in the game. DeLange clubs it back down the ground, back over Hartley's head, over the rope and all the way, I reckon, for 6. Yes. Well, that's the DeLange that we know. That's if you're forward prodding, more of your big hitting. Takes the lead over 3 figures as well. 105 runs in front now. Gloucestershire 281 for 9. Hartley bowls. DeLange gently going back and defending this time.
A nod of the head from DeLange, and appreciation from Hartley, because I know what you're trying to do there. You're trying to toss it up even further, trying to get me to hit you over your head again. I'm not falling for that trap.
281 for 9. Hartley in. DeLange goes again and clears mid off this time. Only just, you'll feel Lancashire and Tom Hartley feel that for a second that's heading to Anderson. In the end, it went way to his left and above shoulder height. 4 more. 109 is the lead. 285 for 9. DeLange's kind of batting on one leg here. He's got his hamstring problem. But he's finding a way to defend, and now he's just starting to find a way to score as well. He's got rid of one close catcher, so Bohannon's gone from leg slip to cover, and Anderson's dropped back towards the long off boundary. Hartley bowls. DeLange off the back foot defends. Drops it in front of Keaton Jennings. And there's no run. 1 ball left of the over, and then 28 in the day's play, but of course you lose a couple. Is that caught by Jennings? It is. DeLange's caught. And Hartley has 5 for in this innings. 11 wickets in the match for Tom Hartley. What a game he's having. He's produced his own piece of history. 30 years since a Lancashire player last took 10 or more wickets in a match and score 100 runs as well. Hartley has done that here at Cheltenham College, so he's enjoyed a fabulous, fabulous game. The outcome is Lancashire require 110 runs to win. We'll clarify the overs remaining in the day, but it's 110 to win. You lose the one you're in plus the +2, so we'll just have to clarify all that in terms of how many overs left. Hartley's going to lead Lancashire off here, and rightly so. That is a fabulous achievement by Tom Hartley to take 11 wickets in this match to go along with his century. So I make it 110 to win. Now that's at a minimum 28 on the board, so you'd lose that plus 2 more, so we might be looking at 25.
Well, that was the last ball of the over, I think, that dismissal.
Oh, well, that's potentially handy.
So I think that means it'll be 26
yeah.
overs to go. So 110 and 26 overs. Like in theory, that looks very, very doable, especially with some of the firepower that Lancashire have in their batting order. Because if things do get a bit stodgy, they always have Phil Salt who can come in and go into white ball mode if needs be.
Yep. And yeah, I think that's flipped down to 26 already on the board there.
It has, yeah.
So there we go. 110 to win, 26 overs to get them. And well, we thought we might get a good finish, or we're hoping we might get a good finish, and we're going to get one. We'll see whether Lancashire can chase down 110 from 26 overs to win this match. We'll catch you in about. I think Ed wants us to sign off. We'll catch you in about 10 minutes.
team. And the Lancashire batters, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings.
Welcome back to Cheltenham for what is the run chase for Lancashire as they require 110 to win from 26 overs as the sun continues to shine at the college ground, and we have another we've got another final day run chase, or a final day bit of drama. Once again it's worked out that way, but it's worked out that way because Gloucestershire couldn't survive today, and they couldn't avoid the follow-on yesterday, and they couldn't break that 9th wicket partnership in the first innings. Lancashire in position to secure their second win of the season. Takes something quite remarkable to stop that from happening. There's no real need, with the required rate being as it is, to change the batting order for Lancashire. Will not do that anyway. They've got Wells and Jennings to open the batting, so they don't have to do anything at all differently.
Not really, no.
It will be Wells to face the first ball, Jennings at the non-striker's end, and the clue was with James Bracey putting the helmet on even before walking out that it will be spin to open. Todd Murphy from the Chapel end bowling round the wicket. It's a little short and allowing Wells to drive his first ball through the covers for a single. Lancashire one without loss. And Scott, I don't think this is even quite in that territory of, well, sometimes these sorts of chases can be a bit awkward. I think it needed another, maybe even just 30 runs or something like that. Just might ask the question, but I'm not even sure that particularly would have done. It would always felt as though Gloucestershire were behind this final day, really, and Lancashire were just ahead of schedule. They kept taking the wickets. Murphy bowls, cut away hard by Jennings, out to Price on the boundary, so both Lancashire openers underway with singles.
Yes, I think that was a pretty impressive effort to have taken 10 wickets, still with 26 overs left of the day's play, from what we've seen over the course of the last couple of days.
Murphy in, bowls, and Wells is on the front foot and defending.
So yeah, I think that's a very impressive bowling effort by Lancashire and in the field, but I agree. This is a pretty manageable run chase for Lancashire, you would think.
Murphy bowls, cutting away into the ground, wanting a quick single, which they'll get to the right-hand side of Tommy Borman, who is the substitute fielder at extra cover because Marchant de Lange, unsurprisingly, has not taken to the field.
But and that will feel, I think, even more if these two get off to a reasonably steady start.
Murphy in, again Jennings waiting for that cut shot. As the singles are coming easily in this first over. 4 without loss. So 106 to win. Yeah, I think...
What's the required run rate from that? 26 overs, needing 110 to win?
Basically just over 4, isn't it?
4 and over. Right.
Murphy bowling, edging Wells along the ground. There's only one slip in place. Wouldn't have been a catch to second slip anyway, but did find the edge there, Murphy. There's no run as it's fielded by Charlesworth at short third. So 4 off the first over. Oh, there we go. It's on the board now anyway, 4.2.
Okay.
But yeah, I think Hartley's looked like the test spinner that he is in this game. He's used what there was there, which was some rough. His height has been able to generate bounce at times. Back particularly to that Ollie Price dismissal earlier on today, where the bounce got him on the drive. they've had Anderson there to marshal the troops. They've set good fields. Experience that in that regard, I think, has paid off.
I think
Green has done his job in terms of keeping the runs down and turning the ball the other way from Hartley. It's been a potent combination, and Pace has just done enough to chip away at wickets to complement the spinners.
It'll be Ollie Price from the College lawn end bowling to Jennings. That's cut from just at backward point, and there's no run. Yes, through the course of the afternoon, that's the spin from the Chapel end, and then the plan from the seamers from the other end. Price comes in and bowls to Jennings left. Was well, it paid off, didn't it? And patience, and they stuck to their plans, and yeah, I think that's a pretty impressive effort from Lancashire to have taken those 10 wickets. Fizzed in a bit quicker, cut away again by Jennings. Good stop again. Just a backward point by Cameron Bancroft, and there's no run.
Say again, I'm still, though, I go back to that thought of the 550.
Yep.
How much over par was that?
Turned to mid-wicket for a single, 5 without loss.
Because whilst it's been very flat for the most part, Actor extracted bounce in that first innings out of it when he banged it in. You know, I still think essentially you take the Kookaburra ball out of it and it's been a Cheltenham pitch again. There's the fact that there's not been slip catches, I think, has mostly been down to the ball and the hot but dry conditions.
Price to Wells, squirts that one away through cover for a single. You know, 6 for no wicket.
You see enough cricket here over the years. There's even on this final day, seamers have been able to take wickets. Okay, it's been in different ways. Spinners have been in the game. Batters have been in the game.
Price to Jennings just allows that to go through. End of the second over. A couple coming off it. Lancashire 6 without loss, with 104 more runs required to win.
You know, I think I've seen a lot and heard a lot about it being absolutely dead flat and just impossible to do anything on. But it never really felt to me. The only time it felt that way was when Green and Hartley were going.
Yeah.
And okay, Charlesworth batted immensely well, and particularly in the first innings, he didn't look like getting out. But, you know, at some point, batters are going to play well on a surface, you know. Murphy round the wicket in, and a forcing shot from Wells. He'll find a single to now Actor, who's fielding it deep cover. 7 without loss.
Lancashire were hoping, obviously, because they won the toss and they battered first, that eventually the pitch into days 3 and especially day 4 would turn, and it has.
It's
Enough.
That's it, isn't it? Driven for another run by Jennings this time through the covers, and Lancashire, these 2 tall left-handers, are really just camping on the back foot against Murphy, and most deliveries that he's bowled have ended up being driven off the back foot through that same gap. 8 without loss. Murphy bowls much quicker this time, fired in a little bit fuller. Wells still able to play on the back foot just in defence. But yeah, yes, because it's not, you know, I'm not going to try and claim it's been a minefield.
No.
But there's been something there. And just enough bounce if you're tall enough to extract it, as that's been left by Wells behind the stumps. And I still think, you know, if you change the ball, it would be interesting to have known what sort of scores we might have got in the game. Murphy bowled him. He tried to leave it in the end, did Wells, thinking that he didn't have to play at it, and it's just nicked the outside of the off stump. So Murphy has got a wicket, and I think that one, maybe, is it just drifted in, or did it even, trying to look closely here at the replay, whether it's just flicked the bat onto the stumps, or is it just gone straight on? It's quite difficult to tell. It's certainly impossible to tell, I'm afraid, from side on. But either way, the dismissal is pretty clear, and Luke Wells has to depart for 4, and Lancashire 8 for 1, requiring a further 102 runs as Bohannon comes out to the middle.
May just clip the bat as
Yeah,
he's gone to leave it, hasn't he? And maybe just kiss the bat and ricochet it back onto the stumps. Quite even with the replay, tricky to tell. Josh Bohannon's the new batsman. Well, all Gloucestershire could do here is try and create some seeds of doubt in Lancashire's minds, and the only way you can, I guess they can do that is by taking wickets. So big cheer from the Gloucestershire supporters, and an early breakthrough for the home side. Need a bit more.
I suppose to a certain extent, you know, you take a couple of wickets and then things slow down a bit. Maybe that rate creeps up, you know, into the 5s and then towards the 6s. But yeah, it still feels very unlikely. But it's a start from the Gloucestershire point of view. They had to strike early. Murphy round the wicket to Bohannon, who is on the back foot and dabbing the ball to extra cover. So just a little bit fuller and a little bit quicker, Murphy, after getting cut the first 2 balls of the over, but he has grabbed a wicket, and Lancashire 8 for 1 after 3 overs. They require 102 to win from 23 overs, so the rate is around about 4.5 now, but it hasn't shifted much since the start.
No, and already today in Division 2, wins for Glamorgan against Kent in Cardiff, and a victory for Leicestershire over Derbyshire.
Middlesex closing in as well. They just need 1 more now at Merchant Taylor's School.
It's Ollie Price to Keaton Jennings going back and cuts the ball out through the offside, and there's no run.
Just down to Rob Keogh, who's batted 175 deliveries for 42, and Yuzi Chahal, who's the number 11.
Price past the umpire in and bowls. Jennings doesn't offer a shot, just easing onto the front foot and allowing it to slide past.
Yorkshire still seem to be trying to make things a little bit interesting at Scarborough. 91 for 4, now leading by 71. Time will probably come to their rescue.
Price to Jennings, that's turned out to bat with square leg for a single. Jennings moves on to 5. The score moves on to 9 for 1.
It's a bit like clinging on for dear life, really, for Yorkshire in a game that looked as if it was just drifting nowhere. 91 for 4 in the 43rd over of their innings, with Surrey bowling almost exclusively spin at them.
What was the lead again, sorry, for Surrey?
It was 20. They lead by 71, Yorkshire. I mean, surely they can't mess that up, but they're certainly not, certainly not going to be particularly pleased. The members at Scarborough.
Get a few jitters in towards the back end of the game. Bohannon going right back onto his stumps and working the ball away into the offside. And it's picked up at backward point by Van Buren. And there's no run. They've been a bit unlucky there, haven't they, at Scarborough, with a bit of rain. Got quite a bit of rain on the first couple of days. Price in to Bohannon, that's driven away down towards the point boundary.
That was close.
Picked up in the nick of time by Zaman Akhtar.
For the cheeks after fielding that one, and just on the last bounce, it spun again, and he had to lunge. Admittedly, we've got 2 hands on it, but just lunge with 2 hands away to his left-hand side, so across his body, to just stop that from spinning past him before.
10 for 1, Price to Jennings. Chopped out towards the offside again, it's bouncing and spinning out towards the point boundary. Just a single for Jennings, and he keeps the strike as well, so he's on 6, and Lancashire 11 for 1, down to double digits, 99 to win. 22 overs remaining.
So continuing the roundup, Notts and Hampshire will be shaking hands, I think, in about 2 minutes, as that game really has gone to a most dull of dull draws. 5-7-8 for 8 declared, 454 and 108 for 1. Nottinghamshire batting in their second innings. Need another couple of days for that one. Murphy in a little paddle sweep, which is toe-ended as Jennings out to mid-wicket and then tells Bohannon not to come through for the run. Essex wrapping up an innings and 39-run victory over Sussex. And Warwickshire 324 for 5, needing 69 runs to win to beat Worcestershire. A mighty run chase possibly being affected there. Murphy bowls. There's another paddle sweep. There's an appeal here. Hammond's going to pick up and throw at the stumps. Athletic work from Hammond. Bohannon is well home, and the backing up work is done by Ollie Price. All that for a single.
And one of the great appeals of the day from James Bracey. I mean, that was terrific. That was leaning back, arms outstretched. That was committed. I like that.
He's got some effort to outdo what was going on behind the stumps.
Well, I meant just a solitary appeal. You know,
innings.
that was outstanding.
Yes. Bancroft under the helmet at short leg. Hammond at slip. Murphy round the wicket bowls. Bohannon turns this one to the leg side. It's fielded by Ollie Price. There's no run. It's funny though, isn't it, even in a situation where it doesn't look as if there's a huge amount of pressure, but just sometimes final day gets spin bowling from either end. It feels different to when you've got the seamers on.
True.
Murphy in quicker delivery. Bohannon doesn't get a great deal on that. Maybe bat onto pad. He'll take a single down to fine leg, and yeah, it was a little bit of bat, but I think mostly pad to slow it down. But 1 run. 13 for 1. Bohannon has 2. And Murphy is bowling very quickly here, but he actually seems to be finding more when he does bowl it quickly, although this time he floats it up, and it's, I think, has that been dropped at extra cover by Ollie Price? Or was that a bump ball? There were a couple of Gloucestershire fielders whose heads went to the sky, but nothing after it. Off the hands of Price for a single anyway. 14 for 1. That was belted by Jennings. Murphy into Bohannon, opens the face, guides it behind point. Bohannon will probably want 2 here, and he will get it. Singdale doesn't pick the ball up, but wouldn't have mattered anyway by that point. Alert running from Bohannon. He's on to 4, so that over has produced 5 runs. Lancashire certainly not starting off like a train, but they don't have to really. They need 4.5 and over at 16 for 1, needing 94 from 21. But you know, as long as they can, if they get it to 40 odd, 50 odd for 1, something like that, then you know the sting goes out a bit, and then things can finish off quite quickly. There's no real bother at this stage with the fact that Lancashire are behind the rate.
See that friendly wasp of yours come back to
Yes, it just got a little bit of a pat on the head.
16 for 1 is Price. He's in and bowling. Forward goes Jennings. And there's no run. Luke Wells has been pestered by a wasp earlier on today, wasn't he? He's buzzing around. Not seen many goals today. Where have all the goals gone? They've got quite a few in the first 3 days.
It's too hot for them.
Yeah, don't blame them. Again defended by Jennings, back to Price, and there's no run. 16 for 1. Jennings on 8, so Lancashire have lost Luke Wells. Bowled by Todd Murphy for 4. As Price comes in, bowls. Jennings reaching forward in defence. Playing it back to Price. So Jennings 8 and Bohannon on 4. Spin from both ends. Ollie Price into Jennings, muscled out towards the leg side. That'll be 4. bottom hand on that, forcing the ball through mid-wicket by Keaton Jennings. Moves on to 12, 20 for 1.
Yeah, stayed patient there, Jennings, and waited for the delivery to put away. Got that full toss, and it'll be the prettiest shot you've ever seen, but it was an effective one. He knew exactly where he was hitting that. No risk involved.
Cuts it out into the offside. Excellent stop. And, short extra cover by Ben Charlesworth.
It is.
Good low stop. And let's play back to Price to end the 6 over. 4 coming off it. Jennings 12, behind them 4. 20 for 1.
It's going to go into the final hour. Of course it is. Has there ever been a game here that's not gone to the final? No, there have been, but...
So what, last season it was this kind of dramatic finish, wasn't it?
Last
low
season
score.
Yes, it was the most
absurd game in the history.
Game of epic finish you ever wish. I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of games that would vie for the title of the best, but there cannot have been a more epic finish to a championship match ever than that. You know, one to win off the last ball, thick edge, one-handed catch from Bracey to his right without his glove on because he was thinking about them swinging and missing and going through. Needed 2 off the final over, and Singdale ended up defending it because Crane turned down, I think, 4 singles off the first 4 balls before then going through for the tie, thinking, well, I suppose we better just secure that. He batted so well, Mason Crane, and then just that last couple of overs as they started to bring the field in.
Was the crowd good as well? Had it kind of...
Do you know, actually, there weren't that many people here, because I think there was also some rain in the forecast, so a lot of people felt that it was just going to peter out. You know, lots. What was it, 593 to win on a final? I mean, they weren't. It wasn't 593. But, you know, the target was 593. They needed well over 400 of those, I think. And some rain in the forecast. You know, even 20 minutes of rain would have killed it completely. And then, you know, of the games I've covered, there's only been that 2 years ago, that Glamorgan Gloucestershire game here where. Some rain involved again. It was scores in the 400s for 6 declared. That's the only game I think I've ever covered here that was like that. Van Buren replaces Murphy in the Chapel end, so some slow left arm because there's now a right-hander out there, I guess. Started off with a very quick one, which Bohannon pushes to extra cover. Be a tricky customer to get away, Van Buren. He bowls now. Bohannon play that one neatly into the gap through the covers. 1 run closer. Lancashire 89 to win. 21 for 1. He's fairly parsimonious as Graham Van Buren, but really Lancashire don't need to take risks. You just build it, as I say, just build enough of a partnership and things just start to get away. Van Buren over the wicket bowls, and that's past the edge, but there's no edge on it. No appeal from Graham Van Buren. But, you can bet James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft will be up for everything.
Right, and rightly so, yeah.
Van Buren in, another quick delivery, swept round the corner. Is it going to beat the 45 fielder? No, and Joe Phillips, I have no money on him stopping that. Made up great ground, and then also had to judge the bounce of the ball on the outfield, plucked it, kept it to a single. Jennings onto 13, 22 for 1. Van Buren tossing himself a couple of catches and then starts and stops, I think because Phillips hadn't actually quite remembered where he was fielding for the right-hander. Bowling now, Bohannon swings, and is almost caught at mid-on. He shanked that, did Bohannon, and it's just landed short of Murphy, who tried to somehow scoop it up at mid-on, but just couldn't quite get there. It was just short of him, and then probably got a rap on the fingertips as well from the practice pitch there. but it was very close to a second Gloucestershire wicket. They take a single as the ball is parried away. Van Buren into Jennings, who runs that one away through the covers. And again, Murphy will get to this one, way to his right-hand side. So Jennings has a single. He'll have the strike at the end of the over. Fancy Murphy might be changing ends here, as 7 overs have gone. Lancashire 24 for 1. They need 86 to win. 19 overs.
Yeah, it took a kind of horrible bounce, and it just in front of Murphy. That kind of, you describe it as a shank from behind, and kind of closed the face of his bat, didn't it? And in the end, almost chipped it up towards Murphy. And then as Murphy's gone forward to try and take the catch, he's bounced on one of the practice pitches. That could have been quite nasty, that. But whatever little half a chance that might be conjured up for Gloucestershire, it's got to go their way, and then some. Murphy, as you say, has switched ends, replacing Ollie Price from the College lawn end. Keaton Jennings on strike. Let's hit him on the pad. Gentle appeal, really, from Murphy. A bit more gusto on it from Bracey and from Hammond. Jennings looking to work it to mid-wicket. There's one slip in place. There's Murphy. Sets off again, balls. Jennings gets forward and defends. Blocks the ball away, back towards Murphy, and there's no run. Try and crank up the pressure here, Gloucestershire. Wickets, obviously, but also just push that required run rate up. Worked back towards the bowler by Jennings, and there's no run. It's been at 4.2. Lancashire started the innings. It's at 4.7 now, but with what's still to come, that won't be of too much concern just yet for Lancashire. Murphy in balls to Jennings, just dabs the ball away and calls Bohannon through for a single, just drops it out towards cover. Jennings moves on to 15, 25 for 1. 2 balls remaining of the 8th over. Bohannon on strike. And they want a short leg in place, and that's the captain, Cameron Bancroft, who's popped on the helmet. Hammond is at slip. Van Buren at backward point. Murphy to Bohannon, that's pushed into the offside. Price comes up from extra cover. There's a single, however, for Bohannon. He moves on to 7, 26 for 1. Bringing Jennings back on strike. Left hander. Silly point and a slip now. Final ball of the 8th over. Murphy to Jennings. Forward in defence. And there's no run. 84 to win. 16 or 18?
18.
18 overs to go. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Scott. Oh, I've turned you off.
Oh, that's for the best.
Revenge for earlier. Nathan will be back as Scott completes what might be his last update. Welcome back, Nathan.
Don't be turning off my mic now.
Oh, I can dream of it.
Far too much excitement to be silent in this last, what? Just over an hour, maybe?
Yeah. In terms of game time, probably be around about an hour as Van Buren bowls edged, and almost a blinding one-handed catch, I think, from Hammond at first slip. I think he got to that on the full. It was a low skidding edge from Josh Bohannon, or maybe it just parried it anyway. You can't call it a chance either way. He's done incredibly well even just to get a hand on that. Van Buren bowls, there's the drop and run from Bohannon through point. He'll get up the other end. He's not looking the most settled, is Josh Bohannon. He's on 8. But a couple of times now he's hit the ball in the air in the very close vicinity of a fielder. Even some of the drops and runs look a little bit frantic, but he's still there. on 8.
Yeah, and he's scoring 8 off 12 deliveries, so he's just had 4.
Down the pitch, Jennings hitting it high in the air. Mid-on won't get there, and it will be 6, I think, over long on. Yeah, he's got just enough of that, has Keaton Jennings. It was a nice controlled strike, even though it kept the substitute fielder Borman interested for a while. It always was going over his head. And that blow moves Jennings on to 21. Lancashire 33 for 1. Van Buren bowls, and Jennings has clipped that off the boot of Bancroft at short leg. He's deflected it to backward square. No chance again of a catch. It was almost like an instinctive stick out of the boot from Bancroft. He'll get 1 run.
Yeah, just try and get something on it and hope it pops up for a rebound catch. There was a well-placed maximum down the ground from Jennings. He didn't really get all of it. I don't think it came off the middle of his bat, but he placed it straight enough that it was never in danger of being caught.
Bohannon back there, flicking this one to deep backward square. Price lobs the throw in. 9 runs from the over. Lancashire 35 for 1, and again, you know, the jeopardy if this is 150 versus what it is. There are things happening out there, but it's surely just not going to happen quickly enough as Jennings clips this to mid-wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 35 for 1. Lancashire still in control, although a few slightly hairy moments of late. Just creating some of the drama. And again, I think also highlighting the fact that this isn't an absolute featherbed. There's enough there that wickets can be generated, but Lancashire always ahead of the game, and they've been able to boss it. They chose to bat first. They ended up with a mighty score on the board, and they've been able to use that to control the rest of the game.
Yeah, control is the key word, I think. The required run rate is what, just ticking up towards 4.5, as long as it stays in that region and doesn't go up towards 5 for a few overs. I think while they're keeping wickets in hand, I think they'll definitely feel like they're in control of proceedings as Todd Murphy continues on the College lawn end. Josh Bohannon on strike. Ooh, a big drive outside off. He wasn't in control of it. Had there been a point just behind square, he could have been in with the chance of a catch, but as it is, it spins through that gap and away from the man in the deep for a boundary. I think he was trying to hit that a bit straight. He was trying to go through extra cover, but it squirted off the outer half of the bat and away to the boundary.
Yeah, slashed hard. Just got enough, close enough to the middle of the bat that didn't bring backward point into play.
Murphy bowls outside off again. This is a more controlled drive from Bohannon. Brings him a single through extra cover. Just a few shots in anger coming from these Lancashire batters. I think they're just realising if they probably do need a boundary, maybe not every over, but if they target one and they keep enough wickets in hand, all of a sudden that required rate will come down closer to 4. And if that happens and they reach, what, 60, 70 for 1, that's driven off straight into the ground and behind square. Slip does the fielding. But if they can get to that mark reasonably soon, while not losing too many more wickets, the game is dead by then. Murphy comes round the wicket. Jennings sits deep in his crease and is happy turning that into the leg side for 1.
Yeah, I think it really was at the point where only, you know, what, 4 boundaries, something like that, gets it to the point where it starts to tip and Gloucestershire start to lose a little bit of that intensity and belief that, what little belief there would have been, to be honest, that this total could have been defended, which would have increased slightly with that loss of Wells for Lancashire, but it needed to be followed up by further quick ones.
Murphy stays around the wicket to the right-hander. He's got a leg slip and a short leg in place, but there is a gap at mid-wicket, and Bohannon finds it nicely, working off the back foot. Seven runs so far off this over. 1 delivery remaining. Lancashire comfortably hit that required rate for this particular over. 2 slips in play now. Tossed up, no pace on that at all, and Jennings is just happy to put his pad down the wicket and bunt the ball back to Murphy. That's 10 overs gone in this Lancashire chase. They need 68. There are 96 deliveries remaining. That's a helpful graphic on the stream there. Bohannon 15 not out, Keaton Jennings 23.
Yes, it got to that point where under 100 balls remaining and the stream graphics automatically go to runs and balls. So yes, the umpire is tapping his watch, which means that the last hour is now underway at 8 minutes past 5. It's a completely moot point in this game. Sometimes it is of relevance, but it's certainly not of relevance in this game because Gloucestershire will have absolutely no interest in getting through any more overs than the 16, not unless something absolutely absurd happens, which has to be said it doesn't particularly feel as if it's going to. 68 to win, as fielders charging about all over the place. There's going to be 2 slips now for Van Buren, the left armer, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Bohannon, so no short leg. Bancroft very close at second slip. Van Buren bowls a short ball. It's belted in the air behind square for 4. Crashes into the advertising boarding down to our right. Spinning away from Borman at deep square. And if a few of Bohannon's early shots looked a little scratchy, that one was thudded away through backward square. Just a little bit short. 46 for 1. Van Buren to Bohannon, who is forward and defending away into the onside.
Yeah, a bit of a rank drag down that from Van Buren. You just wonder, does that settle Bohannon down? Does he get into his groove and find some confidence?
Mistimes that cut shot to mid-off. So having said Van Buren doesn't go for a huge number of runs, they have tucked into him a little bit since he came into the attack. 17 conceded in 2.5 overs. Van Buren bowls, slog swept, hit in the air. Oh, good grief, how on earth has he stopped that? Tommy Borman, that's we've seen some bits of fielding in this game. That's one of the best bits of fielding that you'll see. He's out at deep mid-wicket. The ball has been hit so hard and flat. It's half volleyed him. It's spun, and somehow he's got down. I think he stopped it, judging by the way that he's feeling his left ankle, he stopped it with that. The ball was almost trapped between his feet, and then he just worked out where the ball was in time before he then touched the boundary rope. Amazing stop. Jennings slog sweep and ends up at slip. Must have come off pad, I think, and Hammond getting down quickly at slip to save something. Or maybe it was off the toe end actually. Falling short. Van Buren bowls another quicker ball, which is dabbed away into the onside by Jennings. There's still plenty happening out there. It's now realistically a pretty straightforward march for Lancashire to this target, but they're still endeavouring to make it entertaining out there, all concerned. 47 for 1, and it's 63 now required by Lancashire from 15 overs, I should say.
It's never dull, that is for sure. I suspect they're just trying to kill this game off as quickly as possible, so that even if they do lose a few wickets, there's still plenty of time left in the game for that middle order to come in, who are naturally quite aggressive anyway, and will score quite quickly when they come in, provided they survive. Because survival isn't an issue on this pitch. It hasn't really been an issue at all throughout the 4 days. So I suspect it's just a case of there's no point in allowing Gloucestershire to build up any pressure, because if they build up any pressure and then they get out, then that's when things do become tricky. Whereas at least if they're looking to be positive and score without being reckless, if it doesn't come off, those coming in and that long batting lineup has enough time to do something about it. As Bohannon flicks off the back foot, that's a good bit of fielding at square leg to cut it off and keep Bohannon on strike.
Welcome, by the way, to listeners on Sports Extra 2 to Cheltenham. Sunny skies, and it's Lancashire who look as though they're going to be enjoying them relatively shortly. 63 needed from 14.5 overs.
Murphy around the wicket into the right hand Bohannon. He flicks to mid wicket. Bit of a fumble there. but still no run.
Ed Seaborn and Nathan Johns on commentary. Scott Reed will be back shortly.
Leg slip awaiting Murphy's delivery. Square leg, been busy in this over. Another diving stop that prevents Bohannon from getting down the other end. Keaton Jennings is sat at the non-striker's end on 23. Bohannon's caught up with him, 20 off 23 deliveries. Bit of a scratchy start, but he's hit a few boundaries and looks slightly more comfortable as he's looked to get going in this innings. Murphy, full delivery. That's a very handsome drive down the ground. Murphy actually does well to get a hand on it. The end result probably would have been the same because there is a long on, so it would have been single either way. But Gloucestershire's Australian off-spinner nearly cuts off the single. Does bring Keaton Jennings on strike, so left-hander. Won't change the angle. Murphy stays around the wicket. Leg slip stays where he is, so he's now in at regulation slip. Short extra cover has just moved into place. Backward point. Short third man as well on the offside. Jennings drives down the ground. This time Murphy does dive to his right and cut off the single down the ground. Good bit of fielding rather off his own bowling.
So tidy over, but only wickets really will build pressure now for Gloucestershire.
Murphy comes into his gather. That's a fuller delivery. Jennings shows no interest in doing anything other than defending to extra cover. So that's 12 overs gone. Lancashire are 48 for 1. The more important equation, though, is that they need 62 runs with 84 balls left, and they have 9 wickets in hand, although I suspect that latter number will become very irrelevant quite quickly.
So this has been a really stunning game for 3 players in particular, whilst there have been contributions and important contributions from others. This game has really belonged to, firstly, I think, Tom Hartley, 130 from number 10 in the first innings. He then took 6 for 116 in Gloucestershire's reply to Lancashire's 557. And Gloucestershire fell 27 runs short of avoiding the follow-on. And if they'd done that, that would probably have seen us eventually shaking hands on this final day by now. Van Buren continuing with his left arm spin to Josh Bohannon, a right-hander, and that's driven to mid-off for no run. Hartley also the chief destroyer in Gloucestershire's second innings following on. Van Buren bowls, quicker delivery, which is clipped into the leg side for a single by Bohannon to the substitute fielder Tommy Borman at deep square. Hartley 5 for 99 in the second innings as captain James Anderson marshalled his troops, and Anderson 2 wickets actually in the match, but he got rid of Gloucestershire's skipper Bancroft both times. Always a key wicket. Bancroft out for 2 in the first innings and 35 in the second. He was out in the first over today, so this is dragged into the onside by Jennings out towards the boundary at deep mid-wicket, and it's 1 bounce over the rope for 4, and the 50 has come up for Lancashire.
He ended up looking a little bit agricultural, that from Jennings, but you could see what he was trying to do. He was beaten in the flight. I think he came dancing down, and Van Buren kind of did him for pace a little bit, but he was always trying just to turn his hands on contact there. He wasn't looking to hit that straight. There is a big gap between deep square and long on, out on that leg side towards the temporary stand, and Jennings had to work quite hard to find it in the end, but he did just enough to make contact, and he'll gladly take those 4 runs, as ugly as the shot did look.
53 for 1, 57 needed to win. Jennings reverse sweep, spins it past backward point, and that's 4 more. Absolutely the opposite side in terms of angle of the ground from where he hit the previous boundary. He went very early with that reverse sweep, but hit it powerfully. 57 for 1, and it's now past the halfway stage for Lancashire, who lost Luke Wells early on just to give Gloucestershire a tiny bit of hope of defending this 110. Todd Murphy, the Australian spinner, bowling Wells for 4. Jennings reverse sweeps again, gets it through the gap for 4 more. It's 3 boundaries in a row. Right between backward point and the other backward point. And the 50 partnership has come up between Jennings and Bohannon. It's come in 60 balls, and They needed 4.2 and over when the innings started. They weren't scoring at much beyond that, but now they're starting to accelerate to the finish.
That's a bit of a captain killer, that one, because he's just moved the second backward point in there to try and plug that gap. It's all well and good if Jennings hits that really fine and beats the finer backward point on his right-hand side, but if you've got two men in there, you cannot let the ball go between them, as it did there if you were in there for the reverse sweep. It is a shot that Keaton Jennings plays very, very well. You see it a lot in white ball cricket particularly.
Goes for the conventional sweep this time. There is protection down there at fine leg, but Gloucestershire are basically giving Jennings a single everywhere now, and they're not going to restrict Lancashire with singles now, because the required rate is now down under 4 and over. 62 for 1 is the Lancashire score. Just to continue the summary of the game for those who've not been with us for the entirety of it, with Tom Hartley starring, also Chris Green, Lancashire's overseas off-spinning all-rounder. Green made 160 from number 8, as Gloucestershire had Lancashire 302 for 8 in the first innings, and a record-breaking 9th wicket partnership for Lancashire between Green and Hartley worth 212 continues really to be the really big difference in this game. It looked as though Gloucestershire were going to restrict Lancashire to a fairly average score really in that first innings, but that partnership changed all that, and despite for Gloucestershire a great game for Ben Charlesworth, the 24-year-old. He made 160 and then 71, but just not enough elsewhere for Gloucestershire to save this game.
Miles Hammond into the attack. He replaces Todd Murphy. He's also bowling off spin around the wicket to the left-handed Jennings, who pushes that one straight back to the bowler. He's got two men behind square on the offside, therefore that Jennings reverse sweep, should he try and play it? There is quite a big gap between them, so the shot is on if Jennings continues to feel confident in playing it. He doesn't on this occasion let that one go outside off stump. Slip is the only catcher really in play at this stage. Gloucestershire not really trying to apply any pressure with men around the bat. There's two men straight behind the bowler who are both back on the boundary. Jennings lets that one go outside off once again. Deep square is also out. There's a short fine, extra cover, and a man sweeping on the offside to go with those two men behind point, awaiting Jennings' reverse sweep. Hammond, very slow amble to the crease in his action. Jennings just tucks that one off his pad behind square for a single on the leg side. That will bring Josh Bohannon on strike. We'll see how do Gloucestershire change their field with the right-hander. Well, straight away there's two men back on the regulation sweep, deep square just in front, and a man about 20 yards behind square on the fence. Looks like there's going to be two catching mid wickets, although one of those might just be standing in there to have a chat with the bowler. He says Cameron Bancroft now ambles over towards him. They're going to have a bit of a longer conversation around what to do here. Now the skipper Bancroft is just tucking his hat into his shirt as he's going to call for the helmet, and he's going to field in close underneath the bat somewhere. I always find it interesting. Gone are the days where it used to just be the youngster who went under the lid at short leg. I mean, Keaton Jennings did it all game for Lancashire, and he was their captain at one point this year, and now Bancroft is doing it for Gloucester, and he's their captain. So it's not a case of seniority, it's just a case of who actually wants to do it and who's good at it. Here comes Hammond around the wicket to the right-handed Bohannon, steered into the leg side, no run.
So just to keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere, Middlesex beating Northamptonshire by an innings and 107 at Merchant Taylor's.
Plenty of flight on that one, and Bohannon hits it hard down the ground. It takes a bit of a vicious hop on its way down to long on, but it's watched into the hands of the fielder in the deep. A single ends the 14th over. Lancashire 64 for 1. They need another 46 runs. Plenty of time to do it. 72 deliveries remaining. Bohannon 23 off 28. Keaton Jennings 37 off 47. They've both been very positive in looking to come out and put this chase to bed relatively quickly. And even though there are still 46 runs on the board, you can just feel Gloucestershire are quite flat. Their hopes of winning this game are all but gone, it would seem.
Just to confirm also the draw between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire, and Warwickshire now only need 2 more runs to win against Worcestershire. That's chasing down a target of 393, and it looks as though they'll get there with time and with wickets to spare. Zen Malik made 142, a man who's played some second 11 cricket for Gloucestershire in the past, and a man who's played cricket for Gloucestershire in the past, Bo Webster, overseas player last year for Gloucestershire. He's 99 not out, so it looks as though he might be able to finish that one in style. Remarkable win for Warwickshire over Worcestershire. Todd Murphy back from the Chapel End and beating Bohannon with the first ball of that over. Continuing with this round the wicket angle.
He's changed ends a couple of times as Murphy. This is the second time he's done that in this innings, in this chase though. Even though it's only 14 overs old, it's almost as if he just gets sick of one end and quickly goes to the other.
Murphy bowls. It's a flighted delivery which Bohannon strokes away to mid-off. There is no run.
I guess there's an aspect of seniority. He is the experienced test match overseas pro. If he decides that he wants to try from another end, who's going to tell him no?
There's a backward short leg now and a slip as Murphy bowls. Another flighted delivery which Bohannon sweeps, doesn't really middle it. A couple of bounces to deep backward square. Another single closer to the target. Lancashire 45 more required from 11 and a half overs. As the wind whips away at the marquees on the far end of the ground. Most of the spectators who've certainly been busy today. We've had a fair bit of spectator interaction over the last couple of days as Lancashire took to basically applauding as a collective unit for the entire time in between deliveries for several overs, so the Gloucestershire supporters clapped them back. Murphy bowls, and that's driven slightly in the air by Jennings, but perfectly safely down to wide mid-off, and that's a single to him. 38 Jennings, 66 for one. A couple of suggestions, such as that the Lancashire players could welcome themselves out from a spectator after all that clapping, and the spectator who was determined that George Balderson was bowling no ball after no ball, and the umpires are taking no notice. This is slog swept by Bohannon. This is coming straight towards us. Oh, good grief, that was close. Off the balcony, right in front of us. I must say I was relying on this umbrella to keep me out of the way. The only problem was that I couldn't see where the ball was because the umbrella was obscuring it. I was just waiting for the crash above my head. It's a short boundary, and Bohannon almost hit it into the hands of Nathan Johns.
Of course, because you're slightly under the umbrella, I'm not.
I couldn't see it nearly all of the way. 38 to win, Murphy bowls, and Bohannon turns this one into the leg side for no run to end the over.
Yes, I didn't share your trepidation because thankfully I'm not under the umbrella, so I could see it all the way. And at one point I did think actually I might have to try and save my laptop here or try and save a headset, but mercifully it just hit this end of the balcony, which meant it went down and onto the punters below us instead of the other side of the balcony and into us.
They can get hit, that's fine.
They don't have expensive equipment to protect.
No, I should hope they don't have laptops in, or there'll be somebody coming down on them with a ton of bricks. Just confirmation, Warwickshire have beaten Worcestershire by 5 wickets. So as there's also now been a draw between Yorkshire and Surrey, with Yorkshire on 120 for 5 in their second innings. This is now the last match of the round going. Miles Hammond to Keaton Jennings, who lunges forward and defends back to the bowler. It would be Cheltenham, wouldn't it? Somehow or other, we always end up here in the last hour. But no jeopardy really on this situation now as Hammond bowls to Jennings, who carves that off the back foot through the covers, and that is another run to the former Lancashire captain as Jennings is on to 39, and Jimmy is now 2 wins and 1 draw from 3 matches, and he's won his last 2 by the looks of things.
Should have captained earlier in his career.
Why didn't Lancashire make this move earlier then? No. But Lancashire heading up the table, although wins earlier. For what, Scott? Fourth. Right. Hammond bowls. This is squeezed away into the offside by Bohannon. Another single. 36 to win. This is really no good, Scott. Fourth, he says confidently. 2 minutes later, I think.
It's out there now. You've said it.
Anyway, so earlier wins for Leicestershire and for Glamorgan. So Glamorgan moving into the top 2 because of Leicestershire's win over Derbyshire in terms of Division 2, as Jennings drives out through the offside. And he is on to 40, 75 for 1, with 35 more required from just over 10 overs. Middlesex's win as well will send them up the table. They're into 4th for now, but yes, I think as Scott says, Middlesex will be pushed down to 5th once Lancashire score 35 more runs. Hammond in, and Bohannon winds up for a big shot and totally miscues it to mid-wicket. Was looking for extra cover there. And Hammond's only gone for 5 runs in his second over, just approaching the end of it. I think we will get Scott back on at the end of this one as Hammond bowls right up to the bat, and it's driven away by Bohannon to Charlesworth at wide mid-off. And it's 34 more required from 10 overs. 32 to Bohannon, 40 to Jennings. A few more thoughts from Nathan Johns, and then it will be Scott Reed.
It looks like Todd Murphy is going to continue. Gloucestershire's body language betrays the fight is nearly done. There were a lot more up and about 15, 20 minutes ago, and Josh Bohannon was looking a little bit scratchy, and they thought they might be able to sneak another wicket or 2 out there, but Keaton Jennings in particular has played fantastically. There was that 1 over where he hit 3 consecutive boundaries, 1 over mid-wicket and then 2 reverse sweeps, and it just seems like since then kind of the sting's gone out of the game. He kind of put his foot down, said that's enough of that, I'm going to take all the pressure out of things, and since then Lancashire have just been cruising and then picking off the odd boundary here and there just to make sure that any semblance of a fight back is quickly quashed. Todd Murphy's going to continue bowling around the wicket. It was in the previous over that, from this angle, that Josh Bohannon launched him towards us up here on the pavilion balcony. We're kind of at deep mid-wicket, kind of between square leg and cow corner is our position. We'll see if Bohannon tries to hit Ed again after he ran away from the last one. Cut off the back foot, straight to Ajit Singh Dale at point, no run.
Yeah, I was quite confident because I'm right under the brolly, so I was all right.
You okay? You didn't. You weren't scurrying.
I didn't move.
You weren't scurrying for cover. No, you were.
Well, I knew the brolly was going to save me.
Man might test that theory again here. Yes. Murphy comes in, but he's not going to do it with the ball that short. Worked between the gap. There's a forlorn dive at mid-wicket to try and keep Bohannon on strike, but he hits the gap and gets down the other end.
I think it's 4th. I mean, I did say it really confidently just to wind Ed up, really. But I think it's 4th. Because I'm looking at a league table which includes the current bonus points. So I think that will put them 4th and 4 points behind Derbyshire, who were 3rd.
Murphy to Keaton Jennings, driven not convincingly. He was trying to go through extra cover inside half of the bat, takes it instead to mid-on, but along the floor. Jennings stays on strike.
Glamorgan have kind of completely transformed their season. They're now 2nd.
Jennings sits very deep in his crease, doesn't he? And he quickly onto the back foot there. Ajit Singh Dale does actually field it quite well, but he had to move quite far a bit to his right. So Jennings manages to sneak a single. Takes him to 41.
And Leicestershire can't be far away from being, well, I'm going to say promoted, but we don't really know that, do we, yet? Because we don't really know what's going on next season. But they can't be far away from being secure of a top 2 finish. There are 179 points, Leicestershire. They're 6th winning 10 games.
Murphy changes over the wicket now. Quick, flat, full. Bohannon defends back to him. He's not giving it any air at the minute. He's kind of bowling in white ball mode, bowling very defensively. making sure Bohannon can't get underneath it as he did in the previous over when he launched the ball towards the pavilion, threatening the safety of commentators and spectators alike. Final ball of the over on the back foot, punched down to long on. So Josh Bohannon will keep the strike at the end of the 17th over. 79 for 1. The equation is down to 31 runs left to get, and there are 54 more balls to be bowled. Bohannon 34 off 40, Keaton Jennings 41 off 53.
So Leicestershire about 50 points clear of Derbyshire in third, so 4 games left. There's still a bit to go, I suppose, but I mean, that is almost insurmountable, that, isn't it? The 6 wins from 10. So excellent week for Leicestershire and for Riyad Ahmed, who's taken 13 wickets in that match, and he's scored a century. So Tom Hartley's 11 wickets in this match and his century. Riyad Ahmed's, he's outdone him in wickets, but Hartley got more runs, so I don't know, maybe it's a bit of an even finish between the pair of them as player of the round.
Well, it's good to see spinners doing so well. That's part of the logic behind these Kookaburra ball rounds, isn't it? Is to try and encourage either pace or top quality spin to be winning matches as opposed to medium pace bowlers, and 2 spinners have had a very good week in different parts of the country.
It's Hammond to Bohannon, that's driven out towards wide mid-off for a single. Ben Charlesworth, who's also had a very fine game. He's scored over 200 runs in the match for Gloucestershire. 160 in the first innings and
71, I think, from memory.
So, yep, in the second. So he's had a pretty decent 4 days, but not the team. Gloucestershire, who were above Lancashire, will go below them. Lancashire needing 30 more runs to win. I'm just going to alter a couple of fielding positions here. So Todd Murphy is going to go into mid-wicket, and Ollie Price to slip. So it's 2 covers there, and the Price is at slip, 2 covers. And then there's 2 kind of catching gullies. There's a deep point, long off and long on back. Here's Hammond. He's found the gap between both of those cover fielders. He gets 4. Keaton Jennings, he's drilled it firmly away. He's got Bancroft and Murphy, maybe 10 yards apart from each other, the 2 Australians, and Keaton Jennings just is able to punch it away through the bat for 4 runs. 26 required to win. Jennings on to 45.
He's just in one of those moods, isn't he, where everything he does comes off. We saw it with the reverse sweeps earlier. They put multiple players behind point for those shots, and he still found the gap, and now they've got 2 men at cover to block that drive, and he's still picking at the holes.
Just a sweep this time. Ball's disappearing directly behind the keeper, and Price goes stomping after it from slip. And Jennings' sweep brings him 2 more, so he's nudging his way towards the 50 in this run chase for Lancashire. 47 not out, 86 for 1, so 24 more runs required.
It's funny, he looks more assured playing the reverse sweep than the conventional sweep, doesn't he? That's a couple of normal sweeps he's had which he hasn't timed particularly well.
Into Jennings, leaves it and through to the keeper, and there's no run. Miles, it's been spin all the way, and Gloucestershire with little need really to ask their seam bowlers to come stomping in. Cracked through mid-off this time for 1 by Keaton Jennings. Moves on to 48. So it's 23 needed. There's 1 ball left of this over, and then 8 remaining for Lancashire. As Ed said, it will be back-to-back county championship wins for James Anderson as captain and Stephen Croft as interim coach. Swept by Bohannon off the toe end of the bat. And as he jogs through for 1, he's giving his bat at the bottom edge of it, rather close inspection, but it's a single for him. He's on to 36. 88 for 1 now. 22 needed for Lancashire. certainly a noticeable uptick, not just in the results. Clearly that's improved. They've won 2 on the spin, but in terms of their just the feel amongst the players, the performance levels, I think the blast came at a good time for Lancashire. It was a dismal start to the season, and without a win in 7 and rock bottom of Division 2 at one point. And the T20 blast came at a very good time, and then they've followed it with a draw against Kent, which they dominated and were in the position to try and win, and then the victory at Derbyshire, and then this victory which is not too far away here. So sense of optimism amongst Lancashire supporters, which has not been the case for a good 18 months or so following relegation last year and that poor start to the season this year.
Change of bowling for Gloucestershire from the Chapel end. I suspect that might be the last we see of Todd Murphy with the ball in this game, unless he changes end once again, as he has done a few times in this chase. It'll be Graham Van Buren. He's been expensive so far. 4 overs, none for 32. I think it was him, wasn't it, that Jennings took a particular liking to with his array of reverse sweeps. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Josh Bohannon to start, and that's turned on the back foot out to deep square leg. That brings Jennings on strike, who is on 48. 21 left to win now for Lancashire. Cameron Bancroft, Gloucestershire skipper, just looking around, trying to figure out where the various bodies in the field are going. As right hand changes to left with Keaton Jennings on strike. Looks like there's going to be no catchers in place. Bancroft was in under the lid, in close. He's now gone to a short fine. Slip has moved back to short third. There is a mid-wicket, but he's more saving 1 rather than catching. 2 men out on the leg side for the sweep, and there is also a deep backward point for Jennings' favoured reverse sweep. Van Buren stays around the wicket. Jennings comes forward, tries to find that gap at square leg, but can only pick out mid-wicket, no run. Van Buren spins the ball in his hand as he gets to the top of his mark, comes, fires. Jennings pushes that in the gap. He wants to, he calls for it immediately, but it's a short boundary out there, and it's a good bit of work from the sub-fielder. Keeps it to a single. Jennings was eyeing up, coming back for a second to come through for his half-century, but he's going to have to wait another couple of deliveries at least. Yeah,
he was pretty keen then, wasn't he? He was calling behind him, there's two there, then quickly thought, actually, better think again.
He's hit it too hard. If he timed it slightly, if it didn't come off the middle of the bat, he might have actually hit it softer and been able to come back for 2, but he just hit it so nicely out to the deep fielder. Anyway, Bohannon is on strike. Van Buren bowls into the pitch and steered off the hip out the deep backward square. Another single for Bohannon. Takes the score to 91 for 1. 19 runs left for Lancashire to get. Keaton Jennings is on 49. He's faced 59 deliveries so far. Both of these two have been scoring at a healthy rate. Bohannon's 38 off 44 as well. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. Van Buren around the wicket. Jennings steers it down to long on, and that will be 50 for Lancashire's opener. Had a good lick, 60 balls taking him, strike rate just over 83. He's hit 5 4s and 1 6. He takes the applause of his teammates and this Cheltenham crowd, and well, Lancashire's former captain has led the way in this chase, and he's taken the sting out of it and has them on the verge of victory.
Yeah, he does. He's batted very nicely, hasn't he? Keaton Jennings been in the thick of the action all day under the helmet at short leg or at leg slip.
Van Buren, that one's tossed up to Bohannon. He plays a defensive shot, but okay, Jennings might have to get his skates on here. There's a direct hit. There's an appeal. That must have been close. Umpire James Treadwell says no, but I think it was Miles Hammond running around from slip after the ball squirted around into the offside. Jennings was a little bit sluggish coming through after Bohannon called him for a single, and a good bit of work from having to throw the stumps down, and just for a second I thought that might actually have been out, but James Treadwell says no, and Keaton Jennings survives. After all that, it's the end of the 19th over.
Yeah, he's had a great game, Keaton Jennings, but I mean there's a lot to take from this match. I mean Tom Hartley will dominate the game obviously because of his, from a Lancashire's point of view, because of the century and the 11 wickets, but there's plenty of contributions through the course of the 4 days by Lancashire. that first innings score, 557, not helped by much, and Delanga's injury. He's only been able to bowl 5 overs in the first innings for Gloucestershire, but that was a huge first innings score. And then failure to get over the follow-on target has allowed Lancashire in the end to be able to be in this position on the 4th and final day. And then the way that they've negotiated the day and managed to prize out wickets and keep pressure on from one end. Seamers just bowling to set plans, and then the spin from the other, Hartley and in particular, and helped by by Green as well. All in all, a pretty solid all-round performance. Here's Miles Hammond in to Josh Bohannon. That's played up towards long on for a single. Bohannon moves on to 40 now, so 94 for 1. 16 more runs required for Lancashire.
Just frantically got the laptop out and hit the pause button as you're trying to figure out when the bails came off from that run out chance. It's difficult to see, but that was mighty close.
A takeaway slip. So it's Ollie Price. So 3 catches close in on the offside. And there's 3 catching gullies. There's a deep point as well. Jennings on 50, 94 for 1. Here's Miles Hammond. Bowls to Jennings. Oh, he's managed to find the gap between the 3 in front of him, and he gets 4 more. Cut away through the offside for 4. He moves on to 54. And Lancashire need 12 more to win, 98 for 1.
That's a sensational piece of placement. It's not the best delivery in the world, short and wide outside off, a bit of a gift, but with 3 men in close on the offside and then another behind them trying to save the boundary, to thread it through all of them is a impressive feat.
In comes Hammond, bowls to Jennings, who plays forward in defence, and there is no run. Yeah, there's not a lot of gap there, is there, between those 3 fielders in a little semicircle in front of Jennings, but he's managed to find a way. 54 not out. Here's Hammond to Jennings, plays and misses. Taken by Bracey.
He's trying to find that gap again. Might as well try doing it a second time.
12 required. Hammond in, driven away through mid-off by Jennings. Tumbling stop out on the long off boundary. Jennings to 55. 11 more needed, 99 for 1. Brings Josh Bohannon back on strike. He's unbeaten on 40. The 1 wicket that Lancashire have lost in this run chase, with Luke Wells out for 4. Bowled by Todd Murphy. Hammond for Gloucestershire. And Bohannon on the sweep, but misses. Taken by Bracey. And he flicks off the bails. And that is the end of the over. 6 overs left. Lancashire need 11 more before setting off on their way back to Lancashire with a victory over Gloucestershire. Already today, wins for the leaders Leicestershire, beating Derbyshire for Glamorgan. A victory by 5 wickets over Kent. Leicestershire winning by 189 runs over Derbyshire. Middlesex beating Northamptonshire by an innings and 107 runs in the 3 other Division 2 games.
Van Buren to continue, left arm spin. Looks like he's going to come over the wicket, having operated around the wicket in his previous over. No catchers in play for him. He's got multiple men back on the fence. Looks like he's got a long on. Deep square just in front. Deep point as well. Subfielder Borman is on for the injured Marchant de Lange. That man at deep square is actually going around to more of a deep mid wicket now, so if Jennings wants to take on the sweep. There is a big gap there between deep mid wicket and there's a long leg as well. Oh, he does go for that sweep, but it misses everything on the way through to Bracey. Quick and flat from Van Buren, setting the trap. Jennings fell for it, but just wasn't on line. Bracey just tells Van Buren to wait there as he came in. Not quite sure what the issue was there, but looks like we're ready to go. Jennings sits deep in his crease, as he tends to do. down the track this time, hit hard. Along the ground though, and straight to long on for 1. Brings up Lancashire's 100. Into the 21st over. And it also brings the winning margin down to just 10 more runs. Jennings moves on to 56. Right-handed Josh Bohannon now on strike. Catches in play now. Leg slip and a regulation slip. Ajit Singh Dell has just been summoned up from the deep point boundary, so he's going to come up inside and try and save 1 as well. Here's Van Buren, left arm over. Oh, I think that's missed everything. Attempted sweep from Bohannon, but it was down leg, and so far down leg that it's been called wide. So that'll be 5 wides. Bracey can't get anything on it, and it flies away down to the picket fence and where the sight screen is. Brings down Lancashire's target. They need just 5 more after that. Wheels beginning to fall off here at the end for Gloucestershire. Bit of a slow death it's been for them in this this Lancashire chase.
Yes.
Changing the field, leg slip goes back to short fine. More of a defensive move. Here's Van Buren. Short into the pitch. Bohannon, he's played that shot well. A kind of flick off his hip while on the back foot and brings him another single. So he moves to 41. 4 runs left to win. And there are 3 deliveries remaining in this over. We'll see if Keaton Jennings tries to finish with the flourish. Does he get that reverse sweep out once again? He's played it so well today. Does he try go down the ground, as he also has done to good effect in this innings? Van Buren's just making him wait, just standing at the top of his mark. Here he comes into his gather. Jennings tries to go with a big shot to win the game, and he squirted it out over extra cover, and it spins out to deep point, so it lands safely, but it's just 1 run. Tried to finish it in style, but ends up playing a bit of an ugly drive that could easily have gone into the hands of a fielder, but, well, it's been his day in this chase. When you're in form, those balls tend to land safely instead of into the grateful hands of a fielder. 3 to win. Put Josh Bohannon on strike. Well, unlike Jennings, he's happy playing the patient route. He defends into the offside. No run. 1 delivery remaining in this 21st over. Bohannon, very high backlift. Tries to carve, and that will be that. No one at cover. Short and wide from Van Buren, and Josh Bohannon hits the winning runs with a drive through cover point. So bang on 21 overs. It's taken Lancashire to chase. 111 for 1 they finish up on. Keaton Jennings unbeaten, 57 off 67. He's anchored this chase beautifully, ably supported by Josh Bohannon, who scored a very quick 45. He's faced just 50 deliveries. Lancashire have wrapped up victories, got by 9 wickets.
Yeah, back-to-back wins for Lancashire. Congratulations to them, to 4th, we think, in Division 2. But crucially, I suppose, from Lancashire's point of view, there are signs that their season has turned, or is turning, if not turned already, with the last quarter-final, and a marked improvement in their performances in the County Championship over the last 3 games as well. So congratulations to Lancashire. I will, before I leave, I don't know if Ed's going to come back in or not, but I'll just to say, first visit to Cheltenham Festival, I think it's been absolutely fabulous. Really enjoyed it, and no wonder that Gloucestershire are so very proud of this festival and keen to retain it for as long as possible. It's been a pleasure to be here for 4 days. It really has.
Yeah, it's been a rare treat for us actually sitting outside, I find, on the balcony of the old pavilion here in Cheltenham College. Not often you get to do that in a commentary position. And it's been a fantastic 4 days of cricket, topped off by both the weather and Lancashire's performance on day 4. Plenty of positives for Gloucestershire to take, but ultimately you look at the performance of someone like a Ben Charlesworth, Ed, who scored over 200 runs across the 2 innings, but he played a bit of a lone hand, and ultimately, you said it before, but that inability to avoid the follow-on ultimately has cost Gloucestershire a draw here.
Yes, I think it's a great shame, and it's just one of the one of the things that cricket throws up, that you can score, what, 231 runs in the match that Ben Charlesworth has scored, and he comes out on the losing side of things. And also he took 2 wickets in Lancashire's first innings. It was him that eventually wrapped up that partnership between Hartley and Green. And Joe Phillips also certainly deserving of a mention, 64 and 56. I'm sure he'd love that maiden first class ton, but at the same time he continues to be really consistent actually in his early career, and there's definite promise there. But yeah, the middle order for Gloucestershire, which it has to be said has been a strength this season. It's just had a game where it hasn't contributed quite enough in either innings. If it had contributed in either innings, say 20 or 30 runs more, I'm not saying that they could have, I think, defended that score in the end, but the time that would have taken out of the game, even in the second innings, to score those 20 runs, because they were only scoring at about 2.5 and over for the majority there. Take another 10 overs off, and that's a really quite tricky chase for Lancashire. So yeah, both times middle order, lower middle order falling away, and congratulations to Lancashire, because I think they've proven that they are the better side in this instance. And you look down that Lancashire side, and the batting looks formidable when you can add in the likes of Salt to those that are there already. Chris Green has been a great fit for them, I think.
160 in that first innings, and at a crucial point. I mean, what was on day one? What were they for? Just late 206 or something like that at the end of day one, and it looked relatively even at that point. And coming back, you would have thought, okay, if Gloucestershire can able to eke out these final few wickets, limit them to about 350, they're right in the game. But lo and behold, Chris Green and Tom Hartley both hit centuries, and it's okay. The pitch is flat, and the ball is, as we know from these Kookaburra rounds, it is difficult to get much out of it. But I mean, that's probably there's never just one area in a 4-day game where the game is won and lost, but that is a significant area I think Gloucestershire will look back on, is that they allowed 2 all-rounders, but 2 bowling all-rounders in Chris Green and Tom Hartley to both score centuries and get 557, and at that stage one result, a Gloucestershire victory, has been taken out of the equation.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it did. They batted Gloucestershire out of the game, those 2, and then so I mean, just finishing off the post-mortem, really, the inability to break that partnership, and then avoiding the follow-on, not able to do that, 27 runs shy there. That didn't quite kill the draw, because they had a chance coming in. I think losing into the final day, that is, I think losing Bancroft in that very first over, somebody that just could have been so steady and batted for such a long time, to remove him, Captain Anderson doing the trick in that first over for 35, that made Gloucestershire's task all the trickier. But Phillips and Charlesworth again doing their part, but just not enough from that middle order. And Lancashire will take 22 points from this game. They do indeed move into 4th place in the table. They are still only 8 points ahead of Gloucestershire, but they are certainly looking as though they're moving in the right direction, as are Gloucestershire's next opponents, Middlesex, who will be the opponents for the 2nd championship match in this year's Cheltenham Festival, taking place in 4 days' time, as Gloucestershire welcome Middlesex, who now are 7 points ahead of them. Gloucestershire dropping to 6th in the table, and they are now 29 points behind Glamorgan with 4 rounds to go. Glamorgan occupying 2nd place, so it does feel rather like, I'm afraid, the defeat that will put paid to Gloucestershire's chances of promotion. They will need to do something remarkable over the final 4 games, and as far as Middlesex in 4 days' time, that figures to be a really stiff test with the cricket that Middlesex have been playing of late. But we'll be back for coverage of that game from the festival. Thank you so much, Nathan. It's been a great pleasure over the 3 days that we've had with you. Thank you so much to Scott Reed. Always a great pleasure, and hopefully we'll catch up at some point later on in the season. From all of us here, thanks for listening throughout the 4 days. But we will leave you now as Lancashire have won this match by 9 wickets, and we'll be back from Cheltenham on the 29th against Middlesex. Bye-bye.